Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert and Fred MacMurray in His Girl Friday with Jack Carson. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And that goes double for the ladies and gentlemen of the press, because we feel a slight pang of regret for what we're about to do to them. It's been rumored that they don't ordinarily behave as our play tonight would indicate, but we gaily beg their indulgence on the ground that His Girl Friday is an exceptional case. Tonight we present a lady of the press in the engaging person of Claudette Colbert, and a gentleman of the same profession played by Fred MacMurray, a perfect team for the hectic happenings of the next hour. And right now I'm going to give away a trade secret about this comedy. Most of you will remember a famous play about the newspaper business called The Front Page. Well, any resemblance between that play and His Girl Friday is no coincidence, but entirely intentional. This Columbia screen hit, produced by Harry Cohn and Sam Briskin, was based on The Front Page, but certain differences make it practically a new story. Hildy Johnson, the hero, used to be a man. Tonight, Hildy is a lady, a very charming lady, Claudette Colbert. Walter Burns, the autocrat of the editorial rooms, is just as autocratic as ever, with Fred MacMurray in the part. And between rapid adventures with an escaped maniac, a crooked sheriff, a last-minute reprieve, and a kidnapped mother-in-law, they even managed to find time for romance. I'm sure every woman will agree that the silent partner of romance is loveliness. And that's why so many millions of women choose Lux toilet soap. They know that Lux toilet soap is a very active partner of loveliness. Now a quick signal to the switchboard. The footlights brighten and the curtain rises on the first act of His Girl Friday, starring Claudette Colbert as Hildy Johnson and Fred MacMurray as Walter Burns, with Jack Carson as Bruce Baldwin. When a young and charming ex-wife drops in to see her ex-husband, there usually arises what is known as a delicate situation, particularly when she brings along her new fiancé. But Hildy Johnson, our ex-wife, was never fazed by a delicate situation. Bruce Baldwin, the new fiancé, was not consulted in the matter, and Walter Burns, the ex-husband and managing editor of the Morning Post, doesn't know about it yet. He's in his office as Hildy barges cheerfully through the city room, her fiancé a few steps to the rear.
Hi, Hildy.
Hello, Skitty. Hiya, Ruth. Hello, Maisie.
Hildy Johnson.
How are you?
Hey, what are you doing here? You coming back to work, Hildy?
No, just visiting. This is my fiancé, Mr. Baldwin.
Oh, hello.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
Tell me, is the Lord of the Universe in?
Mr. Burns? Yes, he's in a bad humor.
Is that unusual?
He's got Louis Peluso in there with him. You want to be announced, Hildy?
No. I'll blow my own horn. Bruce, he's in, so you'd better wait here. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Even 10 minutes is a long time to be away from you.
What did you say?
Oh,
Go on, Bruce.
Well, I said even 10 minutes is a long time to be away from you.
I heard you the first time. I like it. That's why I asked you to say it again. You know, I can stand being spoiled a little. The gentleman I'm going in to see did very little spoiling.
I'd like to spoil him just once. Are you sure you don't want me to go in with you?
No, I can handle it. You just keep your eye on that door. See, Walter Burns, managing editor. I'll be coming out in 10 minutes.
Well, if it gets rough, remember I'm here.
I'll come running, partner. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye. Okay, call me right back.
Morning, Mr. Burns. Hello, Louis.
Hey, boss, your ex-wife is here.
Hello, I can't hear you.
How have you been, Mr. Peluso? How's the big slot machine king?
No, I ain't doing that no more. I'm retired, know what I mean?
No.
I'm a newspaper man now, working for Mr. Burns.
Okay, goodbye. Hildy. Hello, Hildy.
Hello, Walter.
Say, this is great. Outside, Louis.
Sure.
Gee, honey, you look swell.
Walter, I've got to see you right away.
No, not now, Duffy.
But listen.
No, I'm busy.
Walter, I thought you ought to know that the governor did not sign that reprieve.
What?
And tomorrow morning, Earl Williams dies and makes a sucker out of us. What are you going to do?
Excuse me, Hildy.
Oh, sure.
Get the governor on the phone, Duffy.
I can't. He's out fishing.
Well, get him anyhow. Tell him if he reprieves Earl Williams, we'll support him for senator.
What?
Tell him the Morning Post will be behind him, hook, line, and sinker.
But you can't do that.
Why not?
Because we've been against him for 6 years.
All right, after we get the reprieve, we'll be against him again.
But, Walter.
Come on, Duffy, get going.
All right, all right.
Well, Walter, I see you're still at it.
Yeah, first time I ever double-crossed the governor. Hildy, you look prettier than ever.
Well, thanks. You mind if I sit down?
Well, there's a lamp burning in the window for you, honey.
I jumped out of that window a long time ago.
Yeah. How long since we've seen each other?
Well, let's see. I was in Reno 6 weeks, and then Bermuda, about 4 months, I guess. Seems like yesterday to me.
Maybe it was yesterday, Hildy. Been seeing me in your dreams?
No. Mama doesn't dream about you anymore, Walter. You wouldn't know the old girl now.
Oh, yes, I would. I'd know you anytime, any
place,
anywhere.
anywhere. Yes, you're repeating yourself, honey. That's the speech you made the night you proposed.
Yeah, I noticed you still remember it.
Of course I remember it. If I hadn't remembered it, I wouldn't have divorced you.
Yeah. You know, Hildy, I sort of wish you hadn't done that.
Done what?
Divorced me. Makes a fellow lose all faith in himself. Gives him a feeling he isn't wanted.
Now, look, Junior, that's what divorces are for.
Oh, nonsense. You've got an old-fashioned idea that divorces are something that lasts forever. But divorces don't mean a thing nowadays, Hildy. Just a few words mumbled over you by a judge. We've got something between us nothing can change.
I suppose you're right in a way.
Sure, I'm right.
I am fond of you, you know.
Atta girl.
I often wish you weren't such a stinker.
It's a nice thing to say.
Why did you promise not to fight the divorce and then do everything you could to gum up the whole works?
Oh, Hildy, I only acted like any husband that didn't want to see his home broken up.
What home?
What home? Don't you remember the home I promised you?
Sure I do. That's the one we were to have right after our honeymoon. Yes, the honeymoon.
Now, was that my fault? Did I know the coal mine was going to cave in? I intended to be with you on our honeymoon, Hildy. Honest, I did.
All I know is that instead of 2 weeks in Atlantic City with my bridegroom, I spent 2 weeks in a coal mine with John Krupski. You don't deny that, do you?
Deny it? I'm proud of it. We beat the whole country on that story.
Well, suppose we did. That isn't what I got married for.
Oh, Hildy, what's the use of fighting? I'll tell you what. You come back to work in the paper, and if we find we can't get along in a friendly way, we'll get married again.
What?
Sure. I haven't got any hard feelings.
Walter, you're wonderful in a loathsome sort of way.
You mean you won't come back to work in the paper?
You're right, Mr. Burns, the first time today.
You got a better offer, huh?
You bet I've got a better offer.
All right, go on, take it. Work for somebody else. That's the gratitude I get. What were you when you came here 5 years ago? A little college girl from a school of journalism. I took a little doll-faced punk
Oh,
and...
you wouldn't have taken me if I hadn't been doll-faced.
Well, what of it? I made a great reporter out of you.
It just didn't work out, Walter.
Well, it would have worked if you'd been satisfied with just being editor and reporter, but not you. You had to marry me and spoil everything.
I suppose I proposed to you.
Well, you practically did. Made Google eyes at me for 2 years.
Why, you...
Hey, put down that inkwell. Ah, Hildy, you're losing your eyes. Used to be able to pitch better than that. Hello?
Hello, Walter. This is Duffy again.
Oh, hello, Sweeney. What can I do for you?
Now, wait a minute. I'm not Sweeney. I'm Duffy.
Sweeney, you can't do that to me. Not today of all days.
What's the matter with you? Are you loony? This is Duffy.
Now, listen, Sweeney. This is no time
Walter,
to...
I have to.
All right, then. If you have to, you have to, I guess.
He had to, huh?
How do you like that? Everything happens to me.
What's the matter?
Sweeney, the only man in the paper that can write, and he has to pick today to have a baby.
Well, he didn't do it on purpose, did he?
I don't care whether he did or not. He's supposed to cover the Earl Williams case, and where is he? Walking up and down in a hospital. Is there no sense of honor in this country?
Haven't you got anybody else?
No, there's nobody else in the paper who can write. This'll break me, and Hildy. Hildy, you've got to help me.
No, sir.
Don't let me down in my darkest hour. It'll bring us together again, Hildy, like we used to be.
Oh, scram, Svengali.
Well, if you won't do it for love, how about money? I'll raise you $25 a week.
Will you listen to me, you great big bumble-headed baboon? Do you see this on my finger? Do you know what it is? It's an engagement ring.
Engagement ring? No.
Well, I tried to tell you right away, but you would start reminiscing. I'm getting married, Walter, and I'm also getting as far away from the newspaper business as I can get.
Huh?
I'm through.
No, Hildy. You can get married all you want, but you can't quit the newspaper business.
No, why not?
It'd kill you. You're a newspaper man. You're a journalist, Hildy.
A journalist? Now, what does that mean? Peeking through keyholes, chasing after fire engines, stealing pictures off old ladies. Oh, I know all about reporters, Walter. A lot of daffy Badinskis running around without a nickel in their pockets. And for what? Just to... Oh, well, what's the use? You wouldn't know what it means to me anyway. I want to be respectable and live a halfway normal life. Well, the point is, I'm through.
Where'd you meet this man?
Bermuda?
Rich, huh?
No, he's not what you'd call rich.
What's his line?
He's in the insurance business.
The insurance business?
Well, that's a good, honest business, isn't it?
Oh, sure. It's also adventurous and romantic. Now, listen, Hildy, I can't picture you being surrounded by policies.
I can, and what's more, I like it. Besides, he forgets the office when he's with me. He doesn't treat me like an animal either, Walter. He treats me like a woman.
Oh, he does he? How'd I treat you, like a water buffalo?
I don't know about water buffaloes, but I know about him. Oh, he's kind and sweet, and he's considerate. He wants a home and children.
Sounds more like a guy I ought to marry. What's his name?
Baldwin. Bruce Baldwin.
Baldwin. I knew a Baldwin once, a horse thief in Mississippi. Couldn't be the same fella, could it?
You're not talking about the man I'm marrying tomorrow.
Tomorrow? As soon as that, huh?
Yeah. No. Well, at last I got out what I came up here to tell you. I guess there isn't any more to the story. So long, Walter.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Hildy. You kind of took the wind out of my sails. Look, honey, I just want to wish you everything I couldn't give you.
Thank you, Walter.
I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to meet him. I'm more or less particular about whom my wife marries. Where is he?
Well, he's right on the job waiting for me outside.
Oh, well, you mind if I meet him?
Of course not.
Well, then come on, let's see this paragon. Is he as good as you say?
He's better.
Well, then what does he want with you?
Well, now you got me. Bruce, dear.
Yes, Hildy?
Bruce, I want you to meet Mr. Burns. Mr. Baldwin, my fiancé.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Burns?
Oh, go on, it's a gag.
Huh?
It's a gag. You're not Bruce Baldwin.
Walter, what are you trying to...
Really, is he? Certainly, Bruce Baldwin.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Baldwin. Hildy, you led me to believe you were marrying a much older man.
Oh, really? And what did I say that led you to...
Don't worry about it. I realize you didn't mean older in years.
Oh.
You always carry an umbrella, Bruce?
Yeah, well, it looked a little cloudy this morning.
That's right, it did. Rubbers, too, I hope.
Uh-huh.
That's fine. Man ought to be prepared for any emergency.
Bruce, I think we'd better be running along.
Yeah, we better get going.
Where are we going?
Oh, I'm taking you two to lunch. Hildy, didn't you tell him?
No, she didn't.
You're wasting your time, Walter. It won't do a bit of good.
Oh, no, glad to do it. Well. So you two are going to get married, huh? You're getting a great girl, Bruce.
I realize that.
Yes, and you're getting something else, too, Bruce. You're getting a great newspaper man.
No orchids, Walter.
One of the best I ever knew. Sorry to see you go, Hildy. Darn sorry.
I'd like to believe you meant that.
I do mean it. But I know what you want, Hildy. You want a home.
Well, I'll certainly try to give her one.
I know you will, Bruce. Where are you going to live?
Albany.
Albany, huh? Got a family there, Bruce?
Oh, just my mother.
Oh, your mother, huh? You going to live with her?
Well, just for the first year.
That'll be nice. A home with mother. In Albany, too. Ow, hey, Hilda, what'd you kick me for?
I'm sorry, Walter. My foot must have slipped.
Oh, okay. Well, let's have a drink, shall we? What do you say? Hey, guys.
Oh, no, not for me. I've got to buy the tickets yet and check the baggage. We're taking the sleeper for Albany.
Oh, are you leaving today?
Uh-huh, 4 o'clock. We're getting married tomorrow.
Well, let me get this straight. You mean you're taking the sleeper today and then getting married tomorrow?
Oh, well, it's not like that.
Well, what is it like?
Oh, poor Walter. He'll toss and turn all night, Bruce. You'd better tell him Mother's coming along, too.
Mother? Well, your mother kicked the bucket 3 years ago.
Oh, no, my mother. My mother.
Oh, your mother.
Yes.
Well, that relieves my mind.
No, it was cruel to let you suffer that way, wasn't it? Isn't Walter sweet, Bruce? Always wanting to protect me.
Well, I admit I wasn't much of a husband, but you can always count on me.
Oh, Mr. Burns,
Yeah, guys.
you're one on the phone.
No, thanks. Excuse me, will you? I'll be right back.
Not at all.
Don't be long. We've got to leave.
Right away. Hello?
Hello, Walter. This is Duffy.
Oh, Duffy, I'm glad you called.
About that lead.
No, forget it. Listen. Is there any way we could stop the 4 o'clock train to Albany from leaving town?
Sure. We get dynamite.
Oh, okay, never mind. Now get this. Get hold of Sweeney and send him out of town on a 2-week vacation right away.
But, Walter, he's covering the Williams hanging.
Keep your shirt on. Hildy's coming back in the paper.
She is?
Yeah, she doesn't know it yet, but she's staying. And listen, tell Louis to stick around the office. I may need him. In the meantime,
I kind of wish he'd hurry up. You know, Hildy, he's not such a bad fellow.
No, he should make some girl really happy. Slap happy.
I sort of like him. He's got a lot of charm.
Yeah, he comes by it naturally. His grandfather was a snake.
Here he is. Say, he looks all upset.
sorry, folks.
Something wrong, Walter?
Yeah, bad business.
What's the matter?
The Earl Williams case.
Oh, yes, I've been reading about that.
What's the lowdown?
Simple, honey. The poor little dope lost his job. Went nuts and shot a cop who was coming after him to quiet him down, and now they're going to hang him tomorrow.
Well, if he was out of his mind when he did it, why doesn't the state just put him away?
Because there happens to be an election coming up in a couple of days.
And nothing brings in the votes like a good old-fashioned hanging.
Well, I should think you could show the man wasn't responsible.
No, that's not so easy.
Well, maybe it's not so hard either.
What do you mean, Hildy?
Well, don't they have to have another expert examine him before they hang him?
Oh, sure. A guy named Egelhofer's going to do it. Why?
Well, look, Walter. You get an interview with Earl Williams.
Yeah?
Print Egelhofer's statement.
Yeah?
And right alongside it, double column, you run your interview. Alienist says he's sane. Interview shows he's goofy.
Hildy, you could do it. You could save that poor devil's life.
No.
Oh, that's right. You're going away. I forgot.
Well, how long would the interview take?
Well, only an hour for the interview and another hour to write it, that's all.
Well, Hildy, we could take the 6 o'clock train if it would save a man's life.
Well, sure.
No. Walter, if you want to save Earl Williams' life, you can just interview him yourself. Or else get Sweeney. He's the best man you've got on that paper for start stuff.
Poor Sweeney. Duffy just told me. His wife finally had twins. Isn't that terrible? So Sweeney goes out to celebrate and falls down a flight of steps. Sweeney has twins, so Earl Williams hangs tomorrow.
Oh, now, Walter, it isn't as bad as that.
Oh, look, Bruce, argue with her, will you? Argue with her. Otherwise, you're going on a honeymoon with blood on your hands. How can you have any happiness after that? All through the years, you remember that a man went to the gallows because she was too selfish to wait 2 hours.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I just remembered. Sweeney only got married 4 months ago.
You win.
Then Mrs. Sweeney didn't have twins?
No, honey, the twins were Walter's.
Oh, it was nothing. Here, we'll start all over again. I'll offer you two a business proposition. Bruce, I understand you're in the insurance game.
Don't listen to him, Bruce. I know all his tricks from
Hildy,
way
I'm
back.
talking to him. Now, look, Bruce. You persuade Hildy to do this story, and you can write a nice, fat policy for me. What do you say?
Oh, no, Mr. Burns. I won't use my wife for business purposes.
Wait a minute. How big a policy, Walter?
Oh, 25,000?
What?
50,000? 100?
Bruce, what's the commission on a $100,000 policy?
Around $1,000.
So what's wrong with $1,000? How long would it take to get him examined?
Well, I could get a company doctor here in 20 minutes.
Okay, I'll get the story.
Now you're talking.
You keep out of this. Bruce, take him down to the office and see if they'll allow anything on that carcass of his.
Say, I'm better now than I ever was.
That's nothing to brag about. And look, Bruce, after you get the check, you phone me. I'll be in the press room of the criminal court building. Oh, Walter.
Yeah?
I think you'd better make that a certified check.
What do you think I am, a crook?
Yes.
All right, it'll be certified. Want my fingerprints?
No, thanks. I've still got those. Bruce, how much money have you got on you?
Well, you know everything we have. $500.
Well, give me the $500.
But I have to get the tickets.
No, I'll buy the ticket.
But, Hildy,
Oh, really, darling? I know what I'm doing. He'd get you in a crap game. Now, please.
Well, all right. Here you are.
Thanks. And when you've finished examining this imperfect specimen, remember now, call me. Press room, criminal court building.
I will. Be careful now.
Never mind me. Watch out for yourself. You're in bad company.
Hello, press room. Accused speaking. Hey, who is this? Oh, the sheriff. Hiya, Sheriff. Oh, wait a minute. I'll ask him. Hey. Sheriff Hartwell says we're making too much noise.
Tell him to go soak his head.
Go soak your head, Sheriff. I got 3 aces.
Hiya, boys.
Hey, look, it's Hildy Johnson.
Hi, Eddie. Hiya, Joe.
Hiya, Hildy. Glad to see you.
Glad to see you.
Coming back to work, Hildy?
No. This is just a farewell appearance. I'm going into business for myself.
What doing?
I'm getting married tomorrow.
Hey, you're not fooling us, are you, Hildy?
No, on the level. Look what I've got right here. 3 tickets for Albany on the 6 o'clock train tonight.
What do you mean, 3 tickets?
Me and my beau and, hats off, boys, his sweet darling Ma.
What? Your mother-in-law?
What kind of marriage is that?
No, it's going to be all right. I'm going to settle down. I'm through with the newspaper business.
Oh, sure.
Hey, can you picture Hildy singing lullabies and hanging out the didies?
And swapping lies over the back fence?
Sour grapes, boys.
She'll be back as soon as she gets tired beating rugs. Too bad you can't stick around till tomorrow, Hildy. You're missing a nice hanging.
Say, I have to do a yarn on Williams. Did he know what he was doing when he fired that gun?
If you ask us, no. If you ask the state alienist, the answer is yes.
Press room. Huh? Who? Oh, yeah, she's here.
Is that for me?
Yeah.
Here, hand it over. Hello?
Hello, Hildy.
Oh, yes, darling. Did you get the check from Walter?
Sure, certified and everything. I got it right here in my pocket.
In your pocket. That's fine.
Uh-huh.
No, wait a minute. Maybe it isn't so fine. Where are you?
I'm in Mr. Burns' office.
Well, now, look, Bruce. I don't want you to carry that check around in your pocket.
Hildy, it's all right.
Check is made out to the company. Nobody can cash it, and anyway, I wouldn't lose a check like that. It means too much to us. Don't worry, Hildy.
Now, look, Bruce, do what I say, will you? I don't want you to carry that check in your pocket, please.
Yeah, but I think it's all right.
There's an old newspaper superstition that the first big check you get, you put in the lining of your hat. See? It brings you luck.
Well, Hildy, that's silly.
I know, darling, but do it for me.
Oh, all right.
And look, tell Walter I'm going right over to Earl Williams' cell to get the interview. I'll phone it in as soon as I can.
I'll tell him.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Everything all right, Bruce?
Oh, yes, Hildy said to tell you she'd get right to work.
Oh, fine.
Well, I must be going now. Thanks again, Mr. Burns.
Oh, don't mention it, Bruce. Don't mention it. I'd do anything for you and Hildy.
Yes, I'm beginning to realize that. Well, goodbye, Mr. Burns.
Goodbye, Bruce. Oh, and don't forget your umbrella. Might rain, you know.
Huh? Oh, thanks. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Hey, Louie. Louie, come in here.
Yeah, boss.
Come here. Listen, did you see the guy that just left here?
That dope?
Yeah, I want you to follow him. He's on his way to the railroad station to get the 6 o'clock train for Albany. He's not supposed to get there, see?
I get it. What'll I do to him, boss?
I don't care what you do to him, but try to keep it legal.
Leave it to me.
Hello? Hello, is this the press room? I want to speak to Miss Johnson.
Hello, who is this?
Hildy, is this you?
Oh, hello, Bruce. What is it?
Hildy, something terrible has happened. I'm in jail.
What?
Some fella says I stole his watch.
Stole his watch? What are you talking about?
Some fella on the street.
He said I stole his watch, and then he had me arrested.
Well, what fellow? Who?
I never saw him before. His name is Louis Peluso.
Louis Palou. Oh, Bruce, where are you?
I'm in jail. He says that
I know. What jail?
The 43rd precinct. Hildy, I didn't steal his...
I know you didn't. Never mind that now. Bruce, sit tight. I'll have you out in 10 minutes.
Hello, Murphy calling. I'm still in the press room. Nothing new on the Williams case. I'll call you if something happens.
Hello, boys.
Well, Sheriff Caldwell.
Sheriff, this is an honor.
Cut the kidding, boys. Here, I got the tickets for the hanging. One each, that's all.
Hey, Pete, why can't you hang this guy at 5 o'clock instead of 7?
Sure, it wouldn't hurt you, and we can make the city edition.
Well, that's kind of raw, fellas. You can't hang a man in his sleep just to please a newspaper.
No, but you can reprieve him twice so the hanging is 3 days before election.
Yeah, so you and the mayor can run on a law and order ticket.
Honest, boys, I had absolutely nothing to do with those reprieves.
Yeah? How do we know there won't be another reprieve tonight?
What if this guy Egelhopper finds Williams insane?
He won't find him insane because he isn't. He's just as sane as I am.
Saner.
Oh, you fellas make me tired. You try to do a decent turn for you once.
Hiya, Hildy. Where have you been?
To the 43rd precinct. Hello, Post. This is Hildy Johnson. Get Walter Burns on the phone.
What's the matter, Hildy? You look sore.
Oh, you stick around and watch your lady burn.
Uh-oh, something...
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Walter. This is Hildy.
Who are you, Hildy?
I've got some news for you.
Oh, swell. Did you get the interview?
Yeah, I've got something much more important. Maybe you better get a pencil and take it down.
All set, Hildy. Let it go.
Now get this, you double-crossing chimpanzee. There isn't going to be any interview.
Wait a minute,
And there
Hildy.
isn't going to be any story. And that certified check of yours leaves with me in 20 minutes. I wouldn't cover the burning of Rome for you if they were just lighting it.
What are you talking
And if I ever lay my two eyes on you again, I'll hammer that monkey skull of yours so it rings like a Chinese gong.
Hey, what are you sore about?
Oh, you don't know what I'm sore about?
No.
Well, maybe you'd better get Louis to tell you the story of his watch. Goodbye.
Listen, Hildy.
Nice going, Hildy.
That's telling him.
That, gentleman, was my farewell speech to journalism. Goodbye, boys. I'm off to Albany.
Send us a postcard, kid.
I'll do that.
When will we see you again, Hildy?
Well, the next time you see me, I'll be riding in a limousine giving out interviews on success. So long.
What the? Was that a shot?
It sure sounded like it.
Hey, listen. It's a jailbreak. Come here, that window.
What?
Hey, what's the matter down there? What's happened?
What's that gate? Close that gate!
Cooley! Who got away? Who was it?
Earl Williams!
Earl Williams!
Where is he?
Give me a phone.
Hello,
Give me a phone.
hello,
Tribune. Earl Williams just broke jail. Hey, you're shooting, you dopes. Look out where you're aiming.
We better get out of here.
There's some phones in the state's attorney's office. Come on.
Hello, Post. Hildy Johnson. Get me Walter Burns, quick. Hello, Walter. This is Hildy.
All right, listen, Hildy.
Shut up. Earl Williams just escaped from jail.
What?
That's all I know. Stick by the phone till you hear from me.
Hildy, if you'll cover
Yeah,
me,
don't worry. I'm on the job.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars Claudette Colbert, Fred MacMurray, and Jack Carson will bring you Act Two of His Girl Friday. And now, oh, Sally. What does that remind you of?
Why, that tune always makes me think of the old South, of dashing young officers courting charming little Southern belles. It makes me think of magnolia trees and crinolines and organdy ruffles and, well, Scarlett O'Hara.
Good. And this tune, Sally.
Oh, everybody thinks of Lux toilet soap when they hear that, Mr. Ruick. Yes, Lux toilet soap.
Right. And now, if you add those two tunes together, it reminds you that the makers of Lux toilet soap have captured the charm of the Old South for you in their exquisite Scarlett O'Hara brooch. The brooch is a lovely simulated cameo designed after one worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind. The piece consists of a pure white head in classic profile against a glistening ebony background. It's the sort of brooch every woman longs to own and would be more than proud to wear, because the brooch is truly beautiful, and it's expensive looking, too, with its distinctive gold-finished setting. It has every single detail. It has so many touches that make for beauty and quality, including a safety clasp.
Well, don't forget to tell everyone how easy it is to get one of those brooches, Mr. Ruick.
Yes, Sally, thanks. It's as easy as falling in love with a lovely Lux toilet soap complexion. Now, here's all you do. Just go to your dealer, buy 3 cakes of gentle white Lux toilet soap, and ask him for an order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coins, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that.
Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. It's as easy as that. And your Scarlett O'Hara brooch will be mailed to you promptly. Only, please don't delay. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank for handsome matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. Ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings. All beautifully designed, all at amazing bargain prices. So get your 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. And send the wrappers and 15 cents in coin for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of His Girl Friday, starring Claudette Colbert as Hildy Johnson and Fred MacMurray as Walter Burns, with Jack Carson as Bruce Baldwin. With the maniac Earl Williams roaming free in the city, things are happening fast around the criminal courts building. The press room is deserted for the moment, when suddenly Hildy Johnson sweeps through the door and grabs a telephone.
Hello, Post. Walter Burns, right away.
Hildy?
Walter, listen. I've got the whole story on how Williams escaped, and I've got it exclusive.
Exclusive?
Yeah, that's right. And it's a pip. But it cost me $450 to tear it out of Cooley.
Oh, never mind. What's the story?
Now, just a minute. I'm telling you first, I had to give him all the money I had on me. And it wasn't exactly mine. It's Bruce's money, and I want it back.
Bruce's money? Sure, you'll get it. I swear it on my mother's grave.
All right. Wait a minute. Your mother's alive.
Oh, don't be so technical, Hildy. What's the story?
All right, here. It's the jailbreak of your dreams. Listen, this expert Egelhofer, the profound thinker from New York, was giving Williams a final sanity test in the sheriff's office.
Yeah?
You know, sticking a lot of pins in him to get his reflexes.
Yeah?
Well, he decided to reenact the crime exactly as it had taken place, so as to study Williams' powers of coordination.
Uh-huh.
Of course, he had to have a gun to reenact the crime with. And who do you suppose supplied it?
Who?
Sheriff Peter B. Hartwell, B for brains.
No kidding, Hildy.
No, I'm not kidding. I'm not good enough to make this one up.
Go on.
Well, the sheriff gave his gun to the professor gave it to Earl, and Earl shot the professor in the stomach and jumped out of the window.
Hildy, this is terrific. Was Egelhofer hurt?
No, not badly. They took him to the county hospital where they're awfully afraid he'll recover.
Oh, that's great work, Hildy.
Yeah. Now, what about my $450?
You'll get it in 15 minutes.
I'd better get it in 15 minutes.
Listen, Hildy, have I ever lied to you? I tell you, you'll have that dough right away.
Louis right here in the office, and I'll send him over to the press room with it.
All right, Walter. I'll trust you once more, but don't fail me, will you? Bruce is waiting downstairs in a taxi.
Oh, he is? Wait a minute, Hildy. Hey, Louis. Louis, come here.
Yeah, boss.
Is that bangle dame outside?
You mean that blonde babe? Yeah.
Get her in here.
Walter, listen.
Just a minute, Hildy. Be right with you.
Here she is, boss.
Hiya, Walter.
Come here. Now get this straight. There's a guy waiting in a taxi in front of the criminal courts building. His name is Bruce Baldwin. Get over there right away.
You want me to go into my act?
Yeah, can you handle him?
I never flopped on you yet, have I?
All right, beat it. You've only got 10 minutes.
Hey, Walter, I'm still on here.
Okay, Hildy. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Walter, about that $450.
I know. Hold on a minute. Hey, Louis, I need $450 in counterfeit money.
$450?
Yeah, in counterfeit. Can you get it for me?
I got that much right here in my pocket.
Well, that's a coincidence. Take it over to Hildy.
Do you want I should tell her it's phony?
No, you don't. Just give it to her.
Okay.
Hello, Hildy. It's on the way.
Well, it better be. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Hildy. Oh, and Hildy, good luck on your honeymoon, honey.
Press room. Yeah. Wait a minute. Hey, Hildy Johnson.
Right here. Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Hildy.
Bruce, I thought you were waiting in the taxi.
Hildy, something awful has happened.
What?
Hildy, listen. I'm in jail again.
Oh, for the love of... What for?
Well, they called it mashing.
Oh, you didn't, did you?
Oh, no, Hildy. I was sitting right in the taxi right where you left me, and the young lady seemed to have a dizzy spell. And...
Well, was she a blonde?
Yeah, she's a blonde, very blonde.
Oh,
And
never mind. I know what happened. Bruce, where are you?
the 26th precinct.
All right, I'll get you out as soon as I can. Goodbye.
Anything I can do, Hildy?
Yeah, you can stab Walter Burns in the back for me, that dirty double. Oh. Listen, I've got to bail somebody out again. How much money have you got?
$1.80.
Andy, how about you?
64 cents.
Oh, thanks. You can buy an annuity.
Hey, Hildy, look sore again.
Press room, McHugh speaking. No, I can't get an official statement yet.
Hey, boys, here's the mayor.
Wait a minute. The mayor just walked in. I'll call you back.
What do you say, Mayor? How about a statement?
Come on, Mayor. Get out of here.
Quiet, please. Don't pester me now, boys. I've got a lot on my mind. Have you seen Sheriff Hartwell?
It's hard to tell you, Ronnie. You see, there's so many cockroaches around here.
Now, wait a minute. What about that statement, John?
Sure, we go to press in 20 minutes.
Boys.
Give us a statement on the election.
Yeah, what effect is all this going to have on the voters?
None whatsoever. How can an unavoidable misfortune like this have any influence on the upright citizens of our fair city?
Baloney.
Excuse me, boys. This is Honor here. Where's the mayor?
Hi, Sheriff.
Here, Sheriff.
Mayor, I've been looking all over for you.
I've been looking for you. We've got to have a talk, Sheriff.
And so do we. What's the dope, Sheriff? How did Williams get out?
And what was he doing in your office, Sheriff?
Where did he get the gun?
Now, wait. Just a minute, boys, and I'll tell you. I've got him located.
Oh, Williams? Where?
Out at the place he used to live on Center Street. I just got the tip.
Why didn't you say so?
The rifle squad's just going out. Well, Mayor, you wanted to see me?
I certainly did. Pete, you're through.
Through?
I mean, I'm scratching your name off the ticket Tuesday and running Sherman in your place.
Oh, now, Fred, I'm doing everything I can.
Well, it ain't enough. Do you realize there are 200,000 votes at stake, and if Earl Williams don't hang, we're going to lose him?
But we're going to hang him, Fred. He can't get away. Come in.
Excuse me. I'm looking
What do you want?
Are you Sheriff Hartwell?
I'm Hartwell. What is it?
You're a hard fellow to find, Sheriff. I have a message here from the governor.
What's from the governor?
It's a reprieve for Earl Williams.
For who?
Earl Williams, reprieve.
Pete, you said there wasn't going to be a reprieve.
Fred, please.
It frightens me to think of what I'd like to do to you.
Fred.
Shut up. You. Come here.
You mean me?
Yeah. Who else was there when the governor gave you this reprieve?
Nobody. He was out fishing.
Pete, get the governor on the phone.
Oh, he's not there now. He's out duck shooting.
Fishing? Duck shooting? A guy does nothing more strenuous for 40 years than play pinochle. He gets elected governor, and right away he thinks he's Tarzan.
Look at this reprieve, Fred. Insane, he says. He knows very well that Williams isn't insane.
Well, I never
Pure
met the
politics.
man, but...
Hello? Yes, this is Hartwell. What? Where? Holy Moses. Hold the wire a minute.
Well, what is it?
They got Williams. They got him surrounded. The rifle squad has him out in his house.
Tell him to hold the wire.
Hold the wire.
Cover up that transmitter. You, come here. Now listen. You never arrived with this reprieve, get it?
Yes, I did. Don't you remember? I came in that door.
How much do you make a week?
$22.50.
How would you like to have a job for $350 a month? That's almost $100 a week.
Who, me?
Well, who do you think? Now, listen. They need a fella like you in the city sealer's office.
In the what?
In the city sealer's office.
You mean I should work in the city?
Yes.
Oh, my wife wouldn't like that.
Well, why not?
Well, you see, my wife lives with my family in the country.
Well, that's all right. Just bring her here. We'll pay all your expenses.
Oh, this puts me in a peculiar position.
No, it doesn't. Now, remember, you never delivered this reprieve. You got caught in traffic or something. Now, get out of here and don't let anybody see you.
Yes, but how do
Come
I
in
know?
and see me in my office tomorrow. No, by the way, what's your name?
Pettibone. What's yours?
Pettibone.
Really?
No. Listen. All you've got to do is to lay low and keep your mouth shut.
Well, I'm tired anyhow.
All right, now beat it.
Okay, but it's a funny
Go
thing.
on, beat it. Get out.
Hello? Wait a minute. What'll I tell him, Mayor?
Tell him to shoot to kill.
What?
You heard what I said.
But the reprieve...
Quiet and do as I tell you.
Hello, Olson. Shoot to kill. That's orders.
Come in.
Hiya, Hildy.
Oh, it's you double-crossing hyena. What did you and Mr. Burns pull this time?
What's the matter, Hildy?
Don't give me that innocent stuff. You had Mr. Baldwin thrown in the jug again.
Who, me?
Oh, shut up. Did you bring that money?
Oh, yeah, $400.
$450.
All right, you can't blame a guy for trying. Here, and you better give me a receipt.
I'll give you a scar.
Yeah, I got plenty of them. So long, Hildy.
So long, you rat. Hello, operator. I want to call the 26th Precinct Police Station.
Drop that phone, or I'll kill you.
Never mind, operator. Hello, Earl.
You're not going to tell anybody where I am. I got away from them, across the roof, down the fire escape. They'll never get me.
Earl, put down that gun.
No, I won't.
No, you're not going to shoot me, Earl. I'm your friend, remember? I was in your cell a little while ago. I've got to write that story about you, remember? You don't want to hurt your friends,
Don't
Earl.
you move. Maybe you're my friend, and maybe you're not. You can't trust anybody in this crazy world.
I don't blame you. If I were in your place, I wouldn't trust anybody either.
Wait a minute. Where you going?
I was just going to pull down the shade so no one will see you.
No, you're not. You're going to get somebody.
No, I wouldn't get anybody, Earl.
Yes, you will. You get him after me again. I won't let you do it.
No.
I'll kill you.
No, Earl, don't shoot!
I guess I fired all the shells.
Oh. Earl, give me that gun.
I'm awful tired.
Now, listen. Those reporters will be coming back here any minute.
I don't care. I'm not afraid to die. I was telling the fella that when he handed me the gun.
Keep quiet. Hello, Post. Walter Burns.
Waking me up in the middle of the night.
talking to me about things they don't understand.
Shut up.
I wish they'd take me back and hang me.
They will if you don't keep quiet.
Burns talking.
Walter, Hildy, something terrific's happened. You better get down here right away.
What's the matter?
I've got Earl Williams.
What?
Earl Williams right here in the press room. I've got him.
On the level?
So help me, but hurry, I need you.
Open up. Hildy, open up.
Walter.
Well, where is he?
Oh, I thought you'd never get here.
Come on in, Louis. Close that door.
Okay, boss.
I brought Louis along just in case. Now, where's William?
He's in the desk.
What? What desk?
The big one there. I stuck him in there and pulled down the roller.
No. Well, open it up and let's get a look at him. Hiya, Williams.
Let me out of here. I can't stand it in here.
Shut up. You're sitting pretty. Hey, get back in there. Who's that at the door?
I don't know.
Hildy, let me in.
Oh, for the love of Mike, it's Bruce's mother.
Hildy.
Coming.
Hildy, are you crazy? Don't let that dame in here.
I've got to. I'll get rid of her right away.
Well,
Oh, come in, Mother.
don't you mother me, playing cat and mouse with my poor boy, keeping him locked up.
Mother, I can explain
Making
that.
us miss 2 trains and you supposed to get married tomorrow.
I'll go with you in 5 minutes.
You don't have to go with me at all. Just give me Bruce's money and you can stay here forever as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, please, Mother.
Let me out of here.
Shut up.
What was that?
What, lady, what?
There's a man in that desk.
Oh, don't be silly, lady. What would a man be doing in a desk?
There's something funny here.
Shut up, will you, lady?
I won't shut up. You're doing something wrong.
Mother, please.
Louis, get this dame out of here.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Go on, Louis. Take her over to Pollock Mike.
No.
Hello, lady.
Let me alone.
My name is Louis Peluso.
Walter.
Lock her up and see that she doesn't talk to anyone on the way.
What do I tell him?
Tell him it's a case of DTs. Go on.
Let me go.
Come
Let me
on,
go.
lady. Come
Don't
on.
worry, Mother. This is only temporary. Oh, Walter, what have you done?
Come here, Hildy.
Now, let me go. I've got to go with her. I've got to get Bruce out of jail.
Get Bruce out of jail. How can you worry about a man who's resting in a nice, quiet police station when this is going on? Hildy, this is war. You can't desert me now.
Oh, get off that trapeze. You got your story right over there in the desk. Go on, smear it all over the front page. Earl Williams captured by the Morning Post. But I'm getting out.
Oh, you drooling idiot. What do you mean you're getting out? There are 365 days in the year you can get married, but how many times have you got a murderer locked up in a desk? Once in a lifetime. Hildy, you got the whole city by the seat of its pants.
Oh, sure, I know.
You know. You've got the brains of a pancake. That wasn't a story you covered. It was a revolution. This is the greatest yarn in journalism since Livingston discovered Stanley.
It's the other way around.
Oh, don't get technical. You realize what you've done? You've taken a city that's been graft-ridden for 40 years under the same old gang, and with one yarn, you're kicking them out.
What?
Sure. We'll make such monkeys out of these ward healers next Tuesday that nobody will vote for them, not even their own wives.
I get it.
You've kicked over the whole city hall like an apple cart. You put one administration out and the other one in. This isn't just a newspaper story, Hildy. It's a career.
Oh, Walter, I never figured it that way.
Oh, you're still a doll-faced hick, that's why.
We'll be the white-haired boys,
Well,
won't we?
sure. Well, Hildy, they'll be naming streets after you. Hildy Johnson Street. There'll be statues of you in the parks. By tomorrow morning, I'll bet you there's a Hildy Johnson cigar. I can see the billboards now. Light up with a Hildy Johnson.
Oh, all right, Walter. Stop acting. We have a lot of work to do.
So now you're talking.
What are you going to do with Williams?
Or we'll take him over to my private office. Where's our phone?
That one over there. Now, Walter, how are you going to take him out? They'll see him.
We'll carry the desk over. Hello?
You can't move the desk. It's crawling with cops outside.
Well, we'll load out the window with pulleys. Now quit stalling. Come on, start pounding out a lead.
How much do you want on it?
All the words you got. Hello, give me Duffy.
Walter, can I call the mayor a bird of prey?
Call him anything you like. Hello, Duffy. Get set. We've got the biggest story of the year. Earl Williams captured by the Morning Post. Exclusive. Yeah. Hildy.
Oh, Bruce.
Hey, wait a minute, Duffy. What do you want here, Bruce?
I came to see Hildy.
Bruce, I'm awfully busy.
Hildy, I just want you to ask you one question.
How did you get out of jail?
Not through any help of yours.
Hey, listen, will you get out of here?
Bruce, I'll explain the whole thing later.
Where's Mama? She said she was coming up here.
Well, she left.
Oh, where did Mama go?
Oh, I don't know. Out someplace.
Well, I don't understand. Did she get the money?
No. She left in a hurry. The money's right there in my purse. Now, Bruce, $450 right there. Take it.
Hildy, I'm taking the 9 o'clock train.
Oh, let her alone, will you, buddy?
Bruce,
I
please.
just wanted you to answer one question. You don't want to come with me, do you?
Oh, Bruce.
Answer me, Hildy. You don't want to, do you?
Now, look here, my good man.
You shut up, Burns. You're doing all this to her. She wanted to get away from you and everything you stand for. Hildy, are you going to give up everything for a man like this?
No, I'm not, but something's happened, Bruce. Wait till I tell you.
You tell him nothing. He's a spy.
I'm not a spy.
Hello.
Hildy, you're coming with me right now.
Oh, no, Bruce, give me just a second. Can't you see? This is the biggest thing in my life.
Oh, I see what you are now. You're just like Walter Burns and all the rest.
Sure, that's what I am.
Well, I'm glad I found out in time. I'm leaving, Hildy.
Hello, Duffy. Get hold of Butcher Connor.
Well, if you change your mind, I'm leaving on the 9 o'clock train.
Well, where is he?
Wait, Bruce, listen. If you want me, take me as I am instead of trying to to turn me into a housewife. I'm not a suburban bridge player. I'm a newspaper man.
That's all I wanted to know. Goodbye, Hildy. Hildy, have you got that lead?
Have I? Boy, take a look at this. It's terrific.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Claudette Colbert, Fred MacMurray, and Jack Carson, will bring you Act 3 of His Girl Friday. And now we have an opportunity to take a look at the fall styles through the eyes of an expert, Miss Colma Flake, Western fashion editor of the famous publication Motion Picture Magazine. As a mere man, Miss Flake, I won't presume to ask you specific questions on a subject that I know nothing about. So won't you go right ahead and give us a few highlights on current fashions?
Well, Mr. Ruick, there are several important differences between this and last year's silhouettes. While skirts are slimmer and straighter, side drapery is used on some costumes, but only to accent the essential lines of the skirt. In other words, simplicity of line and careful cutting of the fabric are most important. Woolen dresses in soft colors are high style. Many of them are to be worn with short fur jackets. The color of the dress to blend with the fur. By the way, Barbara Stanwyck has such a costume in lovely beige and brown tones. Most women will be glad to hear that satin hats draped close to the head are in style. Worn with a woolen dress, they give that sophisticated look we all love. Paulette Goddard has ordered one in a stunning new light shade of brown. Black, of course, is more popular than ever. There's an effective richness in many of the black costumes shown. This is achieved by touches of unexpected colors, especially olive, slate blue, or dull gold. The effect is made more striking by a single piece of handsome jewelry. If you have an heirloom piece in gold and black enamel, by all means wear it. Personally, I certainly congratulate you, Mr. Ruick, on offering this beautiful Scarlett O'Hara brooch at this time. It's just the thing from a style point of view as well as lovely in itself. The pure white of the simulated cameo against the glistening ebony background is very striking, and the gold finish setting is very rich looking. It's quite perfect at the neckline of a black dress, or with one of the dark greens or soft blues so popular right now. To sum up, styles will be simple and rich and distinguished looking this fall, and handsome jewelry pieces like this will be just the thing to complete the effect of simplicity and richness.
Thank you, Miss Flake. Again, as a mere man, let me say that I'm glad those little satin hats are back again. I like them. And now let me tell all of you just once more how easy it is to get one of these handsome, simulated cameo brooches of the same design worn by Vivian Lee as Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. Just get an order blank from your dealer, or write your name and address on a piece of paper and mail it together with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. You'll be thrilled and delighted with the beauty and the fine craftsmanship of your Scarlett O'Hara brooch. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how to get additional matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. You can have a ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings, all of the same lovely Scarlett O'Hara design, and all at amazing bargain prices. So don't delay. Send 3 wrappers and 15 cents in coin to Box 1, New York City, for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch tomorrow. Remember the address, Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of His Girl Friday. A few more whirlwind minutes have passed, and the convict Earl Williams is still safe and sound in the roll-top desk. Hildy still types furiously to finish the story for the late edition, and Walter is still on the phone.
Listen, Duffy, did you tell Butch to take a taxi, that every minute counts? Well, who's he bringing with him? All right, stay near the phone. Butch is on his way over with 4 mugs. He's going to help us move out the desk. All we got to do is hold out for 15 minutes.
The boys will be back. They'll be coming in here to phone.
Hey, Williams, are you all right in there?
Knock on the desk.
Hey, listen, Williams. I'm going to knock 3 times. That's our signal, see? You get it? Answer with 3 knocks if you're okay. Atta, baby. 3 knocks is me. Now, don't forget. You got enough air? Ah, good boy. Well, come on, Hildy. Tear into it. Don't sit there like a frozen robin.
I just thought of something. You've messed up my whole life. Do you know that? Bruce is gone. His mother's... What am I going to do?
Oh, finish the story, Hildy. Duffy's waiting.
I'd have been on that train by now.
Come on, Hildy.
Oh, what a sap I am falling for your line. Naming streets after me.
Well, you've had a nice rest now. Get back to work, will you? Hello, who is it?
Hey, boss, it's me. It's Louie.
Now, wait a minute. Come on in quick.
Listen, boss.
Hey, what's the matter, Louie? Where'd you get that black eye?
Boss.
Where's Mrs. Baldwin?
What'd you do with her? Where is she? You been in a fight?
Down Western Avenue we was going 65 miles an hour. You know what I mean?
Hey, take that mush out of your mouth.
Where's the old lady?
I'm telling you, we run smack into a police patrol. You know what I mean? We busted it in half.
Oh, was she hurt?
Can you imagine bumping into a load of cops? They come rolling out like oranges.
But what did you do with her?
Search me. When I come to, I was running down 34th Street.
Oh, Butterfingers. She'd be an old dame to take somewhere, and you hand her over to the cops.
What do you mean I hand her? The cops was on the wrong side of the street.
Yeah, now everything's fine. She's probably squawking her head off in some police station.
I don't think she's squawking much. You know what I mean?
What? Oh, don't tell me. You mean she was killed?
There's an awful good chance.
Oh, my... Dad! Oh, this is the end. Oh,
no, it's fate, Hildy. What will be, will be.
But what am I going to say to Bruce? What can I tell him?
Oh, look, honey, if he really loves you, you won't have to tell him anything.
Oh, I killed her. I'm responsible. Oh, what am I going to do? How can I ever face him again?
Look at me, Hildy.
I'm looking at you, you murderer.
Oh, now, if it was my own mother, I'd carry on. You know I would for the paper.
Louis, where did it happen?
Western and 34th.
I'm going out.
Hey, we can do more right here. Now, be calm.
Be calm? How can I?
Hey, listen.
Boss, it's the sheriff.
Yeah, and the reporters from every sheet in town. Now we're in a sweet spot.
Spot or no spot, I'm leaving.
Don't open that door, Hildy.
Just a minute, Johnson.
Let me alone.
Don't let her get away, Sheriff.
Take your hands off
Hold her,
me.
boys.
Hey, just a minute, Sheriff. Who do you think you are breaking in here like this?
You can't bluff me, Burns. I don't care who you are or what paper you're editor
Now,
of.
let me go, fellows. Something's happened to Mrs. Baldwin.
Hang on to her.
Hey, what's the idea?
I'll tell you what the idea is. One of the prisoners was looking out of the jail window about an hour ago, and he saw a man come down the fire escape and into this window. That man was Earl Williams.
What are you doing, Hildy? Hiding him for a scoop?
Come on.
I don't know anything about it. Let me out of here.
She knows plenty. Come on, Sheriff. Give her the 3rd degree.
Where is he, Johnson? Where you got him?
You're barking up the wrong tree, Sheriff.
I'll give you 3 minutes to tell me where he is. Come on, where is he?
All right. He went over to the hospital to call on Professor Egelhofer.
What?
Yeah, with a big bag of marshmallows.
Here, lady, is this the place?
Yes, this is the police officer.
Mother, I'm so glad to see you. Are you all right?
That's the man officer right there.
What's the idea here?
This lady claims she was kidnapped, Sheriff.
What?
They dragged me all the way down the stairs and put me in a taxicab.
Just a minute. Did this man here have anything to do with it?
Now, listen,
Why, he was the one in charge of the whole thing. He told them to kidnap me.
Excuse me, madam. Are you referring to me?
You know you did.
What about this, Burns? Kidnapping, huh?
Oh, trying to frame me, eh? I never saw this woman before in my life.
Oh, what a thing to say.
Now, look here, madam. Be honest. If you were out joyriding, plastered, and getting into some scrape, why don't you admit it? Instead of accusing innocent people.
Oh, you ruffian. How dare you talk like that to me?
He's just a little crazy, Mother.
I'll tell you something more.
Yes?
I'll tell you why he did it.
Go on, madam.
I was in here, and they had someone with them. They were hiding him.
Hiding him? In here?
Yes.
Madam, that's a bare-faced lie.
What was that?
Burns just banged on that desk.
Yeah, but someone banged back.
There's somebody in that desk.
Earl Williams. It's Earl Williams. He's in the desk. Stand back, you men. Come out, Williams. Come out, do you hear? We've got you covered. Open that desk.
All right. You got me. Now go ahead. Shoot me.
Grab him. Grab that man. I got him, Sheriff. Take him down to the jail and swear out a warrant for the arrest of Walter Burns and Hildy Johnson. Sheriff Hartwell speaking. Oh, yes, Prostowski. Come over to the press room as soon as you can. The mayor and I are holding a couple of important birds. We want you to take their confessions. Shake it up. Be over in 10 minutes, Mayor.
Fine work, Pete. Fine work. You certainly delivered the goods. I'm proud of you.
Look kind of natural with handcuffs on, don't they, Fred?
A sight for sore eyes.
Aiding an escaped criminal and a little charge of kidnapping.
Looks like about 10 years apiece for you, Words.
Does it?
Anytime you think you can lick the Morning Post, it's time for you to get out of town.
Oh, your luck's not with you now. It isn't going to help you this time. You're through.
Listen, the last man who said that to me cut his throat a week later.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. We've been in worse jams than this, haven't we, Hildy?
Nope.
You forget the power that always watches over the Morning Post?
Well, it's not with you now.
Yeah, you're going to be in office about 2 days more.
Yeah, and then we're pulling your nose right out of the feed bag.
Oh, the power of the press.
Listen, bigger men than you have found out what the power of the press is. Presidents and kings.
Hello, Sheriff.
Oh, get out of here.
You remember me? My name is Pettibone.
Get out.
Here's your reprieve, Sheriff.
Did you hear me? Beat it.
You can't bribe me. Now, my wife says...
Hey, what is this?
Get out of here.
No, I won't. Here's your reprieve. I don't want to be a city sealer.
Pete, who is this man?
Well, I don't know, Fred. Get out.
Just a minute. Who is trying to bribe you?
They wouldn't take the reprieve.
What did I tell you? An unseen power.
Why, the man's insane.
Frame up.
Trying to hang an innocent man to win an election,
That's
huh?
a lie.
I never saw him before.
Say, you. What's your name?
Pettibone. Joe Pettibone. What's yours?
When did you deliver this reprieve, Pettibone?
Who did you talk to?
They started right in bribing me.
Who's they?
Them. Those two men.
Why, that's absurd on the face of it. He's talking like a child.
Out of the mouths of babes.
Why, he's insane or drunk or something. Why, if this unfortunate man, Williams, has really been reprieved, I personally am tickled to death. Aren't you, Pete?
Oh, sure. You'd hang your own mother to be reelected.
That's a horrible thing to say about anybody, Miss Johnson.
Well, never mind that now. Let's have your story, Mr. Pettibone.
Well, 19 years ago, I married Mrs. Pettibone.
Yes, well, you can skip all that.
Sheriff, this reprieve is authentic. Our Commonwealth has been spared the painful necessity of shedding blood.
Oh, get down off of the soapbox. Save that for the Tribune.
Pete, take those handcuffs off my friend.
I was just going to.
Well, hurry up. I'm amazed at you doing a thing like that.
Well, I was only doing my duty. Nothing personal in it.
No, of course not.
What did you say your name was?
Pettibone. Here's a picture of my wife.
Oh, yes, a very fine-looking woman.
She's good enough for me. But if my wife heard
I understand that perfectly, Mr. Pettibone. And as long as I am mayor...
Which ought to be about 3 hours more, I'd say.
Just long enough for us to put out a special edition asking for your recall.
And your arrest. You know, you little boys ought to get about 10 years apiece, I think.
Now, I wouldn't make any hasty decisions, Mr. Burns. You might run into a thumping big libel suit.
You're going to run into the governor.
Well, my old friend, the governor, and I understand each other perfectly.
Yes, so do I.
So do you what you who do. And now, Mr. Pettibone, if you'll come with us, we'll take you over to the warden's office and deliver this reprieve. Come along, Pettibone. So long, Walter.
So long, you crook.
Right this way.
Wait until those two future jailbirds read the Morning Post tomorrow.
That was a tight squeeze.
Hello, give me Duffy.
That was the worst jam we've been in a long time.
Yeah. What? Well, where is he? Well, get him.
You remember the time we stole old Lady Haggerty's stomach off the coroner's physician?
Yeah.
We proved she'd been poisoned.
Yeah.
We had to hide out for a week. Do you remember that? The Shoreland Hotel. That's how we happened
Yeah, don't forget, we could have gone to jail for that, too. You know that.
Yeah, I guess we could.
Yeah. You know, maybe you're right, Hildy. It's a bad business. You're better off out of it. You better get going.
Where'll I go?
To Bruce, of course.
Well, you know he's gone. He took the 9 o'clock train.
Well, just send him a wire and get on that train. He'll be waiting for you at the station when you get to Albany. Get going, Hildy.
Get going, Hildy. What is that with you?
Can't you understand? I'm doing something noble for once in my life. Now, go on, get out of here before I change my mind.
Walter, listen.
Go on, it's tough enough now.
Just a minute.
Go on, send the fellow a wire. He'll be waiting when you get there.
Oh, I get it. The same old act, isn't it? Trying to push me out of here, figuring that I'll be stupid enough to want to stay.
I know I deserve that, Hildy. Hello. Oh, wait a minute, Duffy. But this time you're wrong, Hildy. I made fun of Bruce and Albany and all that sort of thing. You know why?
Why?
Because I was jealous of him. Because I was sore at him for offering you the sort of life that I can't give you. That's what you want, isn't it?
Well, I could stay and do the story and take the train in the morning.
No. Forget it. Goodbye, dear, and good luck. Oh, hold on a second, Duffy.
I'll answer that. Hello, Hildy Johnson.
Hildy, this is Bruce.
Bruce?
Hildy, something awful has happened.
Oh, Bruce, not again. What jail are you in?
The 24th precinct.
But what for?
We're trying to pass counterfeit money.
What do you mean, counterfeit money? Where did you get it?
You gave it to me.
I did. Oh.
Hildy, I've got to get out of here.
Oh. Okay, I'll fix it up somehow.
Hey, Duffy, hang on.
Oh.
Oh, no, honey, don't cry, please. I didn't mean to make you cry. You never cried before.
I thought you were really sending me away to Bruce. I didn't know you had him locked up. I thought you were going to stand by and let me go off with Bruce and not do a thing about it.
Oh, go on. What'd you think? I wasn't a chump.
I thought you didn't love me.
Well, what were you thinking with?
I don't know. Well, what are you standing there gawking for? We have to get him out of jail. Send Louis down and give him some honest money so he can go back to Albany where he belongs.
Sure. Hey, Duffy, tell Louis to stand by. Yeah, we're coming over to the office. No, don't worry about the story. Hildy's going to write it. No, she's not quitting. She never intended to. We're going to get married.
Can we go on a honeymoon this time, Walter?
Sure, honey. Hey, Duffy, you can be managing editor. No, not permanently, just for a couple of weeks while we're on our honeymoon.
Oh, Walter.
I don't know where we're going. Hey, Hildy, where are we going?
Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls, Duffy.
A whole 2 weeks, Walter?
What? I can't hear you, Duffy. Strike? What strike? In Albany? Oh, I can't ask Hildy to spend...
We'll spend our honeymoon in Albany.
Okay, Duffy. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Come on, Hildy, we've got to go to Albany. Say, I wonder if Bruce can put us up.
The curtain falls, and whatever the future of Hildy and her boss, I imagine it won't be dull. Now Claudette Colbert and Fred MacMurray return to the microphone.
Well, it seems a little quiet here, CB.
No guns, no telephones, no sirens. How can you stand it, Fred?
If I ever acquire a newspaper, you two are hired. And instead of seeing a picture or listening to the radio for entertainment, I'll just go down to the office.
I wouldn't count too much on the profit, CB. Funny thing, though, the last time I played one of these reporter parts, it was in a picture with Claudette, the Gilded Lily.
And they tell me that Claudette, as a foreign correspondent, has a very sharp eye for news in Arise, My Love, that you just finished for Paramount.
Well, CB, this may not be news, but I have enjoyed coming back to the Lux Radio Theater. And I'm still a staunch supporter of Lux soap. I think it's a grand complexion care, and I use it all the time. But it's possible you've heard me say that before.
Mm-hmm. That's something we can't hear too often about Lux soap, Claudette. Because we know it's true, and because it comes from you.
What's the prospect for next week, CB?
The prospect for next Monday, Fred, well, we're flying high. Our play is Wings of the Navy, and our stars are George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne. It's an exciting drama of adventure in the air and romance on the ground. A story of heroism and sacrifice, with George Brent and John Payne as aviators, and Olivia de Havilland as the girl they both love.
I remember the picture, CB, and I know you'll have a thrilling play next Monday night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And in the words of one W. Winchell, orchids to both of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in Wings of the Navy. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as sheriff, Edward Marr as Louis, Lou Merrill as mayor, Chester Clute as Pettibone, Warren Ash as McHugh, Charles Seal as Murphy, Edwin Max as Endicott, Verna Felton as Mrs. Baldwin, Tony Hughes as Earl Williams, Sherman Nichols as Duffy, and Catherine Keyes and Hal Gerard. Fred MacMurray is currently appearing on the screen in the Paramount picture Rangers of Fortune. Jack Carson is featured in the RKO picture Lucky Partners. His Girl Friday was based on The Front Page by Ben Hecht and Charles MacArthur. The Scarlett O'Hara brooch, offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, is designed after one worn by Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture, produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck, Ray Miland, and Charles Colbert in The Lady Eve. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater will be curtailed to 45 minutes so that we may all hear the President of the United States, Vice President Wallace, and Secretary of Agriculture Wickard. Keep tuned to this station, and you will be sure to hear them. Now, compared to what Barbara Stanwyck does to Ray Miland in tonight's play, The Lady Eve, the woes of Adam seem like the life of Riley. Eve used an apple. Miss Stanwyck, aided and abetted by Charles Colbert, uses a deck of cards, a treacherous disguise, and a tropic moon. After what Barbara did with this blitzkrieg combination in the Paramount picture, Ray Miland should be forewarned of what's ahead of him tonight. But the Lady Eve gets her just desserts. She may be a card sharp, but she's helpless when love deals aces from the bottom of the deck. This time every year, I take on a little extra job, one that seems to go very well with producing pictures and radio plays, and also with Lux toilet soap. Schools and colleges all over the country send photographs of the girls in their graduating classes and ask me to pick the most beautiful. A very simple request, but not easy to answer. At first glance, it usually looks like a tie. In those cases, I suspect that all the girls have been using Lux toilet soap since they were able to talk. And a girl can say, Lux very young. Now the curtain and the first act of The Lady Eve, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Jean Harrington, Ray Miland as Charles Pike, and Charles Colbert as Colonel Harrington.
He's coming on board now, Charles Pike.
There he is, Myrtle. Charles Pike himself.
Who's he, Mama?
What do you care? He's worth a fortune and he's single. Go put on your shorts.
The catch of the season is just coming aboard the steamship Southern Queen, anchored at the mouth of the Amazon. Returning from a scientific expedition in the Brazilian jungle, young and single Charles Pike climbs the ship's ladder, and every mother with an eligible daughter gives him a sickening smile. At the rail of the boat are Colonel Harrington and his daughter, Jean. The Colonel and Jean, however, are not interested in marrying the Pike fortune. They have a better way to get it.
A very likely prospect, my dear.
Yeah, I hope he thinks he's a wizard at cards.
My fingers are itching already. Maybe I ought to go to the cabin and fix up a nice cold deck.
I wish he had a fat wife so I wouldn't have to dance in the moonlight with him. I don't know why it is, but a sucker always steps on your feet.
A mug is a mug in everything.
Well, I don't see why I have to do all the dirty work. There must be plenty of rich old dames just waiting for you to push them around.
Don't be vulgar, Jean. Let us be crooked, but never common. Ah, here's Gerald. Gerald.
Oh, there you are, sir.
Well, Gerald, did you get the lowdown on him?
Oh, yes, sir, I did.
Come on, Gerald, forget the butler act. Is the sucker rich?
As the purser so picturesquely put it, the sucker is dripping with dough.
Good.
What does he own, Pike's Peak?
Oh, no. Pike's Pale, the ale that won for Yale.
Bartender, another bottle of Pike's, please.
Pike's ale, please. 2 more Pike's ale. Straighten your seams, darling.
Oh, why, of course. I was just very, very interesting.
Look at them ordering ale. Every dame at the bar is going to pass out with galloping hiccups.
They don't seem to be making much of an impression on Mr. Pike. I think it's time you got acquainted with him, my dear.
Look at that girl over to his left. Look over to your left, sucker. See those nice store teeth all beaming at you? No, she doesn't like them. Now he's getting up to go.
He's coming this way, Jean.
Move your chair back, Harry. I'm going to trip him on his face.
You think that's a good way to meet him?
Well, nobody else is getting any place. Look out. Here he is. Oh! Oh, why don't you look where you're going?
Why don't I look?
You stuck out your foot and...
Look what you did to my shoe. You knocked the heel off.
Oh, I did? Well, I'm certainly sorry.
If you didn't, you can take me right down to my cabin for another pair of slippers.
Oh, well, I guess it's the least I can do. By the way, my name is Pike.
Oh, everybody knows that. Nobody's talking about anything else. This is my father, Colonel Harrington. My name is Jean. It's really Eugenia. My cabin's down this way. Come on. All right, you can come in.
Say, this is quite a cabin you've got here.
Yes. Pretty cozy, isn't it?
Yeah. Say,
Something burning?
holy Moses.
What's the matter?
That perfume.
What's the matter with it?
Oh, nothing. It's just that I've been up the Amazon for a year, and they don't use perfume. Smells good.
Oh. The shoes are over here in the trunk, and because you were so polite, you can pick them out and put them on if you like.
Put them on? You?
Well, not on you. Go ahead.
Holy Moses, look at all those shoes.
See anything you like?
Yeah. Gosh, it doesn't seem possible for anybody to wear anything this size.
Oh, that's pretty. You'll have to kneel down, Mr. Pike. To put them on me.
Oh, sure.
That's right. You know, you should have been a shoe salesman. Don't you feel well?
Oh, I'm all right.
Tell me, what were you doing up the Amazon?
Looking for snakes. I'm an ophiologist.
I thought you were in the beer business.
Beer? Ale.
What's the difference?
Between beer and ale?
Yes.
Listen, my father would burst a blood vessel if he heard you say that. There's a big difference. Ale's sort of fermented on the top or something, and beer's fermented on the bottom, or maybe it's the other way around. Anyway, there's no similarity at all.
Oh.
You know, it's funny to be kneeling here at your feet talking about beer.
You've probably heard a lot about it.
Yes, all my life. Ever since I was 6 years old, the kids called me Hopsy. Hopsy Pike.
Hello, Hopsy.
Oh, make it Charlie, will you, please?
All right. But there's something kind of cute about Hopsy. All finished?
Yes. You know, maybe you were right about the shoe business. I never realized before how lovely it could be.
Oh, thank you. Well,
Well?
we'd better get back now.
Yes, I guess so. You see, where I've been, I mean, up the Amazon, I mean, when you haven't seen a girl in a long time, there's something about that perfume.
Don't you like my perfume?
Like it? I'm cockeyed on it.
Why, Hopsy, you ought to be kept in a cage. Come along, Hopsy.
There you are, my dear. Well, it certainly took you long enough to get back in the same dress.
Mr. Pike wanted to hold hands. He's been up a river for a year.
Oh, now, look, I am sorry if
Pay no attention to my daughter's ribaldry. It always comes out in the women of our family. The men are all missionaries, with the exception of myself.
And what an exception.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Pike? I've just been amusing myself with a little solitaire.
Oh, cards. Oh, well, by the way, have you seen this one? Now you see the card, and now you don't.
Oh, he does card tricks.
Well, bless my soul. Do that again, will you?
Certainly. Now you see it, now you don't.
Amazing.
Wonderful.
You see, you palm it in this hand. Of course, it takes a good deal of practice.
Oh, I can well imagine it might. It's a good thing I know who you are, or I wouldn't play cards with you.
Sir?
Well, you know what they say, my boy. Gamblers on boats.
Oh, you don't really think that...
Oh, of course not, silly. You look as honest as we do.
Oh, thank you.
Not at all.
Just joshing you, my boy. How about a rubber of bridge right now?
Oh, I'd like to.
Oh, you're probably much too good for us, Mr. Pike.
Well, I don't have to play my best.
Well, aren't you sweet?
Who'll we get for a fourth?
Isn't there a three-handed game? I seem vaguely to remember having...
Of course there is, and it'll be much cozier. Will you shuffle?
Well, I'll try. Now, let's see. I am not very good at this. There you are, my boy. At 10 cents a point, I owe you $498.
Oh, now, wait. I didn't want to win from you.
Oh, Father's in the oil business, Mr. Pike. It just keeps bubbling up out of the ground. How much do I owe?
Now, let me see. Roughly $100.
That's rough enough.
Oh, but look, I really feel...
Oh, don't you worry. We'll get it back.
Well, if that's a promise.
You can depend on it.
Well, if you don't mind, I think I'll toddle off and leave you young people to talk about whatever young people talk about.
Good night, sir. I'm really awfully sorry about this.
Oh, beeswax, my boy, beeswax. Good night, Jeannie.
Good night, darling.
Good night. Now, he's a nice fellow, your father.
He's a good card player, too.
Do you think so? Well, I don't want to be rude, but I thought he seemed a little uneven.
He's more uneven sometimes than others.
Well, that's what makes him uneven, of course.
Yes.
But now you, on the other hand, with a little coaching, you could be terrific.
Uh-huh. You really think so?
Oh, yes, you have a definite nose.
Well, I'm glad you like it. Do you like any of the rest of me?
Oh, well, what I meant was in the card-playing sense.
I know what you meant. I was just flirting with you.
Oh. Oh, I see.
You're not going to faint, are you?
Who, me? Oh, no, it's that perfume.
Oh.
Do you think there's dancing any place on board?
Don't you think we ought to get some rest? You can see me to my cabin if you want.
Oh. You know, you're certainly a funny girl for anybody to meet who's been up the Amazon for a year.
It's a good thing you weren't up there 2 years.
Yeah.
Come on.
Say, I'm afraid you're on the wrong deck.
Well, isn't that a coincidence?
Well, for heaven's sake, here's my cabin.
Fantastic.
Would you care to come in and see Emma?
That's a new one, isn't it? All right, why not?
Shh. I don't want to wake her up.
Wake who up?
Emma.
Emma? Who's Emma? I thought that was just a gag.
Well, technically, she's a Columbrina marditsia, a rare type of Brazilian glass snake.
A snake?
Say, she seems to have gotten out of a box.
She's out!
No, don't worry. She's around here someplace.
Oh!
Be careful where you step.
Oh, let me out of
Now,
here!
wait, listen. She's as playful as a kitten. Oh, come back!
Don't you come in here.
Look, I'm terribly sorry. I wouldn't have frightened you for anything
Why
in the
didn't
world.
you tell me you had a slippery
But I thought you
crawly?
understood that Emma was a snake.
How could I understand anything of the kind? Why should I suspect an apparently civilized man?
please.
Look under the bed.
Now, how could she possibly get to your cabin?
Please, please.
Oh, all right. What's this?
Oh!
Oh, it's just a stocking.
Oh. Oh, well, if you see any more, just leave them there. Oh, come over here. Hold me tight. Oh. Oh, you don't know what you've done to me.
Well, I'm terribly sorry. I wouldn't have frightened you for anything in the world. I mean, if there's anyone in the world I wouldn't want to frighten, it's you.
Oh, you're very sweet. Don't let me go.
I won't.
Thank you. How was everything up the Amazon?
All right, thank you.
What are you thinking about?
Nothing.
Are you always going to be interested in snakes?
Well, snakes are my life in a way.
What a life.
I suppose it does sound sort of silly. I mean, I suppose I should have married and settled down.
Why didn't you?
Well, it's just that I've never met her. I suppose she's around somewhere in the world.
Well, I suppose you know what she looks like and everything.
I think so.
How are her teeth?
Hmm?
Well, you should always pick one out with good teeth. It saves expense later.
Oh, now you're kidding me.
No, not badly. You have a right to have an ideal. I guess we all have one.
What does yours look like?
He's a little short guy with lots of money.
Why short?
What does it matter if he's rich? It's so he'll look up to me, so I'll be his ideal.
Funny kind of reasoning.
Yeah, well, look who's reasoning. And when he takes me out to dinner, he'll never add up the check, and he won't smoke greasy cigars or use grease on his hair, and, oh, yes, he won't do card tricks.
Oh. Well, I shouldn't think your kind of ideal was so difficult to find.
Oh, he isn't. That's why he's my ideal. What's the use of having one if you can't ever find him? But when I marry, it's going to be somebody I've never seen before. I won't know what he looks like or where he'll come from or what he'll be. I want him to sort of take me by surprise.
Like a burglar.
Yes, that's right. And the night will be heavy with perfume, and I'll hear a step behind me and somebody breathing heavily. And then What's the matter? You're looking sick again.
Oh, no. I'm not. It's just you. Being so near you, I'd like to be near you always.
Why, Hopkins. Are you proposing to me so soon?
Oh, no, of course not.
Well, then you ought to be more careful. People have been sued for much less.
Well, not by girls like you.
Oh. Don't you know it's dangerous to trust people you don't know very well?
But I know you very well.
No, I mean people you haven't known very long.
I've known you a long time, in a way. Jean.
Good night.
Huh?
Oh, you better go. I think I can sleep peacefully now.
Oh, I wish I could say the same.
Why, Hopsy!
Thank you, Gerald.
High card cuts are on the outside, cold hands in the middle.
cold hands I love, row-dow-dee-da-da-dee.
Hello, Harry. Hello, Gerald.
Hello, Jane. Greetings, my little minx. I hope I find you well, and that your little pal hasn't fallen overboard.
He's all right. He's just gone to dress for dinner.
Then I think, my dear, you'd better do the same, because we are going to play a little cards tonight, and I don't mean old maid.
Harry, I think Charles is in love with me.
No. Of course he's in love with you. Who is he not to be in love with you?
No, I mean on the level, Harry.
Are you suggesting that the others were on the bias?
Oh, stop kidding. You see, I like him, too.
Well, why shouldn't you like him? There's as fine a specimen of the sucker sapiens as I've ever seen.
I think he's going to ask me to marry him.
No.
Yes.
But that's wonderful, Jean. We shall play high card tonight. He won't know an ace from a deuce.
You weren't thinking of taking him, Harry.
Well, what were you thinking of?
Oh, I don't think you understand. This is on the up and up. I'm in love with the poor fish. And I want to be exactly the way he thinks I am, the way he'd like me to be.
I'm sure that's very noble, Jean. And I wish you all the happiness in the world.
And you'll go straight, too, won't you, Harry?
Straight to where?
You know what I mean. You can come and live with us. Think how peaceful you can be.
Playing cribbage with Gerald? I can just see myself. You tend to your knitting. I'll play the cards.
Not with him.
Do you happen to remember that sucker has $600 of ours in his pocket?
Well, I suppose you could take that back.
You bet I could, and a little dividend along with it.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
Yes.
No. And that settles it.
Children don't respect their parents anymore.
I think I've had enough, Colonel. I'll make you out a check for what I owe you.
No, my boy. I wish you wouldn't do that. Here, we'll cut the cards once more. Double or nothing.
No, thanks. I'd rather pay $32,000 than lose a really large amount.
Well, now, this is very embarrassing. Make it out to cash.
It could even be more embarrassing. $32,000 and no cents. Here you are, sir.
I feel terrible, my boy.
Oh, by the way, I'd prefer if you wouldn't tell Jean anything about this.
You may depend upon it.
You certainly may.
Jean.
My sweet.
Charles, you promised me you wouldn't play anymore.
Well, we didn't play anymore, Jean. We were just wiping out my loss.
You need a keeper. And now, Father, that you've taught Charles not to play double or nothing, what are you going to do with that check?
Just this, my pretty child. I shall tear it up.
You mean it was just a joke?
Of course. You don't actually think I'd bleed my own daughter's friend, do you?
Perish the thought. Come on, Charles. You can take me for a walk on deck. Oh, the air is good, isn't it? It makes you feel all clean inside and nice.
Yes. Jean, don't move.
What is it?
You know, I've just understood something.
Yes?
It came over me all of a sudden. I'm in love with you, Jean. I've never loved anyone but you. I know that sounds as dull as a drugstore novel, but it's what I feel. I wish we were married and on our honeymoon right now.
Oh, so do I. But it isn't as simple as all that, Hopsy. I'm terribly in love, and you seem to be too, so one of us has to think and try and keep things clear. Maybe I can do that better than you can. They say a moonlit deck is a woman's business office.
I'm going to kiss you, Jean.
Of course you are, darling.
None of our business, Mr. Pike, but I said to Myrtle, I don't care for those people.
Mrs. Bullock, what are you trying to tell me? What are you talking about?
The Harringtons. Myrtle, show Mr. Pike what we got from the purser's office, dear.
Yes, Mama. You see, Mr. Pike? It's a photograph, and there's something on the back. Listen. Handsome Harry Harrington and his daughter, Jean, professional card shops.
Let me see that.
It's the Harringtons, all right.
Also bunco, oil wells, and occasional gold mines. Card shops.
We're sorry we had to tell you, Mr. Pike, but it's for your own good, of course. And like I said to
May I
Myrtle,
keep this picture?
Certainly. And if you would
Thanks,
like...
goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Pike, will you have dinner with us tonight?
No, I will not.
Why, the ungrateful...
Mama, I thought you said he'd be glad to hear about it.
Shut up!
Straight Scotch, double.
Yes, sir.
Why, Hopsy, What are you doing at the bar at this hour?
Good morning.
Good morning, darling. You look like the last grave over near the willow. Are you worried about something?
Should I be?
Of course you should, falling in love with an adventuress on the high seas.
Are you an adventuress?
Of course I am. All women are. If you waited for a man to propose to you from natural causes, you'd die of old maidenhood.
Jean,
Yes, darling?
you'd better take a look at this photograph.
Oh. It's a rotten likeness, isn't it? I never did care for that picture.
I can understand that.
Oh, please don't look so upset, darling. I was going to tell you when we got to New York. I would have told you last night only. Well, you never know how a person will take a thing like that. Well, maybe I wanted you to love me a little more, too. You believe me, don't you? All right. Anyway, I'm glad you got the picture this morning instead of last night.
You thought you were having a lot of fun with me, didn't you?
Oh, I was having a lot of fun with you, Hopsy. More fun than I've ever had with anybody. You were certainly very funny showing Harry how to palm a card.
You were pretty funny yourself.
When?
Trying to play me for a sucker when they told me who you were the morning after I met you.
Who told you?
Never mind who told me.
You mean you were playing me for a sucker? I don't believe it. But if you were just trying to make me feel cheap and hurt me, you succeeded handsomely. You ought to be very proud of yourself, Mr. Pike. Very proud of yourself.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, Ray Miland, and Charles Colbert, will bring us Act Two of The Lady Eve. And now we place our imaginary microphones on a rehearsal stage over at Columbia Studios, where two young extras are just finishing a dance routine.
My goodness, I feel like a wilted lettuce leaf. That certainly was a workout. And me with a date tonight. Me too. Say, we better get going. What we need is time for a nice, warm, soothing bath. Mary, isn't that Rita Hayworth over there? Boy, she looks like a million, doesn't she?
She sure does. And after the hours, she danced in that ballroom scene today.
Well, we're not the only ones who know what a nice, relaxing Lux toilet soap bath can do for a gal.
Yes, lovely Rita Hayworth and other Hollywood stars use their complexion soap, gentle white Lux toilet soap, for their daily beauty bath, too. Try this Hollywood beauty bath, and you'll see why. You'll find Lux soap's creamy, active lather is soothing and gentle, and thorough, too. That rich, caressing lather just floats away every trace of dust and dirt, leaves you feeling exquisitely fresh from head to foot. And most important of all, you'll find, as screen stars do, that this beauty bath makes daintiness sure. Lovely Rita Hayworth says,
A daily Lux soap beauty bath protects daintiness. It leaves skin really fresh and sweet, fragrant, too, with a delicate, clinging perfume.
why not take Hollywood's tip? Make this fine white soap with its flower-like fragrance your daily bath soap. It's a luxury that any woman can afford. For Lux toilet soap costs but a few cents a cake. Buy it the economical 3 cakes at a time way. It's thrifty. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Lady Eve, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Jean Harrington, Ray Miland as Charles Pike, and Charles Coburn as Colonel Harrington. Jean is not the kind of girl to grieve over a blighted romance, but she still thinks occasionally of Charles Pike. It's 2 months later, and her father at the racetrack. Jean imagines that she sees Charles in the crowd.
Here you are, my sweet. We grabbed down and each 700 on the last canter, Jean. Jean, I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was that Pike fellow over there.
Now, let me see. What do you like in the next one?
Pardon me, is this seat vacant?
Well, for the love of...
Well, bless my soul, handsome Harry.
William at the moment.
William, of course. I'm enchanted to see you again. And you, Jean, as pretty as a bag of aces.
Hello, Pearlie.
Sir Alfred at the moment, my child. Sir Alfred McLennan Keith, at your service.
How do you do, Sir Alfred?
Well, you're certainly a sight for lame peepers. You know, I haven't seen anybody of our set since the boat stopped running.
What's your pitch, Pearlie?
I have a little nest on the edge of a town called Bridgefield. A town full of millionaires in the heart of the contract bridge belt.
Bridgefield, Connecticut?
Precisely. Wonderful pickings.
Tell me, do you know the Pikes?
Do I know them? I positively swill in their ale. Good old Horace. Oh, what a card player.
Do you know Charles, the son?
Is he the tall backward boy who's always toying with toads? Yes, I think I've seen him skulking about.
He isn't backward, he's a scientist.
Oh, is that what it is? I knew he was peculiar.
Pearlie, could I visit you sometime as your niece?
As my niece? My dear girl, there's only one thing. You have to be English.
Well, I've been English before. I shall be as English as necessary.
Why don't you stop talking nonsense?
Because I want to see that Pike guy. I've got some unfinished business with him. Can I come, Pearlie?
Of course, my dear, if you think you can get away with it.
You can't, Jean. That snake charmer will spot you in a minute.
No, he won't. He may suspect, but he'll never know. Get me a name, Pearlie, but British.
As a matter of fact, I've mentioned a niece. One Lady Eve Sidwich.
Lady Eve Sidwich. Oh, I can see her in the Pike's drawing room now, old Bridgefield at her feet. Lady Eve Sidwich. Boy, will that ring the bell.
Go on, Lady Eve. Tell us some more.
Well, when I arrived in New York, I wanted to find Uncle Alfred, of course, but I didn't know where he was. All I could remember was that he had said Connecticut.
Good evening, Sir Alfred. Oh, Horace, old boy, I want you to meet my niece, Lady Eve Sidwich. How are you, Lady Sidwich? This is Mr. Pike, Eve. Mr. Horace Pike, our host.
How'd you do?
My niece was telling a rather amusing incident, Horace. Well, go on, please.
Thank you. Now, where was I?
You didn't know where Connecticut was.
Oh, yes. So I took the tube.
The tube? The subway, old boy.
Yes, and to the official I said, be so good as to let me off at Connecticut. So he said, lady, I don't know where Connecticut is, but this train goes to Harlem. But I don't know how he knew I was a lady.
Here's my son, Charlie. Charlie, come here.
Yes, Father.
Charlie, I want you to meet Lady Eve Sidwich.
How do you do?
How do you do, Lady?
Oh.
So nice to see you.
Oh, but what's the matter, son?
Who, me? Oh,
Is he ill?
Charles, what's wrong?
Nothing. I mean to say, haven't we met?
But of course we have. Your father just introduced us.
Aren't you feeling well, Charles?
Oh, sure, but I mean...
Oh, I'm so sorry. You meant, of course. Hadn't you met me before someplace?
Yes.
Oh, very probably. Let me see. Where could it have been? Deauville?
No.
Biarritz?
No.
Then I give up.
It couldn't have been on the Southern Queen between here and South America, could it?
I'm afraid not. You see, I've never been in South America.
You've never been in South America?
As a matter of fact, I've never been in North America until about 3 days ago.
Oh, you haven't? Well, then, you weren't on the Southern Queen.
Say, what's the matter with you?
Huh? Well, I'm sorry.
Oh, were you in love with her?
Yes, he was in love with her, but he doesn't remember what she looked like.
Don't let them tease you. You can tell me all about her.
Yeah.
Dinner is served. Dinner.
May I take you in?
Oh, ripping. Thank you.
This way, then, we,
Be careful. Oh! Are you hurt?
No, I just tripped over the sofa.
Oh, look, you have hors d'oeuvres all over your shirt.
Yes, I'll have to go up and change.
Oh, yes, you are a little sticky.
Now, look, son, you haven't been hitting the bottle lately, have you?
Oh, of course he hasn't. Anybody's apt to trip.
Not over a sofa. That sofa's been there for 15 years. No one ever fell over it before.
Oh, well, now the ice is broken. You go upstairs, Charles, take a bath, and I'll like you just as much as ever. Toodaloo.
So long. Excuse me. Thank you.
Be careful! Oh!
He did it again.
Entirely disgraceful. I've never seen such a farce in a respectable house.
If I didn't hate him so much, I would have felt sorry for him last night. Do you know why he didn't recognize me?
Yeah, I think so.
No, you don't. I hardly recognized him myself. He seemed shorter and bonier. Because we don't love each other anymore. On the boat, I saw him as very tall and very handsome. And he probably thought I had big melting eyes and a rosebud mouth and a figure like Miss Long Beach.
And so you have, for that matter. Well, now that you've got him, what you going to do with him?
Finish what I started. I'm going to dine with him, dance with him, swim with him, laugh at his jokes, canoodle with him. And then one day, about 6 weeks from now, he'll propose.
But you won't accept?
Oh, yes. That's part of the plan.
Gee!
I know just how it will happen. We'll be out riding, and we'll come to a view that will be so gorgeous we'll have to get off our horses to admire it. I think that's when he'll kiss me. Look, Charles, isn't it lovely?
Let's get off, shall we?
Oh, right-ho.
Here, let me help you.
Thank you. Why, Charles, you kissed me.
Yes, I did. Eve.
Yes, Charles?
Eve, I suppose you know what I'm thinking about?
I have an idea.
The union of two people for life, that is, marriage, shouldn't be taken lightly.
Oh, how wise you are, Charles.
I think that if there's one time in your life to be careful, to weigh every pro and con, this is the time.
Oh, yes. You can't be too careful.
That's right. Now, you might think that having known you such a short time...
Oh, I feel I've known you always.
That's the way I feel about you.
Charles.
Eve, darling, I don't need to tell you of the doubts I've had, but I want you to marry me. Oh, Eve, you're so beautiful. You're so fine. You're so... Oh, I don't deserve you.
Oh, but you do, Charles. If anybody ever deserved me, you do. Richly.
Eve.
Charles.
Here's a telegram, Gerald. I have caught the sucker sapien. Leaving for Miami on honeymoon tonight. I still despise him. Love, Jean.
If she hates him, why did she marry him? To teach him a lesson or something?
I don't know. Maybe she's going to shoot the beggar.
Comfortable, Eve?
Oh, yes. Oh, darling.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just that it's so different. It reminds me of that other time.
Oh, what time was that?
Oh, goodness. I must be a little bit hysterical. You see, we didn't have any money, so we won third class, and there was a farmer on the opposite bench with a cheese in his lap. Oh, it was very unromantic.
Oh, where were you going?
We eloped.
Who eloped?
Me. Oh, it was really nothing, darling. I was only 16 at the time. I'm sorry I even mentioned it. Let's pretend I didn't.
Who did you elope with?
Oh, now I've planted a seed in your mind. Are you sure you want to know?
Who was it?
Oh, Angus.
Angus?
Oh, I assure you, darling, he was no one of the slightest importance. He was just a groom on Father's estate.
A groom?
Well, not really the groom, of course. He used to put on the groom's uniform on his day off, and then he'd be the groom that day. The rest of the time, he was just the stable boy.
A stable boy?
Yes. The boy who cleans up the stable. Oh, now you're upset. But it was nothing, darling, nothing at all. We ran away, but they caught us and brought us back, and that's all there was to it. Except, they discharged him.
Good. And when they brought you back, it was before nightfall, I trust?
Oh, no.
You were out all night?
Oh, my dear, it took them weeks to find us. You see, we'd made up different names all the time. Oh, you'd die laughing at some of the names we thought of.
I'm sure I would.
Oh, now you're upset. Dad.
Well, who wouldn't be?
Oh, Charles! Charles, please stop pacing back and forth. You're making me dizzy.
Eve, listen to me.
Yes, dear.
Eve, if there's one thing that distinguishes a man from a beast, it's the ability to understand, and understanding forgive. Surely the qualities of mercy, understanding, and sweet forgiveness.
Sweet what?
Sweet forgiveness!
Oh, yes. Go on, darling.
I won't conceal from you that I wish this hadn't happened, but it has. And I want to thank you for being so frank. The name of Angus will never cross my lips again, and I hope that you will do likewise.
Oh, Charles, I knew you'd be that way. I knew you'd be both husband and father to me. I knew I could confide in you.
Thank you.
I wonder if now would be the time to tell you about Herman.
Herman? Herman? Who's Herman?
And that's all. I said goodbye to Vernon the next day.
Vernon? I thought you said Herman.
Vernon was Herman's friend.
What a friend. Now it's Cecil! Cecil!
Darling, it's pronounced Cecil. What did you say, dear?
I said, which one are you talking about now, Hubert or Herbert?
Well, I'm not sure. You see, they were John's twin cousins.
John, who in the name of... Let me out of here!
What's the matter with you, Gene? They want to make a settlement. His father's on the phone right now.
Tell him I don't want to talk.
Hello? No. Hold on, Gerald. Hold on. Now, listen, Gene. They'll give you half when you leave for Reno and the balance at the end of 6 weeks. For once, we have a chance to make some honest money.
Oh, tell him to go peel an eel.
I don't think you realize the beauty of your situation. You're holding a royal flush.
You got him right by the ears, Gene.
You know I had nothing to do with this arrangement, but now that you're in it, you might as well go all the way.
All right, I will. Give me the phone.
That's the girl.
Here you are.
Hello, Mr. Pike. This is Eve. I'm awfully sorry about the trouble I've made. I thought I had a reason, but now Well, I just wanted to tell you this. I don't want any money.
Jeannie.
I don't want anything. He can have back his jewelry and anything else there is.
My own daughter knifing me in the back.
There's only one thing I do want, Mr. Pike. I want to see him first, and I want him to ask me to be free. That's all. No money, no nothing, but there's something I want to say to him before we part. What? He's already gone? Gone where? Havana. Oh, I see. Thank you, Mr. Pike.
Well, you certainly fixed it.
Hurry, get your things packed.
I refuse to go to Reno with you.
Reno? We're going to Havana.
I don't see him, my dear. Do you suppose he missed the boat?
He didn't miss it. There he is at the bar.
Well, oh, yeah.
Now he's turning away. He's coming over here.
Do you suppose he's seen us?
He will in a minute.
Stick out your foot, my dear.
Oh! Oh, why don't you look... Why, Hopsy!
Gene, what are you... Oh, Gene.
Hello, my boy.
What a surprise, Hopsy!
Oh, Gene, if you only knew what it means for me to find you again. Can we go to your cabin or someplace, huh?
Now, just a minute.
Oh, Colonel, I'm delighted to see you again, too. We must play cards this trip. Lots and lots of cards. Come on, Gene, come on.
Hopsy.
Oh, Gene, I'm going to kiss you.
Hopsy, darling. Oh, why didn't you take me in your arms that day on the boat? Why did you let me go? Don't you know you're the only man I ever loved? Don't you know I waited all my life for you, you big mug?
Will you forgive me, Gene?
For what? Oh, you mean on the boat? Well, the question is, can you forgive me?
What for?
Oh, you still don't understand, do you? We'll have to have a long talk.
I don't want to understand. I don't want to know. Whatever it is, keep it to yourself. All I know is I adore you. But there's just one thing I feel it's only fair to tell you. It would never have happened except that you look so exactly like you. And I've no right to be in your cabin.
Why?
Because I'm married.
But so am I, darling. So am I.
In a moment, our stars will return for their curtain call. And after that, the president will be on the air. But first, here's a young lady who's just had a bright idea.
Hands up, Bill.
Hey, Ruthie, what's this?
Just a skein of wool for that service sweater I'm making you. And you can help me wind it. Here, let me slip it over your wrists. Now I'll start winding. There, see how fast it goes?
Oh, don't hurry. This is a break for me. Why, I can just sit here and look at you. Oh, gosh, honey, but you're pretty.
Well, that's how it is with Lux girls. You know, there's something quite irresistible about a fresh, lovely complexion. A lovely Lux toilet soap complexion. And clever girls don't take chances with this charm. They use gentle Lux toilet soap regularly. They know what this fine white soap can do to help keep skin soft and appealing. For Lux toilet soap has rich, active lather that removes stale cosmetics and every trace of dust and dirt from the skin. Here's the active lather facial our pretty Lux girl depends on. Never neglects a single day.
I pat the creamy Lux soap lather lightly in, rinse with warm water, then a dash of cool, and pat with a soft towel to dry. My skin feels so beautifully smooth afterwards.
Try this Lux Toilet Soap Beauty Facial for 30 days. See what it can do to make your complexion lovelier. Remember, famous screen stars use this simple care. It's right for delicate skin. Get 3 cakes of smooth white Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
We've said goodbye to the Lady Eve, but here come Barbara Stanwyck, Ray Miland, and Charles Colbert for a curtain call.
Thank you, CB. It's grand being back again.
You know, I was rather glad to see Ray getting that rough treatment tonight.
There's a pal for you. What did I ever do to you, CB?
Well, I just thought that after you had spanked Paulette Goddard, thrown her overboard, and put her through a hurricane and reaped the wild wind, you had a little punishment coming from the fair sex.
The heroine really seems to take a beating in all those DeMille pictures, Barbara.
I should know, Charles. I went through it once.
I never hit a lady in my life until I worked for him, Barbara.
Well, don't make it a habit, Ray. It isn't something women are sure to enjoy like Lux soap, for instance. I may have said this before, CB, but it'll stand repeating. I think Lux soap is wonderful for the complexion. I've used it for years.
Like old friends, Barbara. Lux soap never fails.
What have you got on the schedule for next Monday, CB?
Just about a thrill a minute, Charles. Because our play is the Warner Brothers hit Manpower. And starring in it will be Edward G. Robinson, Marlena Dietrich, and George Raft. It's an action-packed drama of the courageous men who work on the power lines of a nation. A story of the manpower behind the electric power and the woman power behind the manpower. The high-tension cast is headed by Marlena Dietrich, George Raft, and Edward G. Robinson.
That should mean standing room only, CB. I certainly won't miss it.
And it's just about time for President Roosevelt, Vice President Wallace, and Secretary Wickard to speak now.
So we better get a comfortable seat and get ready to hear them. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. A bright red apple for the Lady Eve. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Raft, Edward G. Robinson, and Marlena Dietrich in Manpower. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Barbara Stanwyck will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, The Great Man's Lady, and Ray Miland in The Lady Has Plans. The picture, Lady Eve, was written and directed by Preston Sturges, whose current picture is Sullivan's Travels, starring Joel McCrea and Veronica Lake. Heard in tonight's play were Keith Hitchcock as Sir Alfred, Eric Snowden as Gerald, Ferdinand Munier as Pike, and Verna Felton, Thomas Mills, Doris Cederholm, and Warren Ash. Tune in next Monday night to hear Marlena Dietrich, Edward G. Robinson, and George Raft in Manpower. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater presents You Can't Take It With You, with an all-star cast headed by Edward Arnold, Walter Connolly, Fay Ray, Robert Cummings, Neda Harrigan, and Lee Patrick. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This is a special occasion for us. Just 5 years ago this week, the curtain went up for the first time in the Lux Radio Theater. And one of the most gratifying things to me is our box office report. Unlike most theaters, our box office is not situated in front of the building with one ticket seller, but in every city and town throughout the country, with thousands of ticket sellers, in every store where you buy Lux toilet soap. It's your loyal purchase of our product that raises the curtain each week in this theater. And it's all made possible by the exceptional quality of Lux toilet soap. Mr. Ruick has a letter on this subject that I think you'd like to hear.
It says, Dear Mr. DeMille, we are all loyal to you, to the Lux Radio Theater, and to Lux toilet soap. I, for one, purchased Lux toilet soap at first as a thank you for the Lux Radio Theater, so the theater might be continued. But, just as you've told us, the quality of the product is so outstanding that I am now writing to tell you that I wouldn't think of doing without my Lux toilet soap. It's a grand help for a woman who wants to keep her complexion as attractive as possible, and it certainly makes a grand bath soap. And special thanks to you, Mr. DeMille, for You Can't Take It With You. I'll be listening in Monday night.
And that, Mr. Ruick, brings us to our play. The ancient Greeks had a gift for philosophy, the Romans a gift for government, and just as certainly Americans have always been blessed with a gift for humor. Prophets of gloom have never fared very well in our country. They've always been overshadowed by prophets of laughter like Morse Hart and George S. Kaufman, who wrote You Can't Take It With You. A Pulitzer Prize play on the Broadway stage, and later a hit motion picture produced by Columbia Pictures Corporation, You Can't Take It With You is a great American comedy. But it's also a love story, for there can be humor in romance, even though the parties concerned are usually too serious to see it. To cast this play, we literally covered the country from Maine to California. Our good friend Edward Arnold was up in San Francisco enjoying a kind of postman's holiday with the Bohemian Club, a group of gentlemen who amuse themselves occasionally by putting on a play. But we suggested that it was time to stop entertaining himself and get back to entertaining the public. He's here tonight as Banker Kirby, the same role he played in the picture. Miss Fay Ray was in Maine, finishing an engagement on the Straw Hat Circuit. That's the branch of the theater which blooms in the spring and closes up at the first frost. We reached her by telephone and told her about the part of Alice. And above the noise of shifting scenery, she managed to shout across the continent that she'd take the next train for California. We found Walter Connolly, our choice for Grandpa Vanderhoff, solemnly waving a steak knife in the Paramount commissary. When we caught his eye from a safe distance, he explained that he was learning to be an orchestra conductor for the title role in The Gay Days of Victor Herbert. Robert Cummings, one of the most promising young leading men in Hollywood, takes the part of Tony. Neda Harrigan, in Private Life, Mrs. Walter Connolly, plays Mrs. Kirby, and lovely Lee Patrick, the role of Penny. Firecrackers, ballet dancers, romance, and income taxes are about to descend upon us. It's curtain time for Act One of You Can't Take It With You, starring Edward Arnold as Mr. Kirby, Walter Connolly as Grandpa Vanderhoff, Fay Ray as Alice, and Robert Cummings as Tony. The 57th floor of the Kirby Building, tallest and most impressive structure of a great American city. On a door opposite the elevator is a brass plate bearing the legend, Anthony P. Kirby Company, Bankers. And behind 7 other doors marked private is the inner sanctum of the great Kirby himself. The famous tycoon cannot be disturbed just now. With his son Tony and a small group of associates, he's engaged in the ceremonial dance of modern business, a very important conference.
Gentlemen, we're going ahead exactly as planned. Our company will be the largest individual corporation in the world, particularly with Ramsey lined up.
Why, we'd control the whole field of production.
Exactly, gentlemen.
But, AP, Ramsey would never permit himself to be absorbed by anybody.
Oh, won't he? Earlier this year, Ramsey floated a new issue, didn't he? What for? For expansion, new production facilities, all right. Where's he going to build these new production facilities? I own every 12 square blocks completely surrounding his factories.
You own them? We didn't know anything about that, AP.
Of course you didn't. Nobody knew. The Blakely Real Estate Company's been buying it for me a piece at a time, but my name was kept out of it.
That's brilliant, AP.
So you see, gentlemen, we can proceed without any trouble. Well, you know what to do. Come on, get busy.
Yes, sir. We'll hop right to it.
Oh, Douglas, get me Mr. Blakely on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Well, Tony, how does it feel to be a vice president?
Well, it's been painless enough so far, Dad.
You talk as if you were having a tooth yanked.
Look, Dad, maybe sometime when you've got a week or two off, you can sort of let me in on what the banking business is all about, huh?
Oh, now, don't give up, Tony. Sure, it's complicated, but, you'll get used to it. How's your mother been?
Oh, she's fine. Said she'd drop in later. Mr. Blakely's on the phone, sir.
Good. Hello, Blakely.
Hello, AP.
How's it going, Blakely? You got that property yet?
Well, I'm having a little trouble, AP. I've got all 12 blocks except one house, 25-foot front, and the man won't sell.
Well, make him sell. Those 12 blocks are useless unless I can buy every inch.
Well, I'm trying, AP, but the old man's a crank. I offered him $50,000 yesterday, and he turned it down. I tried to get him in here today to talk some sense into him, but I don't know.
You don't know. You listen to me. I don't want any excuses. I want his house. And remember this, Blakely. Unless you buy the whole 12 blocks, you don't get a penny commission. Goodbye.
But, Mr. Kirby... that man's got ice water in his veins. I tell you, John, we've got to get that property.
You can't force a man to sell his home.
Well, what did he say when you offered him the $50,000?
I'm not sure, but I think someone began singing, someone else danced, and Grandpa Vanderhoff himself sat down and played a mouth organ.
A mouth organ? What are they, a bunch of nuts?
Mr. Vanderhoff is here, Mr. Blakely.
Oh, Mr. Vanderhoff. Well, send him right in. No. Have him wait.
Yes, sir.
Let him cool his heels a while.
Psychology, eh?
It never fails.
Mr. Vanderhoff, Mr. Blakely will see you in just a minute.
That's all right. I'm not in any hurry.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderhoff.
Say, mister, what are you doing with that there machine?
Huh? Why, this is an adding machine. Oh, my goodness, made a mistake. First time in 20 years.
I suppose that calls for the building to collapse, hmm? What do you have to do that for?
Well, I have to add up these figures and see if they check against these other figures.
Why? Say, do you like it, this work you're doing?
Oh, my goodness, no. Oh, for land's sakes, what am I saying?
Then what do you do it for? What would you rather do?
Rather do? Well, I make up things.
Poetry?
Oh, no, things. Gadgets.
Let's see, you got anything here?
Well, look back here behind the desk. See? This is one of the things I made up. The bunny comes out of the cabbage, looks around, then it goes back.
Now, that's kind of cute. Seems to me, Mr.
Poppins.
Seems to me, Mr. Poppins, that's the sort of thing you ought to be doing all the time.
Yes. Well, maybe someday when my ship comes in.
A lot of people waiting for that ship, Mr. Poppins. Meanwhile, they don't have any fun. Look, how would you like to come over to our house for a while and work on your gadgets?
Over to your house?
I don't feel bashful about it. Mr. DePinna, he's the Iceman, came over 9 years ago. Got interested in making fireworks down in the cellar with my son-in-law, Paul, and he's been living with us ever since. Over at our place, everybody does exactly what he wants to do.
Really? That's wonderful. But how do you live? Who takes care of you?
The same one who takes care of the lilies of the field, Mr. Poppins. If you like, you can come over and be a lily, too. Say, let's hear that bunny again, will you?
Well, all right.
It's a wonderful invention, Mr. Poppins. Ought to be fun making it, too.
Oh, goodness, it's Mr. Blakely.
What's this? What's going on here?
Well, you see, sir, this gentleman...
Mr. Poppins was showing me his invention, that's all.
Oh, Mr. Vanderhoff. Well. Come in. Come right into my office.
No, thank you, Mr. Blakely. I was just going.
Going? Well, what are you talking about?
Say, that's a bad twitch in your eye. You've been working too hard. You ought to take a vacation.
Oh, Mr. Vanderhoff, if it's all the same to you, let's quit playing games. I'm a very busy man.
Then I don't want to disturb you. Bye, Mr. Blakely.
Oh, look. I have a check here for $100,000 made out to you.
You don't say. Look out for that twitch, Mr. Blakely. Coming, Poppins?
I'd like to, but I don't
You, Poppins, this is all your fault. You and your confounded toys. Get it out of here.
Oh, you broke it. You broke my... wait a minute, Mr. Vanderhoff. I'll get my hat.
If you leave here, Poppins, you needn't come back.
I don't intend to. Mr. Blakely, the die is cast. From now on, I'm a lily.
Fine. Get your bunny, Poppins. Go right in, Mr. Poppins.
Thank you.
Hello, Grandpa. That's you?
Yep, Reba. You better set another place for dinner. Mr. Poppins here is going to stay with us for a while.
Now, ain't that nice? How do, Mr. Poppins?
How do you do?
Reba, will you taste a love dream for me? It's a new candy I'm working on with coconut.
Like to, Miss Essie, but I just ate a scallion. It's going to taste like scallions no matter what.
Guess I'll have to ask Mother then. Hello, Grandpa.
This is my granddaughter, Essie, Mr. Poppins. Makes the best candy in the city.
Hello.
Hello.
Just put your hat over there, Mr. Poppins. I'll show you where you can wash up.
Mother, will you please taste a love dream for me?
I don't think I can now, Essie. I'm busy with my play. You have to make candy today. It's so hot.
Well, Ed went out and got a bunch of new orders.
If it keeps on, you'll be opening a store, dear.
That's what Ed was saying last night, but I said no. I want to be a dancer.
Miss Essie, that new batch of love dreams is about ready.
Oh, gosh, I better get back to the kitchen.
Finished the second act yet, Mrs. Sycamore?
Oh, no, Reba. I've got Cynthia just entering the monastery.
Monastery? She was singing in the Paradise Club last I heard.
Well, she gets tired of the Paradise Club, and there's this monastery, so she goes there.
My, I bet she busted wide open.
Wait a minute, Mr. DePinna. I want to show my wife.
Oh, what are you doing down in the cellar?
Look, Penny, the new firecrackers. Mr. DePinna and I just got through with them. We can sell them for 10 cents a string. And they pop like the dickens. Watch. Pretty nice, huh?
Yes, dear, they're lovely.
Mr. Sycamore?
Yes, Mr. DePinna?
On this skyrocket, I think we got the powder chamber too close to the balloon.
Bring it up here and let me see.
Mother, Ed's coming home. Ed's coming home. I saw him through the window.
Hey, Essie.
Here I am, Ed.
Well, I delivered the candy. How's my beautiful wife?
Oh, just fine, dear.
I couldn't wait to get home and get at the xylophone. Say, wait till you hear this tune. It's been ringing in my ears all day. Listen.
Oh, I like that, Ed. Is it yours?
No, Chopin.
Got a lot of you in it. It makes me feel like practicing my dancing.
Come on, Mr. Poppins. Come on in and meet the rest of the family. Folks, this is Mr. Poppins. You know Essie. The fella playing the xylophone is Ed. He's her husband. This is my son-in-law, Paul Sycamore.
Hello, Mr. Poppins.
How do you do?
And Mr. DePinna. He's the Iceman.
Very pleased to know you.
How do you do?
And over here is my daughter, Penny.
How do you do?
Oh, hello. Were you ever in a monastery, Mr. Poppins?
No, I never have been.
What's the matter, Penny? Stuck?
Well, I've got her in a monastery, and I can't get her out.
Hey, where's Alice? Isn't she coming home for dinner?
She didn't say. I think she ought to stop working in that millinery shop. They make her stay so late.
Why, Penny, she hasn't worked there for 5 months.
Really?
She works for some bankers now, Kirby and Son. She works for the Sun.
Bankers? Now, isn't that nice? Reba!
Yes, Mrs. Sycamore?
Reba, will you please call up Alice at her office and ask her if she's coming home to dinner?
That's at Kirby and Son, Reba.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, she works for the Sun. Now, where was I in my play?
Tony, dear.
Yes, Alice.
Tony, stop me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the telephone ringing?
Say, that's strange. You know, I thought I heard something. Voices in my ear. Voices that say, if you don't kiss Alice Sycamore right away, you're a chump.
Tony, please. This is a business office. Hello. Mr. Anthony Kirby Jr.'s office? Oh, hello, Reba. Wait. Mother wants to know if I'll be home for dinner.
Oh, definitely not.
The man says no, Reba.
Darling.
Tony, stop that. Reba, tell Grandpa I love him as much as ever, but a young vice president has me in his powers. Tony,
Well, I was only kissing you on the back of the neck. What's the matter?
Yes, Reba, of course I'm struggling. Tony, don't you?
Tony.
Good evening, dear.
Oh,
Mother. Oh, hello, Mother. Won't you sort of sit down or something?
No, I see you're busy. If you don't mind, I think I'll go and see your father. Excuse me, dear. Goodbye, Reba. I've got to hang up now. The ceiling just fell in. Tony, would you mind handing me the want ad section of that paper?
Oh, I'm sorry, Alice. I had no idea my mother was going to pop in like that.
No, I guess you didn't. Well, I'd better go home.
Now, wait a minute. I want to tell you something. Last night I informed the lady that was just in here that I was going to marry you.
Tony. Well, I don't remember your telling it to me.
Well, you didn't ask me.
Did you see the way she looked at me? I know just what she was thinking.
Oh, listen, there seems to be a general impression around here that the Kirbys are ogres or something. Well, that has nothing to do with me. They're just putty in my hands. Never wanted to think I couldn't get up a yell long enough. Oh, it worked like a charm when I was a baby. Here, I'll give you an idea.
Tony! Oh, you crazy.
Sure. And there's one little detail I forgot to mention. I love you, Alice. I love you very much.
Oh, Tony. Tony.
There you are. Do you like it, Mrs. Sycamore?
I think it's marvelous. Did you make that just the 2 days you've been here?
Well, I had the parts, you see. Oh, but this is a wonderful place to work.
Say, Mr. Sycamore,
Yes?
this new fireworks display is going to be the best we've ever made.
I guess it is, Mr. DePinna.
Did you think a name up for it yet?
No. What we need is something new and big, with plenty of flash. You any ideas, Mr. Poppins?
Let me see. I know. The Russian Revolution. Plenty of fireworks there.
Why, that's brilliant, Mr. Poppins. What do you think of it, Ed? The Russian Revolution.
I think it's swell. Say, you got swell ideas, Mr. Poppins. Say, maybe you got something you'd like me to set up on my printing press.
Why don't you print something about the fireworks? Advertising them. Then put it in the candy boxes, and the people who buy the candy will also buy the fireworks.
Say, that's great. Listen, how does this sound? Watch for the revolution. It's coming soon.
Fine.
We got a lot of these red flag firecrackers left. You could write about them, too.
Sure. Red flags will sweep the country. Get your red flags from Sycamore.
Well, that's fine, fine.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Alice.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Don't ring that dinner bell yet, Miss Alice. It ain't even half ready.
Gather round, everybody. It's the town crier herself, and I've got an announcement to make.
Alice, dear, what's the matter?
Oh, it's wonderful, Mother. Listen. A young gentleman is going to call on me in exactly 20 minutes.
Who, Alice? What's his name?
Mr. Anthony Kirby, Jr.
Kirby? Why, that's the boss's son. Oh, yes, Kirby and Son.
Yeah. What's all the excitement?
Grandpa, I've had a proposal from Tony Kirby, and he's coming to call tonight.
A proposal? Well, why didn't you say?
And, Mother, please, I want him to take us in easy doses. So please don't read him any plays on his first visit, because I like him. And Essie, I wouldn't dance for him if I were you, because we're going to the Monte Carlo Ballet later. Well, now I've got to dress. Bye.
I hope he's all right. So many of these young fellows are just clowns.
Come in.
Hello.
Hello, Grandpa. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, Alice, do you love him?
Love him. Oh, I...
Can't even talk about him, huh?
Not rationally.
Who's asking you to be rational? Listen, when I courted your grandmother, it took me 2 years to propose. Know why? The moment she'd walk into the room, my knees would buckle, and the blood would rush to my head, and the walls would start dancing. Up to the last, I couldn't even look at her without my heart didn't go thump, thump, thump. That's why I've lived in this house so many years and never could move out. It'd be like moving away from Grandma.
Oh, Grandpa, I've got it that way, too.
If you have, then I guess it's all right.
Look, I bought you something. Here. You like it?
Well, bless my soul. A new harmonica. Sure is a beauty, too. I guess I'll run along downstairs and have a whack at it.
There's the bell. He's here now. Tell him I'll be right there, Grandpa.
That's wonderful, Ed. Stop playing. I think I heard the bell. And remember, everybody, be very nice. It's Alice's young man. Hello. I'm Alice's mother. Come right in.
I'm afraid there's been a mistake. My name is Henderson.
Henderson? But I thought it was Kirby.
Wilbur G. Henderson, Internal Revenue Department. I'm looking for Martin Vanderhoff.
Right here. Come on in.
Thank you.
Sit down, sir.
Thanks. Mr. Vanderhoff, the government wants to talk to you about a little matter of income tax.
Income tax?
Now, Mr. Vanderhoff, we've written you several letters about this and no reply. And according to our records...
Oh, that's Mr. Kirby now. I'll answer it. Excuse me. Come right in, Mr. Kirby.
Thanks.
Hello, son. Glad to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Mother, is that Mr. Kirby? Yes, dear. He's lovely.
Sit down, son. Sit down. Make yourself at home.
Oh, thank you very much.
Mr. Vanderhoff, I hope you'll excuse me, but I've got to be going.
Oh, I'm sorry. Drop in again sometime for dinner.
If you don't mind, I'd like to get my business over before I go.
Oh?
Mr. Vanderhoff, our records show that you have never paid an income tax.
That's right.
Why not?
I don't believe in it.
You don't believe in it?
No, sir.
Well, whether you believe in it or not, you owe the government 22 years back income taxes.
Yes? Now, look, Mr. Henderson, suppose I pay you the money, mind you. I don't say I'm going to, but just for the sake of argument. What do I get for my money?
Get? Why, you get everything.
What?
Well, everything. Look at Congress and the House and the Senate. We've got to pay them, don't we?
Not with my money, no, sir.
Now, listen.
Well, here I am.
Oh.
Hello, Tony.
Hello, Alice.
I hope you all got acquainted.
Oh, yes. I think you two will make such a lovely couple.
Mother.
Look, Mr. Vanderhoff, there's no two ways about it. You've got to pay your taxes.
How's that?
I said you've got to pay it.
Well, they've got to show me.
They don't have to show you. I just told you. Look, who's going to pay for all those buildings down in Washington and interstate commerce and the Constitution?
The Constitution was paid for long ago. And interstate commerce, what is interstate commerce anyway?
Oh, look, there are 48 states, see? And if it weren't for interstate commerce, nothing could get from one state to another, see?
Why not? Have they got fences?
No, they haven't got fences. They've got laws. Oh, holy smoke, I never ran across anything like this before.
Well, I might pay you about $75, but that's all it's worth.
You'll pay every cent of it, like everybody else. And if you think you're bigger than the law, you've got another thing coming. Oh, holy smokes, what's that? What's that? Let me out of this place. Let me out of here. Let me out of here.
You see, Tony, my father makes fireworks in the cellar.
Oh, well, I hope you don't get into any trouble, Mr. Vanderhoff.
Not me. I don't owe the government a cent.
Alice, dear, here's your wrap.
Thanks, Mother. Already, Tony? We'll be late.
Hello, everybody.
Mr. Kalenko!
Tony, you're just in time to meet Mr. Kalenkoff. He's Essie's dancing teacher.
Ah, my little Alice. My little Aliska. Never have I seen you look so magnificent.
Mr. Kirby, Mr. Kalenkoff.
How do you do?
I have a slight pain in the chest.
Oh, Mr. Kalenkoff, I practiced today.
Oh, my Pavlova. Grandpa, I am in time for dinner, no?
Of course you are.
If you'll pardon us, Mr. Kalenkoff, we're going out to the Monte Carlo Ballet.
Monte Carlo Ballet? It stinks.
Yes, well, goodbye, everybody.
I'm glad to meet you all. Goodbye.
Dinner's ready.
Come on, everybody. Well, let
Can
me
you
get my
imagine
place
Alice
right here,
marrying
if you
the
don't
Kirby?
mind.
We can
This
put
is
the altar
Bessie.
right in that corner.
Thank you very much.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet.
Did you notice his manners, Paul?
Quiet, Penny. Grandpa's going to say grace.
Well, sir, we've been getting along pretty good for quite a while now, and we're certainly much obliged. Looks like Alice is going to get married, and I think she'll be happy, because we just met the boy you sent to her, and he looks fine. Remember, all we ask is to just go along the way we are and keep our health, and as far as anything else is concerned, we leave it up to you. Thank you.
Who has the pickles? Pickles, Mr. Poppins?
I'm not very
The curtain falls on Act One of You Can't Take It With You. And the course of romance promises to be rather stormy in the Vanderhoff household. During the brief intermission, before we go on with the second act, a member of our official family, Mr. Ruick, has an interesting interlude for you.
Yes, I should like to tell you about a conversation that some of us had last night. We were sitting around a table at the Brown Derby when someone brought up the subject of how men differ from women in their attitude towards the simple things of life. For instance, men don't like plays that are sad as much as women do.
And men sing in the bath, Mr. Ruick.
That's right, Mr. Ruick. And we've made up a little song about that, which we think is cute. Want to hear it?
We certainly do. Go ahead.
Here's what we've heard nearly everyone say. Women are different from men. Ladies, when bathing, are not half so gay, while men sing or whistle and then sing again. If they're Irish, the tune goes like this. Da, 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 da. If they're Scotch, here is one they won't miss. Da, 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 da. Maybe they'll whistle and you will hear. For men are always full of good cheer.
That's enough, girls. That's enough. You've proved your point. Men do sing in the bathtub or shower, and it's up to the wise wife to see that this happy mood isn't broken. Don't, please, give them a soap that's sort of stingy in its lather. Don't give them soaps that sting and smart. In short, do give them Lux toilet soap. Its rich, active lather works up fast and cleanses thoroughly and quickly. Yet it's gentle and mild. It makes a bath a pleasure. And best of all, it leaves a man sure of fastidious grooming.
Mr. Ruick, we have a 2-line encore to our song.
Fine, let's hear it.
Here is how you can keep husbands always gay. Let them take baths the Lux soap way.
Yes, Lux toilet soap is a bath soap men like. Here's our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of You Can't Take It With You, starring Walter Connolly as Grandpa Vanderhoff, Edward Arnold as Mr. Kirby, Robert Cummings as Tony, and Fay Ray as Alice, with Nedda Harrigan as Mrs. Kirby and Lee Patrick as Penny. It's later the same evening. On every side of the city park, skyscrapers send up 1,000,000 lights to challenge the stars. But Alice and Tony, who found a secluded bench beneath the trees, are not concerned with the miracles of man or nature. Just now, they have eyes only for each other.
What are you thinking, Tony?
I'm thinking how much better this is than going to the ballet.
What are you really thinking? About my family. It's not a family you can just ignore.
No, it isn't. You know, I think they're great. They seem to do just what they want to do.
Yes. Grandpa started it 35 years ago. He suddenly quit business one day. Started up the elevator, came right down again, and never went back. He said he wasn't having any fun.
Well, that's exactly what I mean.
And Mother. You know why Mother writes plays? Because 2 years ago, a typewriter was delivered to the house by mistake.
Well, now I know why you're so different. You know, I think that your family is the answer to what's wrong with the world. People spend their lives building castles in the air, and yet they never try to make them realities. You know, in school, another fellow and I had an idea. Oh, do you mind if I start to talk about myself?
I'd love it.
Well, this fellow and I had an idea how to utilize the energy in grass. You know, grass, just like this. Did you know that every blade of grass has an energetic force that has never been used for anything?
No.
Oh, yes. Well, we worked on it all the time, every spare moment, all night sometimes. We get so excited we forget to sleep. And, well, then we left school. He's selling automobiles, and I'm in some mysterious thing called banking.
Tony, why don't you...
No, don't say it. Don't say it. I know what you're thinking. But the Kirbys come from a long line of bankers, and the line simply must not be broken. Gosh, that's been pounded into my head, and it's still just giving me softening the brain.
Oh, that's silly, Tony. You're still young, and there's plenty of time to decide about those things. Besides, I resent what you said about your brain. I think it's beautiful.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, that's wonderful. Now tell me, when do we get married?
We don't.
Oh, darling, What'd you say?
I said we don't. Not for a while.
Why?
Because I've been thinking. We could save ourselves a lot of embarrassment later on if our two families could meet first.
Oh, so that's what's on your mind, huh?
I want you to bring your folks for dinner Wednesday, Tony.
Now, wait. I'm not going to put you on exhibition like a freak in a circus.
I don't mind.
Well, I do.
Well, it's worth it if we get their approval. Oh, be sensible, Tony. They've centered their whole lives around you, made all sorts of plans. Suddenly I come along and everything's upset. Tony, there's no two ways about it. Your family has to meet mine.
All right. Wednesday for dinner. It's a date.
Anthony, aren't you dressed yet?
No, I'm not.
Well, hurry, dear. Tony said 8 o'clock.
Look here, Miriam. Are you serious about taking me on this slumming tour?
The more we fight, Tony, the more he'll resist. It's the only thing to do.
Yes, but the dinner
That's
and some
just
awful...
it. She's probably from some dull middle-class family. As soon as Tony sees us all together, he'll realize how impossible the situation is.
Yeah, that, I take it, is what is known as being subtle.
Yes.
Oh, heaven only knows what they'll have to eat. You know how sensitive my stomach is, Miriam?
They're sure to have some vegetables, Anthony.
Probably cooked. You know, mine have got to be raw.
Anthony, please hurry. They're expecting us at 8 o'clock.
All right. Give me a chance.
Hey, Reba.
Yeah, Mr. Ed.
Reba, look out the window and see if there's a man standing in front of the house.
What you so excited about, Ed?
There's a man been following me, Grandpa, the last few nights when I've been out delivering candy.
Maybe he wants a piece.
Huh?
I don't see nobody, Mr. Ed.
Someday, Alice, you're going to break your neck sliding down that banister.
Someday I'm going to do it without holding. Essie, dear, you're going to give Reba the kitchen all day tomorrow, aren't you? She'll need it.
Oh, yes, that's why I'm making the love dreams now, so I'll be way ahead.
Thank you, darling. And look, Mother, tomorrow night before the Kirbys come, will you have Reba put everything down in the cellar? The typewriter, the kittens, and the xylophone?
Certainly, dear. Reba, remind me.
The Kirbys are certainly going to get the wrong impression of this house tomorrow night.
Well, I'll be upstairs if anybody wants me.
Oh, Mrs. Sycamore.
Yes, Mr. DePinna?
Look what I found in the cellar. Remember? Over 8 years ago.
Why, of course, Mr. DePinna. It's my painting of you as the discus thrower. Oh, I always meant to finish it, but I got started on my plays and never painted again.
Well, it's just as well. I'd have been the next one to strip.
You know what? I think I'll finish it tonight. Is the costume still down in the cellar, Mr. DePinna?
Sure, we use the bath towel.
You go get it, Mr. DePinna, and I'll go upstairs and get my palette and brushes.
Oh, boy.
Door, Reba.
All answered, Grandpa. Hello, Mr. Kalinko.
Reba's here.
Well, Grandpa, I'm in time for dinner, no?
Yes, sir, Mr. Kolenkov. Right on time.
That is why I like to... What is that thing?
That? It's a picture of Mr. DePinna. Penny painted it.
It stings.
Let's see. Yep, I guess it does.
Oh, Mr. Kalenko, I'll get my dancing clothes and be right down.
Oh, my Pavlova, you are like a beautiful swan.
Is he making any progress in her dancing, Mr. Kolenkov?
Well, confidentially, she stinks.
Well, as long as she's having fun.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kalenko. Oh, dear, it seems so nice to get into my art things again.
Ah, Mrs. Sycamore, you are like a breath of Paris.
Oh, thank you. It's the time of Shanta does it, don't you think?
Yeah, I'm ready, Mrs. Sycamore. Where are you going to work?
Right here, Mr. DePinna.
The toga looks pretty good, huh?
Well, all right now. Pose, Mr. DePinna. All ready, Mr. Kalenko? My new ballet dress.
Good, Essie, good. And now, Ed, music, please. For tonight's lesson, we use the dance of the hour.
Okay.
Now, ready? We begin. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pirouette. Pirouette.
Could you pull your stomach in a little, Mr. DePinna?
4. A little freer with the hands. The music must be freer, too.
Mrs. Sycamore, Mrs.
Oh,
Sycamore.
wait, but not now. Your stomach in a little more, Mr. DePinna.
Mrs. Sycamore, it's the Kirbys. They're here.
Oh, my.
Well, hello, everybody.
Well, good evening, Tony. Good evening. You're Mr. and Mrs. Kirby, aren't you?
How do you do?
Are we too early?
No. Sit right down and make yourself at home. It's perfectly all right.
Why, yes. Only we thought it was tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? Tony.
Well, that's funny. I thought...
Really, this is most embarrassing.
Not at all. We weren't doing a thing.
Of course, we were just having a quiet evening at home.
Now, don't let that bother you. This is Alice's mother, Alice's sister, Mrs. Carmichael, Mr. Carmichael, and Mr. Kolenko.
How do you do, Mother?
And, oh, yes, the discus thrower is Mr. DePinna.
How do you do?
Don't mind my costume. I'll take it right off.
Oh.
I'll call Alice. Alice, dear. What is it, Mother? Will you come down, dear? We have a surprise for you. Be right there. Well...
I feel very uncomfortable about this. It's very careless of you, Tony. Very.
Penny, how about some dinner for these folks?
Please don't bother.
Oh, no bother at all. Ed, call up Murphy's and get a half a dozen bottles of beer and some canned salmon. Do you like canned salmon, Mr. Kirby?
Please don't trouble. I'm not very hungry.
We're having frankfurters, but I don't think we'll have enough now that you've come. Make it frankfurters, Ed, and see if Reba has enough.
Okay. Hey, Reba.
I can do it without holding.
Hello, Alice.
Oh, dear.
What do you think, Alice? They thought it was tonight.
Oh, but Tony, I thought... Oh, I'm so sorry. You see, I was planning such a nice party tomorrow night.
Well, perhaps we could come tomorrow night.
Oh, no. We'd better see about getting you some dinner.
Oh, that's all done, Alice. I sent out.
What did you send out for?
Mr. Kirby should have told you he suffers from indigestion.
Now, Miriam, it isn't as serious as all that.
Well, perhaps it is not indigestion at all, Mr. Kirby. Perhaps it is stomach ulcer.
Stomach...
Oh, sit down, Mr. Kirby. Tell me, how do you find business conditions?
Well, that depends on what side of the fence you're on.
Isn't this nice? A real chat. Have you any hobbies, Mr. Kirby?
Business is my hobby, Mrs. Sycamore.
Tony told me you once raised orchids.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Grandpa plays the harmonica.
Oh, really?
Yes. Ever played one, Mr. Kirby?
When Mr. Kirby was a boy, the harmonica was associated with street corner loafers.
Oh, were they, Mother?
Of course.
Well, then Dad's been holding out on you. He used to be a champ. He told me so himself.
Here's the grub. Only they didn't have any more frankfurters, so I got pickled pig's feet.
Oh.
Never mind, Ed. Just bring everything in the kitchen. I'll fix some scrambled eggs for Mr. Kirby.
Well, Alice, wait a minute. I'll help.
Well, Tony, that's that, I guess. A fine impression we're making. How could you make such a dreadful mistake? You knew it was tomorrow night.
Sure did.
Tony, you mean you brought them tonight purposely? Why?
Well, I wanted their approval of you just as you are, not a trumped-up evening with everybody acting unnatural.
But I wanted them to like us. Oh, you've spoiled it. I planned such a nice evening.
Oh, a fine pair to plan things for. They're out there acting like a couple of people on a slumming tour.
Reba, fix some scrambled eggs, please. Come on, we'd better get back.
Now, the perfect hobby should improve the body as well as the mind. The Romans were a great people. Why? What was their hobby? Wrestling. In the wrestling, you have to think quick with the mind and the body.
That's quite true. When I was young, I was quite good at it. But unfortunately, as the years go on...
Foolish. Once a wrestler, you never forget. I have not wrestled in 6 years, and I forget nothing. Look, Mr. Kirby, stand up.
Now, wait a minute.
Mr. Blankoff, leave Mr. Kirby alone.
Now, you hold me so, and I hold you so.
Now, listen, I don't want to
What
wrestle.
do? I do this.
Mr. Kirby. Oh, look what you've done to Mr. Kirby. Oh, let me help you out.
My
Mr.
glasses.
Kirby.
Where are my glasses?
Oh, here they are, Mr. Kirby. They're broken.
Well, I am sorry, but when you wrestle again, Mr. Kirby, you will, of course, not wear glasses.
If you don't mind, perhaps we'd better be going.
Oh, now, Mrs. Kirby, don't be silly. No use rushing off like this.
I want to stay here and talk to you, Alice.
I'd rather you didn't. There's nothing to talk about.
Good night.
Well, it's been very nice to have met all of you.
Stay right where you are, everybody.
Oh, good heavens.
What's all this? Who are
Which
you?
one was it, Joe?
This guy here.
Hey,
Grab
what
him.
is this? What is this? What do you mean?
See here, we don't belong in this house. We're
Keep
only
your
visiting
mouth
here.
shut. You, what's your name? My name is Edward Carmichael. Say I haven't done anything.
Hey, what's all this about?
Police department.
Ed, what have you done?
Nothing else. See, I told you somebody was following me. Shut up. This door lead to the cellar?
Yes, it does.
Go down there, Joe, and look around.
Okay, Chief.
Now, nobody move. Come here, Carmichael. Ever see these papers before? Huh? Why, sure. They're my circulars. You print this stuff? Yes, sir. And you put them into candy boxes and get them into people's homes? Oh, but I didn't mean anything. Oh, you didn't, eh? Well, listen. Watch for the revolution. The red flag will sweep the country.
Radicals, they're radicals.
But I didn't mean...
Shut up!
Chief. Hey, what is it, Joe?
Well, you were right, Chief. They've got enough gunpowder down in that cellar to blow up the whole city.
But we only use that to make fireworks.
Shut up!
Oh, everybody in this house is under arrest.
What's that?
Oh, my heavens.
Look here, officer. This is all nonsense.
Excuse me, officer, but I've got to go down in the cellar.
No, you don't. What's your name?
Mr. DePinner. But I just remembered I left my
Get
pipe
back
down
there.
But I got to get my
Grab
pipe.
him, Joe.
All right. Let me go. I got to get down
You
there.
stay right where you are.
There, I told you, my pipe.
What's that?
The fireworks.
Get them all out, boys. The whole joint's pinched.
See? Why what? I'm an American citizen. You can't come to me. I tell you, I've got my right.
Act 2 of You Can't Take It With You ended rather abruptly. We'll see what happens in Act 3. If anyone can get out of a fix like that, our money's on Grandpa. Perhaps his secret is friendliness. And here's another gentleman who seems to know that secret.
After a brief intermission, we will go on with Act 3 of You Can't Take It With You, starring Edward Arnold, Walter Connolly, Fay Ray, Robert Cummings, Neda Harrigan, and Lee Patrick. A few weeks ago, I mentioned on this program a conversation I'd had with Joan Bennett. A few days later, I got a letter that made me think that perhaps I'm not always as grateful as I should be. The letter says, well, here, Sally, you read it.
Dear Mr. Ruick, so you know Joan Bennett. You big lucky. I wish I knew her. Why don't you tell us some more about the stars you know personally? Shall I read the way it's signed?
Well, certainly, why not? Go ahead.
Well, it's signed An Admirer.
Oh, that. She doesn't mean me, Sally. She means she admires Joan Bennett. And by George, so do I. What a complexion she has.
Are you going to do what she asks?
Who, Joan Bennett?
Oh, no, an admirer.
Oh, you mean to talk more about the movie stars I know? Well, I know Olivia de Havilland. And believe me, I was glad I did the other night.
Why, Mr. Ruick?
Because I was at the Trocadero, and she came in. She looked so absolutely beautiful that everyone in the place turned to look.
She has lovely skin.
Indeed she has. And she uses Lux soap. She's a real fan for it. Says it does a swell job for her. And besides, she likes to use it because it has such a nice perfume. You can bet a girl like Olivia wouldn't use Lux unless it did work, because she's really a practical little thing, sort of businesslike about everything, expects results.
9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux soap. That means they get results, doesn't it, Mr. Ruick?
It certainly does, Sally. Lux soap has active lather that does a thorough job, makes you sure of perfect cleansing. And that means it's the soap for every woman who wants her skin to have the best of care. Smooth, soft skin is a joy to everyone who looks at it. And everyone does look at it and admire it. So let Lux toilet soap help you win the love and admiration you ought to have. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We continue with the third act of You Can't Take It With You. The long arm of the law has reached into the Vanderhoff household and scooped up the entire family, and with them the aristocratic Kirbys. In the police station, the men have been herded into a single barred room, reserved especially for the drunk and disorderly.
Well, Tony, I hope you're satisfied. And I only hope it teaches you a lesson. Go fooling around with stenographers.
I'm sorry, Dad, but I intend marrying her.
Yes, I know. I intended marrying a waitress once. But fortunately, my father knocked it out of me.
Mr. Kirby, you'd be a lot better off if you'd relax a little.
Ah, relax. With my son being snatched from under my nose, with my being arrested like a common criminal, this may jeopardize the biggest deal of my career.
Stop worrying, Mr. Kirby. What if all your deals fall through? Might be a lucky break for you.
Are you crazy?
Maybe I am. I was just like you once. But I quit because I wasn't having any fun. That was 35 years ago.
Yeah, and you haven't done a thing since.
Oh, yes. I went to the zoo when I got the notion. Took up the harmonica again, made a lot of friends, and even found time to notice when spring came around.
Yes, a fine country we'd have if we all spent our time at the zoo and played the harmonica. It's a lot of nonsense.
Too bad you can't find time for a lot of nonsense like that. Maybe you'd stop being so desperate about making more money than you can use. You can't take it with you, Mr. Kirby. So what good is it? From what I can see, there's only one thing you can take with you. And that's the love of your friend.
Oh, why don't you go out and get a pulpit for yourself?
I'm sorry.
Which one of you is Vanderhoff?
Right here, sir.
There he is, mister. 5 minutes.
Thanks. Hello, Mr. Vanderhoff. Remember me?
Oh, sure. Mr. Blakely, isn't it?
Yes. Heard you were in trouble and came over to help you out.
I see. Well, you're wasting your time, Mr. Blakely. I don't intend selling my home.
What?
No, sir. Not so long, young fellow, and run along and let me alone.
Well, we'll see how long you can hold out. You just wait till a few more things happen to you.
Oh, so it was you who arranged this arrest.
Yes, and it's only a starter.
Blakely, did you do this?
Mr. Kirby.
Why, you idiot. Do you know what you've done?
But, Mr. Kirby, I never dreamed that you knew
Get out of
these people.
here, you blundering idiot, and if you have 1 ounce of brains, see if you can dig up my attorneys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll phone them all. Yes, sir.
So, you're the one that's been holding up my deal.
Kind of funny, isn't it?
Now, what's so funny about it?
I mean, you're engineering this thing and then getting caught in your own trap.
Well, you won't think it's so funny when I take that house away from you.
Listen to him. Talks like a tsar.
I'll show you how business is done the Kirby way.
Business? You're not a businessman. You are a lion in the jungle.
Yes, and I've got the longest and the sharpest claws, too. That's how I got where I am. That's why I'm on top. And scum like you are in the gutter.
Oh, Dad,
Who
stop
are
it.
You're an idiot, Mr. Kirby. A stupid idiot.
You can't talk to me like that.
Oh, yes, I can. Scum, are we? What makes you think you're such a superior human being? Your money? With all your wealth, you're the poorest man I know. Poorer than any of these people you call scum. Because I'll guarantee they've got some friends. You may be a high mogul to yourself, Mr. Kirby, but to me, you're a failure. A failure as a man, a failure as a human being, yes, even a failure as a father. I'm sorry, Mr. Kirby. I hadn't lost my temper like that in 30-some-odd years. If I could make it up to you anyway, how'd you like to have my harmonica? It's a new one. Here, you might want to play it sometime.
All right, everybody. Night court's open. Have your slips ready. Come on, move along.
Silence. Mr. Vanderhoff, for disturbing the peace, you and the rest of your family are, by your own plea, guilty. But I shall suspend sentence.
Thank you, sir.
But for manufacturing explosives without a license, I'm sorry, but I'm forced to fine you $100.
$100? That's a lot of money.
Your Honor, I'll pay his fine.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Kirby, but I couldn't let you do that.
Hey, we got to help Grandpa. He's our neighbor.
Order. Silence, please.
Oh, Grandpa, don't worry.
Why, Maggie.
Your Honor, we're Grandpa's neighbors. We'll take care of that fine for him. We'll take up a collection.
Sure, we are, will you, Mr. Vanderhoff? Sure we are.
Very well, but quietly, please.
Thanks, Judge. Okay, folks, let's pony up.
You're a lucky man, Mr. Vanderhoff, to have so many friends.
Yes, sir.
Now, gentlemen, I'd like to dismiss the charge of disturbing the peace against the Kirbys. But if these people were guilty, then I must assume the Kirbys were guilty, too. Unless, of course, they can explain what they were doing there.
I don't see that that's important. Haven't we been embarrassed enough?
Your Honor, if I may say something.
Yes, of course, Mr. Vanderhoff.
These people just dropped in to see me about buying my house.
Why, of course. That's all we were there for.
That's not true.
Now, Alice.
Now, let me alone. I won't stand for it. I won't stand for our being humiliated like this. Your Honor, they're ashamed to admit that they came to look my family over to see if I was good enough to marry their precious son.
Oh, I never heard
She's
of
right,
anything.
Mother. That's just why we were there.
It's time you spoke up, Tony Kirby. Why, it's your family that isn't good enough. I wouldn't be related to a bunch of snobs like that for anything in the world. How do you like that?
Alice, wait for you.
Penny, Essie, Paul, come here.
What's the matter, Grandpa?
Look, it's a letter from Alice. Here, read it.
Alice? What does she say? Where is she?
She coming home? Read it out loud, Penny.
Now, wait a minute. My hands are shaking. She's staying with Helen, her school friend, in Riverside. That's in Connecticut. Read what she says, Ma. Now, let me see now. I know now the situation between me and Tony is impossible. I should have stayed in my own backyard. But, oh, my darlings, I'm so lonesome for you. Last night I cried myself to sleep. I wish I could rush back home, but how can I if I want to forget?
Sounds to me like she's not coming back.
Well, I guess that settles it.
Who are you calling, Grandpa?
I'm calling that fella Blakely.
Blakely, you're not going to sell the house.
Alice is right. She can't come back here. She'd be miserable. Mr. Blakely, please. We'll find a place where she is. And hello, Mr. Blakely. This is Mr. Vanderhoff. Still want to buy the house? All right, draw up the papers. That's all right. Quite a crook, that fellow.
Mr. Vanderhoff, why won't you tell me where she is?
Because there's an unwritten law in our family against snitching. And Alice doesn't want to see you, Tony.
Grandpa, is the moving man down there?
He just took out the xylophone. Pretty busy today here, son, moving and all.
Mr. Vanderhoff, if you see Alice, will you tell her, tell her that I've quit the banking business, and I'm going to work on that grass thing.
Grass, sure.
Grandpa! I just seen Miss Alice coming up the walk.
Miss
Alice is home.
Oh, heavenly days. But we were going to see her.
Mother! Grandpa! I'm back.
Oh, Alice, darling.
Grandpa, what are you doing? I came as soon as I got your telegram. Oh, I'm too late. You've already sold the house.
Of course I sold the house. I was getting tired of
But
it.
now everybody on the block has to move. And what about Grandma? You're moving away from her.
Alice.
Well, Mr. Kirby, you wanted the house and you got it. Well, now get out.
But Alice, please,
Don't talk to me. Oh, Grandpa.
It's all right, Alice. It's all right. Now, don't cry, honey.
The desk was right here, wasn't it? Settle down, Harry.
Say, what is this? What are you bringing that furniture back in here for?
Orders, Grandpa. Come on, Harry.
What in the world?
May I come in?
Dad.
Why, it's Mr. Kirby.
Mr. Kirby?
Do you mind if I sit down?
Of course not. We're a little short on chairs.
Well, you won't be. I told the men to bring your furniture back.
You did? Why?
Mr. Vanderhoff, you told me I was a failure as a man and as a father. I guess maybe you were right. My son walked out on me today.
Oh, Dad.
But I'm not giving up. I want my son back. I want to be a success as a father. So the first thing I've got to do is to be a success as a man. My big deal isn't going through, and strangely enough, I don't care.
Mr. Kirby, you know what I do when I'm facing a crisis of some kind?
No.
I just take out my harmonica and play until the crisis fades away. I think right now if you and me could get together on a duet. You brought the harmonica I gave you, didn't you?
Well,
Fine. How about Polly Wolly Doodle?
Polly Wolly Doodle.
I'll start it and you join in.
All right.
Oh, that's beautiful. Paul, isn't it lovely?
It's the jungle line on the harmonica.
Ah, my Russian wrestling friend.
What are you doing here?
I'll show you. I hold you so. You hold me so. What am I doing? I'm doing this.
Oh, magnificent.
Thank you. Come on, Mr. Vanderhoff.
Ed, how about the xylophone?
Okay with me, Essie. Where's the stick? We're like
Alice, I guess everything's all right now, huh?
Oh, Tony, I can't say a word.
Gee, I feel like screaming. Guess it's coming over me. Yeah, I gotta.
But you've got what you want, Tony.
Oh, Alice. Oh, gosh.
We need more chairs. You don't mind us. That's what I want here. Thank you. Yeah, right here.
Quiet, everybody. Grandpa's going to say grace.
Well, sir, here we are again. We had a little trouble, but that's not your fault. You spread the milk of human kindness, and if some of it gets curdled, that's our lookout. Anyway, things have turned out fine. Alice is going to marry Tony. The Kirbys are coming to live with us for a while. And everybody on the block is happy. We've all got our health, and as far as anything else is concerned, we leave it up to you. Thank you.
Has anybody got the pictures? All
The Vanderhoff clan are rather interesting people. And 4 other interesting people are coming back to our microphone now. Edward Arnold, Walter Connolly, Fay Ray, and Robert Cummings.
That's quite a mob you got here tonight, CB.
Gangsters? Where?
Not gangsters, Walter, just a mob. You know, two's company, four's a mob.
Why, the retrenchment. A DeMille mob scene ought to have about 4,000, shouldn't it?
Sometimes 4 good actors can outshine 4,000, Bob.
Yeah, but they can't make as much noise.
That depends on their ammunition. You 4 made plenty tonight.
Well, we're all a little shell-shocked after rehearsing under firecrackers all week.
Well, I do think it was carrying realism too far when the man put firecracker off under my chair.
That was rather a low trick. But, Eddie, wasn't that in the spirit of the Low Jinks Festival at the Bohemian Club?
Well, we have 2 important pilgrimages a year, CB. The High Jinks, which is serious, and the Low Jinks, which speaks for itself. It's quite a sight, actors making fun of themselves.
Oh, no, Ed. Impossible. Actors never make fun of themselves.
Well, I've seen it with my own eyes. I'll take you all up sometime, show you. All except Fay. It's strictly stag.
Oh. Educational, but not co-educational, huh? Well, never mind, Fay. How did you enjoy that summer theater in Maine?
Oh, it was grand. The only way I know of to get paid for taking a vacation in Maine. And I have something to report that will interest you, CB. I found in my summer theater that Lux soap is just as popular backstage as it is in Hollywood. Naturally, I took some with me when I went to Maine because I've used it for years. And I discovered that almost everyone else uses it, too. They know, as I do, what a help it is in keeping one's complexion soft and smooth.
Reports like that make the heart grow fonder.
Well, you know, Mr. DeMille, it's time for you to give a report of yourself. What have you done about next week's play?
Next Monday night, we're going to have Irene Dunn and David Niven. And the play... The play, which I think everyone will like, is The Sisters. A story about a girl who cast her lot with a reckless adventurer, fought for love, and won a victory.
Irene Dunn and David Niven in The Sisters. That's a wonderful cast and a fine play. I bet a lot of people have been asking for The Sisters.
Well, the Arnold family will be listening in, and it's time for me to get out of here. I got to go to work again. I think we all enjoyed doing You Can Take It With You. Goodbye, CB.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. And our gratitude is one thing you can take with you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and David Niven in The Sisters. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Ruick, asking you to be sure to listen to the Lux daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. This human and gripping story of a young, attractive woman doctor is brought to you every afternoon, Monday through Friday. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as Kolenkov, Sally Payne as Essie, Edward Marr as Ed, Ralph Sedan as Poppins, Wally Mayer as Henderson, Griff Barnett as Hughes, Gil Patrick as Secretary, Abe Reynolds as DePinna, John Fee as First Associate, Victor Rodman as Blakely, Jane Morgan as Secretary, Libby Taylor as Reba, Harry Humphreys as Paul, and Earl Ross as Guard. Edward Arnold will soon be seen in the Columbia picture Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Walter Connolly is now appearing in the RKO production Fifth Avenue Girl. Robert Cummings' current film is The Underpup, a Universal production. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for Hollywood Cavalcade.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on the famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle, now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman. Mr. Chapman.
Our play this evening is a comedy for grown-ups called The Philadelphia Story. It has had quite a history, and it's made some history. The late Philip Barry wrote it, and it was the biggest Broadway success of the spring of 1939. That same season, by the way, Barry wrote a beautiful failure titled Here Come the Clowns. The failure was, I think, at least as good as the hit. Our company this evening, which is ready to start the play as soon as I stop talking, not a bad idea either, is a fine one. As Tracy Lord, we have Jonah Alexander, one of radio's most distinguished young actresses, and star of the television show The Name's the Same. For the important part of Liz, we have Betty Furness, whose coverage of a recent political convention in Chicago set a record for industry and charm. In the part of Mike, the newspaper man, we have Myron McCormick. Mr. McCormick used to be a newspaper man himself once in the play State of the Union. But since April 7, 1949, he has been playing Luther Billis, a money-mad CB with a revolving stomach in South Pacific. Well, now that some of our players have been introduced, let's get the play going. The scene is the sitting room of a very nice home near Philadelphia, belonging to a family named Lord. It is late on a Friday morning in June, the day before Tracy Lord's wedding. In the sitting room of the Lord Country House on Philadelphia's main line, Tracy and her mother are arranging wedding presents, while Tracy's teenage sister, Dinah, is sprawled out on a sofa reading.
This stinks. Don't say stinks, Dinah. If absolutely necessary, smells. But only if absolutely necessary. Tracy, dear.
Yes, Mother?
I wish you'd look at these last-minute presents. I'm so terribly afraid some of the cards may have got mixed.
As soon as I finish this thank you note to Cousin Horace. Which was he?
The old Dutch muffin ear, circa 1810.
Muffin ear? How's this? Dear Cousin Horace, I am simply enchanted with your old Dutch muffin ear, with which my husband and I will certainly hear any muffin coming a mile away.
Cousin Horace is so awful. What did he send you the other time you were married, Tracy?
There was no occasion for gifts the other time. In fact, it would scarcely be considered a wedding at all. When you run off to Maryland on a sudden impulse, as Dexter and I did.
10 months is quite long to be married, though. You can have a baby in 9, can't you?
I guess, if you put your mind to it.
Why didn't you?
Mother, don't you think it's time for her nap?
You might be interested in knowing that the other time is back from wherever he's been.
Whatever are you talking about, child?
Tracy knows. I saw Dexter's car in front of his house.
Dexter Haven home again? On the eve of your sister's wedding? Dinah, why didn't you tell us?
Oh, I'm not worried, Mother. The only trouble Mr. C.K. Dexter Haven ever gave me was when he married me. You might say the same thing for Seth Lord, Mother, if you'd face it squarely as I did.
That will do. I will allow none of you to criticize your father.
What are we expected to do when he treats you...
Did you hear me, Tracy?
All right, I give up.
And in view of this second attempt of yours, my dear, it might pay you to remind yourself that neither of us has proved to be a very great success as a wife.
We just picked the wrong husbands, that's all. But not I. Not this time. Isn't George an angel, Mother?
George is an angel.
Is he handsome or is he not?
George is handsome.
Suds, I'm a lucky girl.
I like Dexter.
Why don't you ask him for lunch sometime?
Maybe I will.
I seem to have run out of envelopes.
There's some in the library. Shall I
Never
get
mind,
them?
I'll get them myself.
She's awfully mean about Dexter, isn't she, Mother?
He was rather mean to her, dear.
Did he really sock her?
Don't say sock, darling. Strike is quite an ugly enough word.
But did he really?
I'm afraid I don't know the details.
Cruelty and drunkenness, it said.
Dinah.
It was right in the papers.
You read too much. You'll spoil your eyes.
It was an awful thing to say about a man. I don't think they like things like that said about them.
I'm sure they don't.
Father's going to be hopping when he reads all about himself in that magazine Destiny when it comes out.
Oh, what? About whom?
This article I've been reading. It's what they call proof sheets for some article they're going to call Broadway and Finance. And Father's in it, so I just sent it on to Sandy. Sort of, an approval.
But the article, what does it say?
Oh, it's partly about Father backing 3 shows for that dancer. What's her name? Tina Mara.
Great heaven, what on earth can we do?
Can't Father sue them for libel?
But it's true. It's all... That is, I mean to say... Let me see that. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
I don't think the part about Tina Mara is true the way they put it. It's simply full of innuendo.
Of what?
Innuendo. Oh, I do wish something would happen here. Nothing ever possibly in the least ever happens in Philadelphia.
Oh, this is terrible. Why didn't Sandy tell me?
Mother, why won't Tracy ask her own father to her own wedding?
Your sister has very definite opinions about certain things.
She's sort of, hard, isn't she?
No, dear, not hard. None of my children is that, I hope. Tracy sets exceptionally high standards for herself, and other people aren't always quite able to live up to them. I'm going upstairs and lie down for a minute, dear. If your brother comes in, tell him to wait. I want to see you.
Mother, wait.
Yes, dear?
Don't you think it's stinking not to at least want Father at her wedding?
Yes, darling. Between ourselves, I think it's good and stinking.
Hello.
Hello. May I speak to Mr. Dexter Haven?
Speaking.
What? Oh, Dexter, it's you. Look at Dexter. This is Dinah Lord.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise.
A very great pleasure to have you back. Look at Dexter. Tracy says, why don't you come right over for lunch?
What? Oh, you're joking.
Honestly, I'm not. She said, why don't you ask him to lunch?
In that case, I'll be right over.
Listen, though, maybe it would be better if you'd... Hello? Hello?
Oh, here you are, Dinah. Will you give me a hand with... Who was that on the phone?
Oh, no one, Tracy. No one at all. Wrong number.
Listen to this. Born into Philadelphia's horsey set, tycoon Seth Lord has abandoned the stables of the main line for a studio in Manhattan in order to further the career of his protege, dancer Tina Mara. Oh, those devils, those absolute devils.
Who's the devil? Say, what's going on here? Why the long faces?
It's this awful article they're going to publish in that magazine. What are we to do, Sandy?
Now, Mother, just relax. I think I've fixed things. Destiny is published by a man named Sidney Kidd. He also publishes Dime, also Spy, a picture magazine. I worked on Dime for 2 summers, you know that.
Well, he's got to be stopped, Sandy. I'll go to him myself.
That won't be necessary.
I just hope your father never hears of it.
I had a copy made and sent it around to his flat while I was in New York, with a little note saying, how do you like it?
Sandy.
Well, why not? Let him worry a little.
Let him worry a lot.
Excuse me, Mr. Alexander.
Oh, yes, Thomas.
Mr. Connor and the young ladies say they will be down directly, sir.
Oh, thanks. That's fine. Tell May or Elsie to look after Miss Imbrie, will you?
Very good, sir.
What's all this?
Mr. Connor and...
Mike Connor, Macaulay Connor, his name is, and Elizabeth Imbrie. I brought them down for the wedding.
You asked people to my wedding and to stay in this house without even asking us.
Now, wait a minute, Tracy. I had a reason. Connor and Miss Imbrie have been down here for 2 months writing up our town. The Philadelphia story.
The Philadelphia story?
Mm-hmm. It's to come out in 3 installments. Industrial Philadelphia, Historical Philadelphia, and finally...
I think I'm going to be sick.
Yes, dear. Fashionable Philadelphia.
I am sick.
But why us? Surely there are other families who...
Yes, why not the Drexels or the Biddles or...
We go even further back. It's those Quakers. And, of course, there's your former marriage, Tracy.
Oh, a trade, eh? So we're to let them publish the inside story of my wedding in order to keep Father's wretched little affair quiet.
That's it.
What's this writer's name again?
Connor, Macaulay Connor. Miss Imbrie's a photographer.
Oh, dear.
What?
Will it seem strange to them, I wonder? Your father not being here for his own daughter's wedding?
Well, that's all right. I fixed that, too.
You've been very busy, haven't you?
I sent a fake telegram to be delivered before dinner. Confined to bed with cold, unable to attend nuptials, Oceans of Love, Father.
Not in just those words, Sandy.
Well, not exactly. It'll come on the telephone, and Thomas will take it, and Mother won't have her glasses, and he'll have to read it aloud.
Not good enough.
Any better suggestions?
No, but I'll think of something.
You better think fast.
I intend to. If they have to have a story, I'll give them a story. One they can't get through the mails.
Sure this is where he said they'd be?
Well, he said the sitting room. I suppose that's contrasted to the living room, the ballroom, the drawing room, the morning room.
Good morning, Connor. Good morning, Miss Embry. I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, that's all right. Quite a place, the Lord House.
Do you mind if I say something to you, Connor?
Not at all.
Your approach to this assignment seems definitely antagonistic.
I have to tell you in all honesty that I'm opposed to everything you represent.
Destiny is not exactly a radical publication. What are you doing, boring from within?
I'm not a communist by a long shot.
Just a small pin feather on the left wing.
Jeffersonian Democrat?
That's more like it.
Have you ever seen Jefferson's house at Monticello? That's quite a place, too.
Home team 1, visitors nothing. Tell me, is this a very old house, Mr. Lord?
No, there are very few old houses on the main line. The gatehouse is, of course. Father's grandfather built that for a summer place when they all lived in Rittenhouse Square.
The gatehouse. That's where the prospective bridegrooms stay.
Mm-hmm. He'll be here for lunch. You'll meet him there.
The research department didn't give us much data on him. Let's see. George Kittredge, age 32. Since last year, general manager, Quaker State Coal, in charge of operation. Is that right?
That's right. And brilliant at it.
How did your sister happen to meet him?
Well, she and I went up to Wilkes-Barre a few months ago to look things over.
I see. And was it instant?
Immediate.
He must be quite a guy, this Mr. Kittredge.
And your sister, which side of this fine aboriginal family does she resemble most, would you say?
There's some family histories in the library. I'll get them for you. And also, I'll see if I can round up some of the living members.
Oh, Mr. Lord.
Yes?
The rest of the family don't know about us, do they?
Pleasant or not, don't you think?
Much.
Yes, that's what I thought. Also what your employer, Mr. Kidd, thought.
I don't get you, Lord.
What?
Why don't you throw us out?
Connor, I hope you'll never know.
So much for historical Philadelphia, so much for industrial. Now, gentle reader, consider an entire section of American society which, closely following the English tradition, lives on the land, but in a new sense. It is not the land that provides the living, it is...
Quiet, Mike.
What?
One of the lords is coming across the terrace.
Oh, Lady Lord. Is it...
No, it's the kid's sister, I think.
Oh, how do you do? Friends of my brother Alexander, are you not? Sandy, as we call him.
How do you do? You're Miss Dinah Lord?
My real name is Diana, but my sister changed it.
I'm Elizabeth Embry, and this is Macaulay Connor. It's awfully nice.
Enchanté de vous voir, mademoiselle. Enchanté de faire votre connaissance, monsieur.
Enchanté.
I spoke French before I spoke English. My early childhood was spent in Paris when my father worked in a bank, the House of Morgan.
Really?
C'est vrai, absolument. Can you play the piano?
Why, no.
I can. Shall I play for you?
Do, please.
I'm a little out of practice.
I'm sure you play beautifully. Mike, what is this?
An idiot, probably. They happen in the best of families, especially the best.
The Bahamas. How well I remember them. Those perfume nights. The flowers. The native wines. I was there once on a little trip with Leopold Stokowski.
You were there once with your governess after the whooping cough.
May I present my sister Tracy, Mr. Connor, and Miss Embry?
Mother wants to see you at once, Dinah. At once, do you hear me?
You've got on my hair ribbon.
Your face is still dirty. Out with you.
This is a long-awaited pleasure, Miss Lloyd.
It's awfully nice having you here. I do hope you'll stay for my wedding.
We'd like to very much.
In fact, it was our idea.
I'm so pleased it occurred to you. I hope your rooms are comfortable.
Oh, very. Thanks.
What a cunning little camera, Miss Embry. Is photography your hobby?
I'm afraid I'm rather a nuisance about it.
Oh, you couldn't be. People have always been so kind about letting us live our simple and uneventful lives here unmolested. Of course, after my divorce last year, but I expect that always happens. Still, it did seem that some of the reporters' methods were a trifle underhanded. You're a writer, aren't you, Mr. Connor?
In a manner of speaking.
Yes, Sandy told me. I've sent for your books. Macaulay, Connor. What's the Macaulay for?
My father taught English history. I'm Mike to my friend.
Of whom you have many, I'm sure. Where did your father teach?
In the high school in South Bend, Indiana.
South Bend? Oh, it sounds like dancing, doesn't it? You must have had a most happy childhood there.
It was terrific.
I'm so glad.
I don't mean it that way.
I'm so sorry. Why?
Largely due to the lack of wherewithal, I guess.
Oh, but that doesn't always cause unhappiness, does it? Not if you're the right kind of man. George Kittredge, my fiancé, never had anything either, but he... Are either of you married?
No.
Not at present.
And are you from South Bend, too, Miss Embry?
Duluth.
That must be a lovely spot. West of here, isn't it?
Sort of.
And this is your first visit to Philadelphia?
Just about.
Quaint old place, don't you think? Odd customs and such. Where the Scrapples eat biddle on Sunday. Of course, it is very old. Philadelphia, I mean. The Scrapple is fresh every week. How old are you, Mr. Connor?
I was 30 last month.
Oh, 2 books isn't much for a man of 30. I don't mean to criticize, but you probably have other interests besides your work.
None, unless you mean...
Oh, how sweet. Are you and Miss Embry,
That's an odd question, I must say.
Why?
Well, it just is.
Well, I don't see why. I think it's very interesting. Miss Embry, don't you agree that all this marrying and giving in marriage is the darndest gyp that's ever been put over on an unsuspecting public?
She be human.
Please, Mr. Connor, I asked Miss Embry a question.
The answer is no. I do not.
Good. Nor do I. That's why I'm putting my chin out for the second time tomorrow. Ah, here's the lucky man now. I'll bring him right in and put him on view. In here, George. Right in here, Oh, darling.
Good grief, who's doing the interviewing here?
She's a lot more than I counted on.
Do you suppose she caught on somehow?
She's just a head-in.
I'm beginning to feel about the size of a pinhead.
Now, don't let her throw you, Liz.
Do you want to take over?
What I really want? I want to go home. Mr. Kittredge, didn't I read a piece about you in the New Nation a while ago?
Quite a while ago. I've been resting on my laurels since that, and a couple of others.
Quite a neat piece of work. Anticipating that last coal strike the way you did.
Oh, anyone should have foreseen that. I was just lucky.
Note her becoming modesty.
You should see him with the men. They simply adore him.
Oh, come on, Tracy.
Never in my life will I forget that first night I saw him. All those wonderful faces and the torchlights and the way his voice just boomed.
I guess this must be love.
Your guess is correct, Miss Embry.
I'm just his faithful old dog, Trey.
Give me your paw.
Oh, you've got it, darling.
Holy cats.
What's the matter, Sandy?
Mr. Dexter Haven.
Dexter.
Hello, friends and enemies. I came the short way across the field.
Well, this is a surprise, Dexter. I should think it is.
Now, George, don't be bitter. Hello, Tracy. And how is my favorite ex-mother-in-law?
I think you'd better go right home at once, Dexter.
But I've been invited. Awfully sweet of you to ask me to lunch, Trey.
No, not at all. Thomas, an extra place for Mr. Haven.
Yes, Miss Tracy.
Miss Embry, Mr. Connor. My former husband.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Hey, let me look at you, George. You don't look as well as when I last saw you. Poor fellow, I know just how you feel. But Redhead here, isn't she in the pink, though?
Really, Dexter?
I mean it. You don't look old enough to marry anyone, Trey, not even for the first time. You never did. She needs trouble to mature, Kittredge. Give her lots of it.
I'm afraid she can't count on me for that.
No? Too bad. Sometimes, for your own sake, I think you should have stuck to me, Red.
I thought it was for life, but the nice judge gave me a full pardon.
That's the kind of talk I like to hear. No bitterness, no recrimination, just a good, quick left to the jaw.
Very funny.
It's clouding up again.
I do hope it won't rain. Please don't let it rain on our wedding day, George.
It won't. I'll see to it personally.
Dear George, I almost believe you could.
Joanna, who's definitely crazy.
Who told you, Liz?
Dinah.
Well, Dinah should know.
Hey, where is she now? I'd like to get some more shots of her while it's still light.
She's out schooling a horse somewhere. It's the horses that get the schooling in these parts.
you think of Mr. Kittredge?
Hmm? Well, he's in a tough spot with her first husband prowling about.
He's a sinister fellow, that Dexter Haven.
Liz, answer me honestly. Liz, what right has a girl like Tracy Lord to exist? I mean, what place has she got in the world today?
You're a funny one, Mike.
Well, she's a new one on me. Maybe Philadelphia produces a different brand of monkey.
Mike.
Yeah?
This is Liz you're talking to. Don't try to make a monkey out of me.
I don't get you.
You may hate what she stands for, but you don't hate what she does to you, Mike.
You mean that I... Oh, no, Liz, you're wrong. Well, you couldn't be wronger. She doesn't attract me in the least.
Uh-huh. Would I change places for her for all her wealth and beauty? Just ask me. Uh-oh. There's Tracy now coming up from the stables.
Huh?
I'll see you later, Mike.
Okay, Liz. Let's see.
May I bother you for a minute, Mr. Connor?
Huh? Oh, yes, you may indeed. Something the matter?
Well, I've been reading these stories of yours. They're so darn beautiful, I had to tell you.
Thanks.
Why, Connor, they're almost poetry.
Don't fool yourself, they are.
I can't make you out at all. You talk so big and tough, and then you write like this, which is which?
I guess I'm both.
No. I think you put on the toughness to save your skin.
You think?
Yes, I know a little about that.
Do you?
Yes, quite a lot. The book was just such a complete surprise, that's all.
Yes, it seems you do.
What?
Know about it.
The story called With the Rich and Mighty, I think I like that the best.
I got that from a Spanish peasant.
Will you? When you can write like this, how can you possibly do anything else?
Well, you'll never believe it, but there are people in this world who have to earn their living.
Well, people buy books, don't they?
That one represents 2 solid years' work. It netted Connor something under $600.
But that shouldn't be.
Only unhappily it is.
And what about your Miss Embry?
She's a born painter and might be an important one. What Miss Embry must eat. Also, she prefers a roof over her head to being constantly out in the rain and snow.
Food and... I'm sorry to have seemed patronizing.
Oh, no, but
Please don't bother, really. Good.
Produced applications, but the trouble has just begun, as we'll see now.
Just what it is you're hanging around for.
In a moment. Oh, hello there, Connor.
Oh, hello, Mr. Haven.
Connor. She's a goddess without patience for any kind of human imperfection. And when I gradually discovered that my relation to her was expected to be not that of a loving husband and companion, but, oh, never mind.
Say it.
But that of a kind of high priest to a virgin goddess, then my drinks grew more frequent and deeper in hue, that's all.
I never considered you as that or myself.
You did without knowing it. And the night that you got drunk on champagne and climbed out on the roof and stood there naked with your arms out to the moon wailing...
Dexter, what are you trying to make me out as?
Tracy, what do you fancy yourself as?
I don't know that I fancy myself as anything.
When I read you were going to marry Kittredge, I couldn't believe it. How could you even think of it?
I love him, that's why, as I never even began to love you.
I suppose when you come right down to it, it just offends my vanity to have anyone who was ever remotely my wife remarry so obviously beneath her.
Beneath me? How dare you, any of you in this day and age, use any such...
I'm talking about difference in mind and imagination.
And what's wrong with George?
Nothing. He's just not for you.
He is for me. He's a great man and a good man. And he's of national importance.
Oh, good Lord, you sound like an article in Destiny. Well, whatever it is, you'll have to stick this time. He'll give you no out, as I did.
I won't require one.
But let me tell you this, Red. You'll never be a first-class woman or a first-class human being till you've learned to have some regard for human frailty. It's a pity your own foot can't slip a little sometimes. But no, the goddess must and shall remain intact.
I
think there are more of you around than people realize. You're a special class of American female now, the married maidens. And of the type Philadelphiaensis, you're the absolute tops, my dear.
Blast your soul, Dex, if you say
I'm
one more word.
Tracy. For the moment, I've said my say.
Well. I suppose I ought to object to this twosome.
That would be most objectionable, George. Well, any time either of you want more advice from me...
When we do, we'll give you a ring, Hayden.
I left your wedding present there on the table, Red. Sorry I hadn't any ribbon to tie it up with.
You see, it's no use even attempting to be friendly.
Certainly not. You were a dear to try. Please don't mind him, George. Well, my last wedding present, I may as well open it.
Wonder what it is.
With Dexter, it's anybody's guess.
Why, it's a photograph.
Yes, it's the true love.
What's that?
It's a boat he designed and built, practically. We sailed her up the coast of Maine and back the summer we were married. My, she was yar.
Yar? What does that mean?
It means... Oh, what does it mean? It means easy to handle, quick to the helm, fast, bright, everything a boat should be. And so what?
Rather bad taste, I'd say, giving you that.
Dexter never concerns himself much with taste.
How'd you ever happen to marry a fellow like that, Tracy?
Oh, I don't know. We grew up together. George, you don't really mind him, do you? I mean the fact of him...
I don't see what you mean, Trey.
Well, I mean the fact that... You know, that he was my lord and master.
I don't believe anyone ever was or ever will be. You know, that's the wonderful thing about you, Trey.
What? But,
You're like some marvelous, distant, queen, I guess. You're so cool and fine and always so much your own. That's the wonderful you in you that no one can ever really possess, that no one can touch hardly. It's a kind of beautiful purity, Tracy. Yes, that's the only word for it.
George...
It's what I first worshipped you for, Tracy.
George,
from
listen.
afar. Only from a little nearer now, eh, darling?
But I don't want to be worshipped. I want to be loved. I mean really loved.
But that goes without saying, Tracy.
Oh, but now it's you who don't see what I mean.
Excuse me, Miss Tracy. Shall I put this picture with the other presents?
No, Thomas. Just leave it there, please.
Yes, Miss.
Don't let Miss Imbrie or Connor get hold of it.
Certainly not.
Hope they'll soft pedal that first marriage.
I wish they'd pedal themselves right out of here.
Oh, they've got a job to do. And it's an honor, you know.
What?
Why, to be written up by destiny.
Are you joking?
Joking?
You can't seriously mean that
I think destiny fills a very definite place, Tracy.
George, Tracy, you aren't dressed.
Dressed, Mother?
Party tonight. You're the guest of honor, Tracy. Now go along, George. Hurry.
Right on my way, ma'am. Wait for me, Tracy.
Does that young man by any chance ever walk anywhere?
When he likes, I expect.
I have a feeling he's going to take the ring tomorrow and go through center with it.
Seth, you idiot.
That's very amusing, I'm sure.
What worries me at the moment is the spectacle we're all making of ourselves for the benefit of that young man and woman from Destiny.
And whose fault is it, inasmuch as you let us in for it in the first place?
Do keep that note out of your voice, Tracy. It's most unattractive.
Oh? And how does your Miss Mara talk? Or does she purr?
Tracy.
You've got a fine right, you have, after the way you've treated Mother, after the way you've treated all of us, to come back here in your best country manner and strike attitudes and make stands and criticize my fiancé and give orders and mess things up generally, just as if you did. I can't help it. It's sickening, as if he'd done nothing at all.
It's no concern of yours, Tracy. If it concerns anyone, it concerns... Well, actually, I don't know whom it concerns, except your father.
That's very wise of you, Margaret. Tracy, how can I make you understand? It's a reluctance to grow old, I think. I suppose the best mainstay a man can have as he gets along in years is a daughter, the right kind of daughter.
That's interesting, to say the least.
One who loves him blindly, as no good wife ever should, of course. One for whom he can do no wrong.
How sweet.
A girl of his own, full of warmth for him, full of foolish, uncritical affection.
None of which I've got.
You have everything it takes to make a lovely woman, Tracy, except one essential, an understanding heart. Without it, you might just as well be made of bronze.
That's an awful thing to say to anyone.
Indeed it is.
So I'm to blame for Tina Mara, am I?
If any blame attaches to some extent, I expect you are.
You coward.
No, but better to be one than a prig and a perennial spinster, however many marriages.
Seth, that's too much.
I'm afraid it's not enough. I'm afraid that nothing is, Margaret.
Seth, I understand a great deal now that I didn't.
It's all past now. It has been for some time. Forgive me, Margaret. You won't have to again. I understand a lot more than I did as well.
A prig. And a... You mean you think I'm some kind of virgin goddess or something?
If your ego wishes to call it that, yes. Also, you've been talking like a jealous woman.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. What's the matter with everyone all at once, anyhow?
Miss Embry, will you have a cocktail or champagne?
Champagne, thanks. I've never had enough.
You will tonight.
Champagne flu.
Excuse me, Mr. Lord.
Yes, Thomas.
They've just phoned a telegram, Mr. Lord.
Well, let's have it.
It's for Mrs. Lord, sir.
Read it, Thomas. I haven't my glasses.
Most frightfully sorry will not be able to get down for the wedding as am confined to my bed with everything wrong. Baby, better. It was only gas. Love, Father. Is there any answer, madam?
No, Thomas. None in this world.
Oops!
Easy there, Tracy.
Oh, it was a lovely party, wasn't it, Sandy? Let's you and I have a nightcap.
You are already in wine, sister.
You lie. Champagne never affects me in the slightest.
That's because you never take it.
Even if I did, it wouldn't. Oh. Let's sit here on the terrace for a while.
Okay, but get thee to bed, Tracy. It's late. George will spank.
And I could spank George for the way he behaved.
Well, he had a right to be sore. You and Mike Connor were gone for 2 hours at least.
Well, you were along.
All the same, tongues were wagging like tails. George said...
I wonder where Dexter was.
He wasn't invited, was he?
Well, I half expected him to come. I don't like the look behind Dexter's eyes, Sandy. It makes me sad.
Don't be sad, Tracy.
Tracy!
Here comes Mike. Mike, pour me some champagne.
I've been carrying this all over the garden looking for you. Here.
Now, tell you what. Let's all have a quick swim to brighten us up. Go get Liz, Sandy.
Not me. Too cold this early.
It's the best hour of the day. Dexter and I always swam after parties.
Let's dip into this bottle instead.
Go get Liz anyway, Sandy.
All right. Anyway, if she's not in bed.
Did you enjoy the party, Mike?
The prettiest sight in this fine, pretty world is the privileged class enjoying its privileges. Consider, gentle reader, they toil not, neither do they spin.
Oh, yes, they do. They spin in circles.
Tracy, you can't marry that guy. You just don't seem to match up.
Then the fault's with me.
Maybe so. All the same, you can't do it.
No, come around about noon tomorrow. I mean today.
There's magnificence in you, Tracy. I'm telling you, you can't.
Now I'm getting self-conscious again. It's funny, isn't it? Mike, let's...
What?
I don't know. Let's go in, I guess. It's late.
A magnificence that comes out of your eyes. That's in your voice, in the way you stand there, the way you walk. You're lit from within, bright, bright, bright. There are fires banked down in you, hearth fires, and holocausts.
Then I don't seem to you made of bronze or...
You're made of flesh and blood. That's the unholy surprise of it. You're the golden girl, Tracy, full of love and warmth and delight. Hey, what's this? You've got tears in your eyes.
Shut up. Oh, Mike, keep talking. Keep talking.
I've stopped.
Why, has your mind taken hold again, Professor?
A good thing, don't you agree?
No, Professor.
Drop the professor.
Yes, Professor.
That's really all I am to you, is it?
Of course, Professor.
You sure?
Why, yes. Yes, of course, Professor. Mike, no, please. Golly Moses.
Oh, Tracy, dear.
Oh, Mike.
Let me tell you something.
No, don't. All of a sudden, I've got the shakes.
Me too.
What is it?
It must be something like love.
Oh, no, it mustn't be. It can't.
Why would it be inconvenient?
Terribly. I'm getting married tomorrow to George. Oh, Mike, I'm a bad girl.
Not you.
We're out of our minds.
Right into our hearts.
That ought to have music.
It has, hasn't it? Oh, Tracy,
Mike,
lovely.
please, someone's coming.
Nuts.
Mike, it isn't far to the pool. It's only over the lawn in the birch grove. It's lovely there now in the early dawn.
All right, come on.
I can't. It's as if my insteps were melting away. Have I got feet of clay or something?
Quit, they'll be here in a moment. I'll carry you.
Oh, Mike! Oh, Mike, I feel so small all at once.
You're immense. You're tremendous.
Not me. Oh, not me. Oh, put me in your pocket, Mike.
I thought you said they were out on the terrace.
They were. They must have gone for a walk or something.
Or something.
Liz, you're in love with Connor, aren't you?
People ask the oddest questions.
Why don't you marry him?
Hello, anybody home?
Sounds like we have callers.
You didn't answer my question.
I didn't hear
Hello,
you.
Sandy. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, Dexter. You're an early one.
I saw quite a full day ahead and got myself up. Was it a good party?
Fine.
Lovely.
Good.
And sufficient. I'm going to bed.
Liz,
Yes, Sandy?
why don't you, you know what I asked.
Mike? He's still got a lot to learn, and I don't want to get in his way for a while. Okay?
Risky, though. Suppose another girl came along in the meantime.
I'd scratch her eyes out, I guess. Unless she was going to marry someone else the next day. Good night, all.
Where are they?
They called it a night. At least I hope and pray they did.
Well, well.
Make yourself comfortable, Dext. I've got a little errand to run.
Well, well, well. Hi there, George.
What are you doing here, Haven?
Oh, I'm a friend of the family. Just dropped in for a chat.
Don't try to be funny. I asked you a question.
I might have asked you the same one.
I telephoned Tracy, but the phone in her room didn't answer.
I didn't telephone, so I came right over.
I was worried.
I was worried, too.
About what?
What do you think of this Connor, or do you?
What about him?
I just wondered.
Listen, if you're trying to insinuate...
My dear fellow, I wouldn't dream of it. I was only trying...
Who's that I hear? Is someone in the pool?
George, you're tired. I strongly advise you to go to bed.
Oh, you do you?
Yes, I strongly urge you to do so at once.
I'm staying right here.
You're making a mistake.
I'm staying right here, and so are you.
All right, then. Take the works, and may God be with you.
Mike, not so fast. You'll rush me.
That's Tracy's voice. Who's that with...
Look, Mike, we have callers. Hi, George. Hi, Dex.
It's Connor. He's carrying her in his arms.
I always knew he was a gentleman.
George, Dexter, you should have been with us.
Paul, Connor, put her down.
Don't you do it, Mike. You carry me right upstairs.
You bet I will, got it.
I warn you, Connor.
Easy, George. She's not hurt, is she, Mike?
Not wounded, sire, but dead.
That beach robe. She went in swimming without...
Without a stitch. It's delicious.
Don't pay her any mind. It seems the minute she hit the water, the shed...
A likely story, Connor.
What did you say?
I said a likely story.
Listen, if you think...
Take me upstairs, Mike.
Sure.
Connor.
Yeah?
You'll come down again directly?
If you want.
I want.
Night, Dexter. Night, George.
Second door on the right at the top of the stairs, Connor. Mind you don't wake Dinah.
My feet are made of clay. Made of clay.
Good Lord. You believe it, then?
Believe what?
The implications of what you've just seen, let's say.
What else is there to believe?
Well, I suppose that's entirely up to you.
I've got eyes, and I've got imagination, haven't I?
I don't know. Have you?
So you pretend not to believe it?
Yes, I pretend not to.
Then you don't know women.
Possibly not.
You're a blind fool.
Quite possibly. We're all only human, you know.
You, all of you, and your rotten, sophisticated ideas.
Isn't it the limit, though?
Well, she's all tucked in.
I want to talk to you, Connor.
I'll take care of him, Kittredge.
You? What right have
The
you...
lady is still Mrs. Dexter Haven till tomorrow, Kittredge. And this, Connor, is for taking advantage of my wife.
Look here, Haven. If you think by this gesture you can make me forget
You'll
what Tracy
have
has
to
done...
make up your own mind about that, Kittredge.
I'll make up my mind, all right. Good night.
Sorry, Connor. Let me help you up.
Thanks, old man.
Okay?
Yes. But if you think...
I know, but I thought I'd better hit you before George did.
What's all the row out here?
Nothing, Sandy. Just as quiet as a church.
Who got hit?
Connor.
Oh, too bad. I thought it might be Kittredge.
Well, old man, we can't have everything. Or can we?
Good morning, everybody. Isn't it a fine day, though? Is everyone fine? That's fine. Oh, my, I'm hearty.
Poor Tracy. How are you otherwise?
Oh, it's you, Dexter. My eyes don't seem to open properly. Go home, Dexter, will you? It's my wedding day.
Not till we get those eyes open.
You know what time it is? It's nearly 12:30.
Oh, Dinah, it can't be. Where's Mother?
Well, she's talking with the orchestra and Father with the minister.
Minister already?
And Miss Imbree's gone with a camera to shoot horses, and Sandy's in his room. And Mr. Connor. He hasn't come down yet.
And it's Saturday.
Thanks, Lode. It's nice to have things accounted for. Only I wonder what this could be.
It looks terribly like a wristwatch.
But whose? I found it in my room. I nearly stepped on it.
Getting out of bed?
Yes, why?
I just wondered.
There's another mystery, too.
Mysteries intrigue me.
I was robbed last night. My bracelet and my engagement ring are missing everywhere.
Are these the ones?
Why, yes. But you weren't at the party, Dexter.
Are you quite sure?
Were you?
Oh, don't tell me you don't remember.
I do now, sort of. But there were such a lot of people.
You should have taken a quick swim to shake them off. There's nothing like a swim after a late night.
A swim. A swim?
Now your eyes are open.
That was my dream.
What, dear?
That was just the beginning. The swim, I mean.
If you don't mind, I think I'll stroll into the pantry at this point. You know, speaking of eye-openers. Dinah.
What?
If conversation lags, you might tell Tracy the rest of your dream.
I did have the funniest dream about you last night, Trey.
What was it, dear?
I thought I got up and went over to the window and looked out across the lawn. And guess what I saw coming out of the woods?
A skunk?
Well, sort of. Mr. Connor.
Mr. Connor?
Yes. With his both arms full of something. And guess what it turned out to be?
What?
You. And some clothes.
Oh, no.
Oh, isn't it funny? It was sort of like as if you were coming from the pool.
The pool. I'm going crazy. I'm standing here solidly on my own two arms and going crazy. And then what?
Then I thought I heard something outside in the hall. And I went and I opened my door a crack, and there he was. Still coming along with you in his arms, puffing like a steam engine. His wind can't be very good.
And then what?
You were sort of crooning.
I never crooned in my life.
And then Mr. Connor... Guess what?
I couldn't. Possibly.
He just sailed right into your room with you, and that scared me, so I just flew back to my room, or I thought I did, and I pulled the covers up over my head. And I laid there thinking, if that's the way it is, why doesn't she marry him instead of old George?
Dinah, you told Dexter your dream. All of it?
Not a word, Tracy. Not a single word. But you know how quick he is.
Dinah, Lord, you little fiend, how can you stand...
Here comes Father.
Oh, Tracy, the next time you marry, choose a different minister, will you? This one wears me out. Dinah, aren't you dressed yet?
I'm going, Father. It only takes me a minute.
Father?
Yes, Tracy?
I'm glad you came back. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you, child.
I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry that I'm a disappointment to you.
I never said that, daughter, and I never will.
Morning, Tracy. Morning, Mr. Lloyd.
Good morning, Mr. Connor. If you'll excuse me, I have to find your mother, Tracy. I wonder what can be detaining George.
How's your article coming? Are you doing us up to a turn?
Oh, I don't know. I've got so darn tolerant all at once. I doubt if I'll ever be able to write another line.
You are a fella, Mike.
Or the mug of this world, I don't know.
What's the matter with your chin?
Does it show?
A little. What happened?
I guess I just stuck it out too far. Are you all right, Tracy?
Me? Why, of course. Why shouldn't I be?
That was a flock of champagne we put away last
Why,
night.
I never felt better in my life. I had a simply wonderful evening. I hope you enjoyed it, too.
I enjoyed the last part of it.
Really? Why? I mean, why, especially the last?
Are you asking me, Tracy?
Oh, you mean the swim? We did swim and so forth, didn't we, Mike?
We swam and so forth.
Mike,
Oh, Tracy, you darling, darling.
Oh, Mike.
Oh, what can I say to you, darling?
Not anything, and especially not darling.
I'll never in this world forget
Oh,
you.
no, please.
Oh. You're going through with the wedding, then?
Why shouldn't I?
All right, no dice. But understand, also no regrets about last night.
Regrets? Well, why do you say that?
That's it. That's the stuff. You're wonderful. You're aces, Tracy.
I'm serious, Mike. I'm asking you. Tell me straight out. Tell me the reason why I should have any... No, don't. Just tell me. What time is it?
My wristwatch.
Oh. Did it get broken?
No, it's gone. I've lost it somewhere.
Oh, I can't tell you how extremely sorry I am to hear that. Yes, Thomas, what is it?
This note was sent over this morning at 10 o'clock, Miss Tracy, but Mrs. Lord asked us not to disturb.
Thank you, Thomas. It's from George.
Kittredge?
Yes. And listen to this. My dear Tracy, your conduct last night was so shocking to my ideals of womanhood, that my attitude toward you and the prospect of a happy and useful life together has changed materially.
Tracy.
Well, George, come on in.
Tracy, you're not going to read that aloud in front of him.
It's only a letter from a friend. We're all friends here, aren't we, Mike? To continue, your totally unexpected breach of common decency certainly entitles me to a full explanation before going through with our proposed marriage. Otherwise, with profound regrets and all best wishes, yours very sincerely.
Well?
Yes, George, I quite agree with you. And thank you so very much for your good wishes at this time.
Is that all you've got to say?
I wish I had an explanation. Unfortunately, I haven't any. You'd better just say good riddance, George.
Well, it isn't easy.
I don't see why.
You admit I had a right to be angry.
Oh, absolutely.
On the very eve of your wedding, another man.
That's about enough, Kittredge.
You keep out of this.
I am out of it. You see, Kittredge, it just might interest you to know that last night consisted of exactly 2 kisses and 1 rather late swim.
Thank you, Mike, but there's really no need.
All of which I thoroughly enjoyed, and the memory of which I wouldn't part with for anything.
It's no use, Mike.
After which I accompanied her to her room, deposited her on her bed, and promptly returned to you two on the porch, as Dexter will doubtless remember.
Doubtless, without a doubt.
Dexter! Golly, why didn't someone sell tickets?
You have an evil mind, George.
You mean to say that was all there was to it?
We do.
But why? Why? Was I so unattractive? So distant? So forbidding?
This is fine talk, too.
I'm asking a question.
You were extremely attractive. And as for distant and forbidding, on the contrary. But you were also somewhat the worse, or better, for wine. And there are rules about that, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mike. I think men are wonderful.
Aren't they, though, the little dears?
Oh, come in and join the fun,
Well,
Liz.
that's a relief.
Why, George? It's no thanks to me. It's purely by courtesy of the gentleman from South Bend.
Local papers, please copy.
I fail to see the humor in this situation, Miss Imbrie.
I appreciate that. It was a little hard for me, too, at first.
Oh, Liz,
It's all right, Tracy. We all go a little haywire at times, and if we don't, maybe we ought to. You see, Mr. Kittredge, it wasn't Tracy at all. It was another girl.
You mean she'd had too much to drink? Well, I'm not a prohibitionist, but a man expects his wife
to behave herself naturally.
To behave herself naturally, bravo.
Dexter, please.
Sorry.
The point is, George, that nothing seems to have happened at all. What made you think it had?
It seems you didn't think any too well of yourself.
That's the odd thing, George. Somehow I'd have hoped that you would have thought better of me than I did.
Well, I'm not going to quibble, Tracy, but all the evidence was there.
And I was guilty straight off. That is, until I was proven innocent.
Well,
downright un-American, if you ask me.
No one is asking you, Haven. Now, come on, Tracy. It's late. Let's let bygones be bygones. What do you say?
Yes. And goodbye, George.
Goodbye. I don't understand you.
You're too good for me, George. You're 100 times too good.
I never said that.
And I'd make you most unhappy. Most. That is, I'd do my best to.
Well, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way it is.
All right. Possibly it's just as well.
I thought you'd eventually think so.
Haven, I've got a feeling you've had more to do with this than anyone.
A novel and interesting idea, I'm sure.
You and your whole rotten class. You're all on your way out, the lot of you, and good riddance.
Goodbye, George.
Goodbye.
Well, there goes George.
Oh, dear, the music is starting and the wedding is off. What in the name of all that's holy am I going to do?
Tracy.
Yes, Mike.
That minister has never seen Kittredge, has he?
Why, no.
And most of the guests don't know him.
What are you driving at?
You can forget about the license for now.
Oh, now, Mike.
I got you into this, and I'll get you out. Will you marry me, Tracy?
No, Mike. Thanks. But no.
Why not?
Because I don't think Liz would like it. I'm not awfully sure that you would, and I'm even a little doubtful about myself. But I'm beholden to you, Mike. I'm most beholden to you.
All those people in there, they're waiting.
Mike, don't get too conventional all at once, will you? There'll be a reaction.
Liz, don't go. Wait a minute. Liz, wait a minute.
And there goes Mike. But it'll be all right, Tracy. You've been got out of jams before.
Tracy, my dear, your father and I just saw George in the hall.
I'm sorry, Mother.
It's all right, dear. Your father will make a very simple announcement.
Is there anything special you want me to say?
No, Father, I'll say it, whatever it is. I won't be got out of anything more, thanks.
Tracy, what are you going to do?
Hi, I'm... Hello. Good morning. I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, but there's been a little hitch in the proceedings. I've made a terrible fool of myself, which isn't unusual, and my fiancé...
Need any help?
Go away, Dexter, will you? My fiancé that is, he thinks we'd better call it a day, and I quite agree with him. Dexter, what the blazes next?
2 years ago, you were invited to a wedding in this house.
2 years ago, you were invited to a wedding in this house.
And I did you out of it by eloping to Maryland.
And I did you out of it by eloping to Maryland.
Which was very bad manners.
But
I hope to make it up to you now by going through with it as originally planned.
But I hope to make it up to you now by going beautifully through with it now as originally and most beautifully planned. Because there's something awfully nice about a wedding. I don't know, they're gay and attractive, and I've always wanted one.
So if you'll just keep your seats a minute.
So if you'll just keep your seats a minute.
That's all.
That's all. Oh, darling, are you sure?
Not in the least, but I'll risk it. Will you?
You bet. And you didn't do it just to soften the blow.
No, Trey.
Nor to save my face.
It's a nice little face.
Oh, I'll be yaw now. I promise to be yaw.
Be whatever you like. You're my redhead.
Daughter?
I love you, Father. Never in my life have I been so full of love before. How do I look?
Like a queen. Like a goddess.
Do you know how I feel?
How?
Like a human being.
And is that all right?
All right. Oh, Father. It's heaven.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of The Philadelphia Story by Philip Barry, starring Myron McCormick, Joan Alexander, and Betty Furness. Here again is your host, drama critic John Chapman.
That was a good comedy, I think. I hope you do, too. And a good performance. I've been sitting here watching and listening to these people. Mr. McCormick, Miss Alexander, and Miss Furness, and all of the others, and I've enjoyed it very much. It's a smart play, the kind of play Philip Barry did so well. Next Sunday, our best play will be Home of the Brave by Arthur Lawrence. It's an unusual drama about a soldier who is made to live again the most exciting and most terrifying moments of his life. This is Chapman saying goodbye until next Sunday.
The Philadelphia Story was adapted for radio by Robert Tallman. Joseph Curtin was featured as Dexter Haven, Carl Weber as George, William Quinn as Sandy, and Denise Alexander as Dinah. Edwin Jerome played Seth, and Jean Leonard was Thomas. Recreating her original Broadway role as Margaret was Vera Allen. are cordially invited to join us again next week when Best Plays presents Home of the Brave. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. This is Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Rosalind Russell, Laurence Olivier, and Gail Patrick in My Favorite Wife. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you a modern comedy based on an old-fashioned idea, the notion that woman's place is in the home. Of course, only a brave man would argue that point with a woman nowadays. But tonight, two women argue it with each other. In the play My Favorite Wife, Rosalind Russell and Gail Patrick both want the woman's place in Laurence Olivier's home. And all he can do about it is let the best woman win. Miss Russell, who's here from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, plays a feminine Enoch Arden. Like the sailor in Tennyson's poem, she returns after being shipwrecked on an island to find that her lawful wedded mate believes her dead and has married again. You remember that Enoch Arden was a self-sacrificing soul. When he found another man in his place, he went quietly on his way. But when Ellen Arden, our shipwrecked lady tonight, finds another woman in her place, she puts up a whale of a fight. Perhaps that's the woman's angle. Or maybe it's just because Leo McCarey, instead of Lord Tennyson, produced the RKO screen success. There's a trend these days toward gay romances like My Favorite Wife. And perhaps you've noticed that Hollywood has been making more musicals, too. That has a more far-reaching effect than you might guess. More musicals mean more girls in the cast. More girls mean more stockings for the wardrobe department to look after. And as our wardrobe man was telling me the other day, that means more Lux Flakes used at the studio. For the studio wardrobe department, that's a matter of shrewd business. And, of course, that credits all of you who use Lux Flakes with shrewd business judgment, too. Now I hope you'll all credit us with shrewd casting in My Favorite Wife, starring Rosalind Russell as Ellen Arden, Laurence Olivier as Nick, and Gail Patrick as Bianca. The magic works once more. A nod to our engineer in the control room, a signal to our players, a wave to sound effects, a flash of footlights, and the Lux Radio Theater becomes a courtroom. Our play begins.
Court of General Sessions, Judge Walter Bryson presiding as now in session. Are the parties ready in the matter of Ellen Wagstaff Arden?
What's the matter, clerk? Let's get on.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The matter of Ellen Wagstaff Arden.
Oh, here, right here. Prison.
That's about time.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the case called, Your Honor. I wonder if you
Just
could...
a moment. Clerk, wasn't I supposed to marry somebody this morning?
Why, yes, Your Honor.
Well, let's get it over with. This can wait. This is a very complicated case, this Arden matter.
Your Honor...
Yes, but, Your Honor, the Arden...
Wait a minute. Go ahead, clerk.
Your Honor, this man is Mr. Arden. Says his wife is dead.
Says what?
She's dead.
Who's dead?
Ellen Wagstaff Arden. Drowned.
Oh, that's sad. Very sad.
Yeah, if Your
Your
Honor,
name
please.
Arden?
Yes, Your Honor.
I know it. That's what I thought. Well, Mr. Arden, according to this brief, your deceased wife, Ellen Wagstaff Arden, was a member of an anthropological expedition shipwrecked off the coast of Indochina.
Yes, Your Honor.
What was she doing on an expedition? Mother of 2 infant children.
Well, you'll find the circumstances set forth in my brief, sir.
Said Ellen Wagstaff Arden was engaged as photographer for a period of 3 months.
That's it. You see, we were going to take the trip together, but I became involved in the case, and I couldn't leave, so we talked it over, and finally she decided she'd like to take the trip herself. She needed a change. She had a tough time with the children, teething, and all
Just
that.
the
sort of-
facts. Never mind the teething.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're a lawyer. Stick to the facts.
Yes, Your Honor. They're in my briefs.
Well, let me read it. Stop interrupting. When did you say the ship went down?
Page 7, on September the 3rd, 1932. Page 7 here.
I'll find it. Page 7. Last seen entering one of the lifeboats, but what's shining in my eyes here?
I beg your pardon?
There's something shining in my eyes I can't see. Last seen entering... You over there, that young woman.
You mean me?
What do you think you're doing? Put that confounded mirror away. Do you want to blind me?
I'm very sorry.
Better wash your face instead of painting it. He's sick. What are you doing in this court, anyway?
I'm here with Mr.
Yeah,
Arden.
she's here with me, Your Honor.
Well, go over there and sit down. Stop using this court as a boudoir. Now, where was I?
On page 7, the shipwrecks.
What efforts did you make to trace the whereabouts of your wife?
On page 8, I went to Bangkok and interviewed all the available survivors who agreed that the said Ellen Wagstaff Arden had been swept overboard before aid could reach her. Depositions appended.
Quiet!
Yes, Your Honor, but I'd like to explain.
There's nothing to explain. Testimony's here, sworn affidavits, no evidence to the contrary. The law is clear. I hereby pronounce Ellen Wagstaff Arden legally dead. Wasn't I supposed to marry somebody?
Yes, sir. Us.
What do you mean, us? Who's us?
Mr. Arden and myself, Your Honor.
What's that? You going to marry again, Mr. Arden?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you quite sure you've had time to think it over?
Your Honor, Mr. Arden is over 21.
I'll be anchored quietly.
All right, hold hands, hold hands.
Nicky.
Here we go, darling. Hang on.
We're gathered here in the presence of these witnesses to join in matrimony. This man and this woman.
Is this where you wanted to go, lady?
Yeah. Thanks for the lift.
That's okay. Well, what are you crying about, sister?
I can't help it. You see that house?
Yeah?
I live there.
So what? It ain't a bad joint. Swimming pool and everything. Is that something to cry about?
No, but I haven't seen it for 7 years.
Yeah? Well, look, sister, not that it's any of my business, but when a girl dressed up in sailor pants asks for a lift and gets off at a classy
Do you
joint
mind?
like
It's
this...
an awfully long story. Maybe we'll meet again sometime.
Oh, okay. So long, sister.
Goodbye. Thanks again.
You're just scared. Watch me do a swan dive, Chinch. I can do a swan dive better than you can. You cannot either. Whee! Boy, it's like an iceberg in here.
Hello. Hello there.
Hello. Hello. Are you a lady or a man?
Well, I used to be a lady.
Well, then what for are you wearing sailor pants? Are you a sailor?
Well, not exactly.
My mother was practically a sailor. She went down in a shipwreck. We're not supposed to know.
Oh. Do you miss her very much?
Oh, sure.
Would you like to have her back?
Can't have her back. She's drowned. We put flowers on her grave every Easter with Daddy.
You do?
And then Daddy buys us hamburgers and root beer.
Oh. Tell me, is your grandmother in, Timmy?
How'd you know my name?
Oh, I just guessed. Is she in?
I forgot. We're not allowed to talk to strangers.
Maybe you can tell me. Is your grandmother in?
Pardon me. We're not allowed to talk to strangers. Is she going in the house? Yeah. I'm going to hear Grandma speak to strangers.
Yes, who is it? Come in, please.
Hello, darling.
Ellen, good heavens.
No. Take it easy, Mother.
Ellen.
Here, sit down, darling.
Oh, Ellen.
Take a deep breath. There. Are you all right now?
Oh, I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Bless your heart.
After all these years. Oh, is it really you, Ellen?
Of course it is.
Oh.
How's Nicky?
Nicky?
Yes, you know, your son, my husband. He's all right, isn't he?
Oh, yes. Nicky's fine.
Good.
Ellen, where have you been?
On an island, latitude 12, longitude 128. And I'd still be there if a Portuguese freighter hadn't wandered 200 miles off its course. They brought me back.
Oh, darling.
Oh, by the way, how was my funeral?
Lovely. Dr. Blake preached a wonderful sermon.
Oh. I wish I'd been there.
Oh, silly.
Tell me about Nicky. Is he as handsome as ever?
Nicky? Oh, I think so.
Where is he? Where is he now? I'm dying to see him.
Ellen, there's something I've got to tell you. Nick's married again.
He is? Is she nice?
No.
Do I know her?
No. He met her on the boat when he went to look for you.
On the boat. It's one thing I never thought about. Nick's marrying again. Just how long did he wait?
They only got married this morning.
Today?
And they went off in the car to Yosemite for the honeymoon.
Yosemite? Oh, don't tell me he's taken her to the same hotel that we... Oh, no.
Well, Nick had some business in San Francisco.
Did he? Well, I've got some business in Yosemite. Ma, do planes fly to Yosemite now?
Yes, I think that... What are you going to do?
I don't know, but I think I'm going to be a reception committee. I'm going to get to Yosemite first.
Front, boy. Front.
Yes, madam. What can I do for you?
Hello, is Mr. Arden here? Mr. Nicholas Arden?
No, Mr. Arden hasn't arrived yet.
Oh, thank you.
Are you the bride by any chance?
No, not exactly.
I beg your pardon, madam.
I'll just wait if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Not at all, madam. That's very strange.
Right with you, Bianca.
Good evening. Good evening, sir.
My name is Arden.
Oh, yes, Mr. Arden. I believe that a young lady...
Do you have a reservation for me, please?
Yes, sir. Suite A, Mr. Arden.
Oh, Suite A.
It's our best.
Well, I'd rather not have it, if you don't mind. I couldn't take Suite A because I've been here before, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Boy, Suite C.
Any trouble,
Oh,
darling?
certainly not. Sorry to keep you waiting, Bianca. Let's go, shall we?
Going up, sir?
Thanks.
Clerk, when that gentleman comes, will you let me know?
The gentleman is here, madam.
Oh. Well, I won't disturb him yet.
Huh? What?
Going up, sir.
Nicky, what's the matter?
That was... She... Oh, no.
Oh, Nicky, what is it?
Imagination seeing.
Oh, come on, darling. The elevator's waiting. Oh, Nicky, I just love our room. Look at the view.
Yeah, beautiful.
Nicky, darling, aren't you going to kiss me?
Oh, sure. But, Bianca, I've got to go downstairs again.
Oh, what on earth for?
Well, I've got to make sure that, I'll be right back. I was expecting a call, you see.
But they'll ring up here.
Will they?
Is something the matter, Nicky?
No, it's just, oh, you know what I need?
What, dear?
A shave.
What?
Yeah, I'll go down to the barber shop, be right back.
Oh, Nicky, why don't you shave yourself? I'd love to watch you. Remember the way Victoria always watched Albert?
Albert who?
Prince Albert and Queen Victoria, silly.
Oh, well, he didn't hack himself to pieces the way I do. I'll go down to the barber shop and be right back.
Don't be long.
Right back. Ellen.
Hello, Nick.
Ellen. It is you, isn't it?
Yes?
Oh, Ellen. Kiss me.
Oh, that's all I wanted to know, Nick.
Look, let's go somewhere where we can talk, huh?
Where?
Well, let's go to your room.
I haven't got a room.
Oh, well, I'll get you one. Oh, clerk.
Yes, Mr. Arden.
I'd like to have another room.
Another room?
Yes, I just said that.
Oh, certainly, sir.
Thank you. Is Suite A available?
Suite A?
Yeah.
Yes, Suite A.
Front. Suite A.
That's all there is to tell you. It's an awkward situation, of course, but you'll have to face it, Nick.
Yeah. You mean telling Bianca? Yeah, I know, but what am I going to say?
Well, that depends on what you feel.
Well, it's not as easy as all that. You see, Bianca's very sensitive. She's high-strung.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah. This is going to be a horrible shock.
Nick, are you in love with her?
No.
You must have told her you were, didn't you?
Well,
Sure you did.
All right, sure I did.
Oh, Nick, how could you? The minute my back was turned.
A minute?
Oh, Nick, look at you. If you could only see your face.
Oh, don't choke, darling. It's too serious. I'll take it. It's probably from you again. Hello?
Mr. Arden, this is the desk clerk. Mr. Arden, we don't like to interfere with the privacy of our guests, but your wife is calling for you again.
Well, tell my wife I'll be right up. I'm still being shaved. You know, I've got a feeling you're enjoying my misery.
Nick, did you think she'd make a good mother? Was that why you were attracted to her?
Yeah, that's it.
You thought she'd be good for Timmy and Chinch?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
You don't believe me, huh?
I didn't say I don't believe you. I'm just facing facts. You love this woman enough to ask her to be your wife and the mother of my children. That takes a lot of love. You sure you don't love her?
The moment I saw you downstairs, I knew.
Ah, go on. I bet you say that to all your wives.
You know, I could strangle you.
Well, that's a way out.
But I can't just barge in and say, sorry, my mistake, marriage is off. Can I? What am I, a dope?
Look, let's try something like this. I'll be, what's her name again?
Bianca.
Bianca. All right, I'm Bianca. Now, you come in.
Huh?
Come in. You've come to tell me.
Oh, yeah, all right, I'm in.
Yes, well, now say something.
Yeah. Hello, Bianca.
Oh, that's good. That is. Now, she'll say, hello, darling. Really, I'm terribly sorry. You've been such a long time.
She doesn't talk like that.
Oh, well, what's the difference? And then she'll say, darling, aren't you going to kiss me? Well, aren't you?
Ellen.
Oh, Nick.
Darling.
Could I see you a minute, please?
Say, what do you mean by barging in here?
Mr. Arden, I'm the clerk of this hotel.
Yeah, I know who you are.
Mr. Arden, I feel it my duty to inform you that we run a first-class place, and we don't like to be made a party to an intrigue. We've maintained a reputation for respectability for 33 years, and we don't intend to lose it in one night.
It's a very simple situation, mister. Explain it to him, Nick.
All right, I will. Now, I came up here with my wife, my bride, really. My wife, not my bride, my wife. Oh, why should I bore you with all the details?
I won't be bored.
Listen, it's as simple as A, B, C.
Don't tell me you've got somebody in B.
Nick, really, you'd better go.
If you please.
All right, I'll be back, Ellen.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Arden.
Goodbye, Nick. And don't forget, you're going to tell her.
Sure. I'll tell her.
This way, Mr. Arden.
Oh, shut up, will you?
None of my business, Ellen. But you've been home here since last night, and the children are beginning to wonder about things.
I know, Ma, I know.
Are you going to tell them who you are?
Of course, as soon as I get the chance. Ma, did you hear anything from Nick?
No, not a word. It's funny.
Not to me, it isn't. Do you suppose he's having trouble telling her?
Well, he's had a night and a day. That ought to be long enough.
That's just it. It's too long.
Listen, that must be Nick now.
Yes, there he is, getting out of the car, but... Oh, Ma.
What is it?
He's brought her with him.
Oh, dear. Don't you suppose he's told her?
Guess he hasn't.
Then perhaps it would be better if you weren't here, Ellen.
Well, I don't see why I should leave.
Well, it's just that it would be a little awkward.
I know. Tell her that I'm an old friend of the family from the South.
Ellen, I don't like this.
Shh, look out.
Well, here we are. Come on.
Nicky, aren't you going to carry me across the threshold? It's good luck.
Oh, yeah, sure. Watch it now.
Hiya, Nicholas, honey.
Huh? What? Oh.
Surprised?
Yeah, sort of.
Oh, Mrs. Arden, do you don't mind if I kiss the bridegroom?
Not at all.
Just one big sisterly kiss.
Hello, Bianca. She's visiting with us. Her mother and I went to school together in Virginia.
How nice.
Oh, Nicky, isn't he the sweetest thing, Mrs. Arden? I used to just adore him. He was the darndest boy I ever did see, but faithless. Just like a bumblebee going from flower to flower.
No.
Oh, I was only fooling, honey. I come from a fooling family. My great-grandfather, Lucius, was the first man to give the governor of North Carolina the hot foot. You all been married before, hadn't you, honey?
Why, no, of course not.
Now, whatever gave me the idea you was a widder?
Not yet.
Well, I'll mix a drink, shall I?
You must be tired, son. You both look tired.
That's what I've been thinking, but not daring to say. Oh, ain't I just terrible? Did you all drive all night long?
Yes, we did.
Oh, now ain't that just awful? No wonder you look tired. Well, just you make yourself comfortable, and we're going to have a nice dinner for you. And after dinner, Tinny and Chimps are going to entertain you.
If you don't mind,
Chimps is going to play her latest piano piece on the piano, and Timmy is going to recite for you. Won't that be just grand?
Yes, delightful.
The village city stands. The smith, a mighty man is he, with large and sinewy hands, and the muscles on his brawny arms are strong as iron bands. His
Nick, my head's splitting. I'm going to bed.
Oh, now, Chet.
I'm afraid I'll have to. Good night. Are you coming, Nick?
Oh, yeah. I'll be up in a little while.
I'll be waiting.
Good night.
Good night.
Sleep well, honey. Guess she must be pretty tired. Hey, kids, quiet. I'm afraid somebody's got a very bad headache, kids. We'll have to quit.
Oh, gee. I was just getting started.
It's time for bed anyway. What do you say?
Okay. Night, Daddy.
Night, Chinch. Bless you. Night, son.
Night. Just when the party's getting good.
Good night, kids.
Night.
Night. Well, I all thought your old performance was mighty good this evening, Sister Ellen.
I thought you'd like that. You've done a good job, Nick. They're nice kids.
Yeah,
They're really wonderful.
I'm glad you think so.
Timmy's just like you. Obstinate, jealous.
Nick, I'm waiting.
Oh, in a minute. What were you saying?
I was saying Timmy's just like you. Obstinate, jealous, but adorable. I feel sorry for the woman who marries him.
Why?
'Cause he's a heartbreaker, just like you.
Go on. I'm one of the most faithful husbands ever lived.
With a wife in every room.
Nick, I'm waiting.
Oh, all right.
Are you going to tell her?
Sure.
Well, when?
Right now. Of course, it's going to take tact and delicacy. Well,
she's waiting.
Yeah. Well, here I go. Good night, Ellen.
Good night.
You used to kiss me good night.
Did I?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, you Casanova, you.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Rosalind Russell, Laurence Olivier, and Gail Patrick, will return for Act Two of My Favorite Wife. Right now, I've asked Lou Silvers to play a real old-time American tune. All right, Lou. Yes, years ago, Yankee Doodle went to town. Nowadays,
New Quick Lux has gone to town. Women say it's dandy. East and west and up and down. Millions keep it handy.
yes, new Quick Lux Flakes have gone to town with the women of America. From Boston to New Orleans, from New York to San Francisco, it's the same story. New Quick Lux is America's favorite way of washing nice things by a vote of 2-1. Twice as many women use New Quick Lux for stockings, underthings, sweaters, and nice dresses. Twice as many as use any other flakes, chips, or beads. In answer to a nationwide survey, American women clearly indicate where they stand. For nice things, it's New Quick Lux for them, 2-1. And here's why they choose New Quick Lux Flakes. First, because it's fast. In water as cool as your hand, New Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. And that means a lot to a busy woman. Second, because it's pure. There's no harmful alkali in New Quick Lux. It's safe for any color or fabric that's safe in pure water. Women know that they can trust their prettiest washables to these gentle suds. And third, New Quick Lux is thrifty. A little goes so far, makes more suds, ounce for ounce, even in hard water, than any of the other soaps tested. Yes, it's really no wonder that
New Quick Lux has gone to town. Women say it's dandy. East and west and up and down. Millions keep it handy.
ask for New Quick Lux Flakes in the generous big package. It comes in the same familiar box, costs you no more. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of My Favorite Wife, starring Laurence Olivier as Nick Arden, Rosalind Russell as Ellen, and Gail Patrick as Bianca. Slowly and with fear in his heart, Nick climbs the stairs to Bianca's room to inform her that the wife he had declared dead has declared herself very much alive. Slowly and with a sinking feeling, he opens the door of the room. to hear Bianca on the phone, talking long distance to her mother.
And then we drove all night. All night, Mother. And when we got home, he didn't even tell the children. Oh, Mother, he just ignores me. What? I don't care what Father did. I'm not going to stand it another minute. I'm going to leave him. Mother, I'll call you back. Nick? Nick, is that you?
Oh, I didn't mean to disturb you. Talking to your mother.
I'm all through now.
Oh. How is your mother? Your mother's, quite nice once you get to know her.
Nick, do you love me?
Why, Bianca, you're one of the most attractive girls I know.
I'm your wife.
Bianca, don't cry. Bianca, please. Look, Bianca.
Playing up to that southern snip just as if I weren't there. In the name of heaven, tell me, what's wrong with me?
Oh, Bianca, there's nothing wrong with you. Believe me, under other circumstances, well, who knows? No, Bianca, please, stop crying. Bianca, please, let me explain.
I'm waiting.
Now, let me start from the beginning. Now, once there was a man who met a girl. He'd been living alone for quite some time, but he told the girl he loved her, and in the natural course of events, he married said girl. Now,
What are you trying to say?
Just this. Bianca?
What?
Bianca. Listen, did you hear that? Doorbell. Somebody at the door.
You don't have to answer.
Oh, yeah, I do. Somebody's trying to get in. Doorbell. Right back. Come in. What do you want, please?
Mr. Arden?
That's right.
Well, I'm Johnson of the American Life and Accident Assurance.
Oh, well, come right in, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm awfully sorry to be intruding at this hour.
Not at all. Sit down, Mr. Johnson. Glad you came.
Oh, thank you. This'll only take a minute.
No. So stay a while. Have a cigar, Mr. Johnson.
Just as you say.
Fine. Well, and what can I do for you, Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Arden, have you received any communication from your first wife, Ellen Wagstaff Arden?
Huh?
Oh, of course not. Just as I expected. You see, our district manager, Mr. Pusey, is one of those fuss-budgety types who likes to check everything. Of course, it's customary to check when the company has paid out a large sum of money. But this is ridiculous.
What are you talking about?
Well, he claims to have a report that a woman answering the general description of your first wife was rescued by a Portuguese freighter, as was also a man named Stephen J. Burkett, who was reported drowned at the same time.
Would you mind saying that again?
Oh, now, please don't get angry with
this,
me.
Stephen J. Burkett, he was rescued at the same time as my wife?
Well, according to this unverified rumor, yes. Rescued after 7 years. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
And what else did your Mr. Pusey hear?
Well, not very much, really. It seems he talked to somebody who had talked to a Portuguese captain. He says the woman's name was Eve.
Eve?
It's lucky it wasn't Ellen.
Yeah.
Oh, and by a curious coincidence, this Stephen Burkett called himself Adam.
What? Yeah, of course.
Yes. Well, you ought to be very grateful that the woman's name was Eve instead of Ellen. Because aside from the money involved, can you imagine the pickle you'd be in?
Yeah, just imagine.
Well, and that settles it. Good night, Mr. Arden.
Good night.
Oh, and thank you again for permitting me.
Not at all.
Who is that? Oh, come in, Nick.
How can you sleep at a time like this?
I wasn't sleeping.
Oh, dreaming about Adam, I suppose.
Adam?
Yeah, Adam. Adam. Why didn't you tell me you weren't alone on that island? Why didn't you tell me this man Burkett was with you?
We didn't arrange it, Nick. We didn't want to be there. Those awful mosquitoes. Oh,
never mind the mosquitoes. Why didn't you tell me about him?
Because I knew you'd carry on exactly the way you're carrying on now.
That's no excuse.
I wanted to pick the right time to tell you.
There never will be a right time for that.
Really? You know, it just occurs to me that I ought to feel insulted.
Huh?
I go through 7 years of agony. I come home to find my husband in the arms of another woman, married. My children don't know me. But all my husband can think about is, did I carry on with some poor man who wouldn't hurt a fly?
Oh, now, just a moment.
You just a moment. Did you tell her?
Huh?
Did you tell Bianca?
Well...
No.
Well, I was about to tell her when Mr. Johnson came.
How long does it take to tell a woman my wife's come back? I can say it in 2 seconds. You've had 2 days. Oh, Nick, you don't want to tell her. That's why you're picking on poor Adam. Any excuse will do.
Well, you can't blame me after hearing about Burkett from that man.
You don't trust me. I thought you'd be so proud of me, loving you, thinking of you every day for 7 years.
Well, where is he now?
Who?
You know who I'm talking about, Adam. Where is he?
Oh, Adam, jealous of poor Adam. Gentle, harmless. He lives at his club.
What club? What's the name
How
of it?
should I know? But he's a clean, living, upright, 100% American. And a gentleman.
How old a gentleman?
I never asked him.
Too personal, eh?
Well, he's slightly bald, if that helps. About 5'3".
Scrawny, huh?
Like a chicken.
You noticed that?
Well, after all, darling, Well, is there anything else you want to know?
Yeah. When do I meet him?
When do you tell Bianca? Good night, Nick.
Good night. Adam, eh? Adam.
Nick, stop.
Sorry, Bianca. I'm in a hurry, Bianca.
Where are you going now?
I'm going out to find Adam. What do you mean you never heard of him? Stephen J. Burkett.
Sorry, sir. There is no Mr. Burkett at this club.
Hello. I want to speak to Mr. Stephen J. Burkett.
Sorry, sir, we have no record of that name.
Burkett? No, sir, not here.
I told you once before, sir. No Burkett.
Burkett? Yes, sir. We have a Stephen J. Burkett at the Pacific Club. Yes, he's here now. Yes, sir. Can I help you, sir?
Yeah. Look, I just called up about a Mr. Stephen J. Burkett. I'd like to see him.
Yes, sir. Shall I have him paged?
No, just point him out.
Certainly, sir. Boy, take this gentleman outside of the swimming pool. Point out Mr. Burkett to him.
Oh, yes, sir. This way, sir.
Thanks.
He ought to be around here, sir. He usually has his lunch served at the pool.
Yeah? Well, wait a minute. I think I see him. That little bald fellow over there, huh?
Where? Oh, no, sir. That's not Mr. Burkett. Oh, there he is, up there.
Up where?
Up there on the high dive.
The high dive? You mean that fellow? That big fellow?
Yes, sir. That's Mr. Burkett.
It is, eh?
They tell me he used to be a champion swimmer, sir.
Champion, eh?
Well, he ought to be with those shoulders.
Yeah. Yeah.
There he goes. Gee, nice dive, wasn't it, sir? Well, will there be anything else, sir?
Yeah. I want to reserve a table for lunch tomorrow, a table for two, right next to Mr. Burkett's.
Sherry for madame?
Yes, thank you.
And the martini here?
That's right.
Oh, Nick, what a grand place for lunch. I guess you thought you owed me something after all those awful suspicions.
I'm sorry, Ellen.
I tell you, let's drink to no more suspicions.
No more suspicions.
If married people can't be honest with each other, who can? After all.
Exactly.
What are you staring at, darling? Oh.
What are you staring at, darling?
Why, nothing.
I thought maybe you were watching that fellow dive.
Why, what fellow?
That fellow swimming over this way.
Eve! Hey, Eve!
Oh, dear.
Oh, hello, Eve. I thought I saw you down here.
Hello.
Oh, boy, bring in my robe, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Eve.
Hello.
Well, won't you present me?
Well.
My name's Arden. I didn't catch yours.
Burkett's the name. Why, hasn't Eve told you that we were...
Burkett? Did you say Burkett?
I said Burkett.
That's funny. I thought Burkett was bald. Well, Mr. Burkett, why don't you have lunch with us?
Delighted. The inner man is crying for nourishment.
We've ordered turkey a la king. Does turkey appeal to you, or do you confine yourself to raw meat?
Never touch it. I'm strictly a vegetarian. Waiter, bring me a glass of prune juice, a milkshake, and some raw carrots.
Yes, sir.
Ah, well, Eve, how goes it?
Mr. Burkett, I'd better tell you. My husband hasn't slept since he heard you were on the island with me. He's arranged this meeting to trap us into a confession.
Just a moment.
He's a very clever lawyer, so beware. I'm going to be very foxy myself.
Well, I've got nothing to hide.
I know, but he has. You see, Nick's married again.
No.
Yes.
Why, that's wonderful. Congratulations, old man. Well, that's the best news I've ever had.
Why, what is it to you?
Well, can't you see? It simplifies everything. You see, I'd like to marry you.
Oh, you would you?
I've known your wife for 7 years, and no man could ask for a better companion, a truer friend, or a more charming playmate. I've admired her tremendously, but all she'd talk about was you. Well, now that you're married again, maybe she'll listen to me. Eve, will you marry me?
That's sweet of you,
Just
Adam.
a minute, just a minute.
Well, I don't see why you should get upset. You're not allowed to have two wives, you know.
I know.
What's your answer, Eve? Will you?
Let her alone. What's your hurry? Your carrots aren't here yet.
Let me ask you this. How long were you married to Ellen before the island?
4 years. Why?
Well, I was with her for 7. So I claim her on the basis of seniority. I've got you there.
You've got me. You've got nothing but
If
a lot
you
of...
gentlemen will excuse me, I think maybe you could thrash this thing out better without me. Oh, don't get up. It might surprise you to know that I can get along very well without either of you. I'm perfectly able to take care of myself.
Ellen, look out, the pool! Ellen!
Get a life preserver!
Hold your breath, Ellen. I'll save you.
But, Dr. Colbert, what do you think it could be? We've been married since last Wednesday, and I've hardly seen him, Doctor.
It's not at all unusual, Mrs. Arden.
Really, Doctor?
Oh, there are hundreds of such cases.
Here he comes now. Nick, where have you been?
Oh, hello. Excuse me, will you? I've got to get some dry clothes.
Why, Nick, your clothes are dry.
Huh? Oh, they're not for me. It's a friend of mine, fell in a swimming pool.
Wait, Nick. This is Dr. Colbert. He's going to help us. It's all right. He knows.
He knows what?
It's not at all unusual, Nick. There are hundreds of such cases.
Oh, well, it's been a pleasure, Doctor. But if you'll just excuse me, I got to get some dry clothes. See you later.
You see, Doctor, he just doesn't make sense. Sometimes I think I'm going mad. Stark, staring mad.
No, not at all unusual. The mood and pose is characteristic of the frustrated individual. If I may make a suggestion...
Yes, Doctor?
You just rest. I'll talk to your husband, quietly, casually.
Oh, please do. I don't care what you do, but please do something.
There, now, don't worry.
He's going out again. Nicky!
So long, I've got to get right back, soaking wet.
Where are you going? And what are all those clothes? Why, they're woman's clothes, Nicky. They're my clothes.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I just told you, a friend of mine.
Now, Mr. Arden, just be calm. Your friend can wait.
Nick, if you'll talk to Dr. Colbert just for a few minutes.
Oh, what do you want? What do you both want? Can a man come into his own home without being pestered by...
We're only trying to help you, dear. Don't you want to lie down?
No, I don't want to lie down. And I don't need a doctor either. Listen, I might as well tell you right now.
Tell me what, dear?
I'm married.
Of course you are, dear.
No. Look, my wife's not dead. She didn't drown. She fell in a pool. I was getting her some clothes, and there's a fellow, a big fellow. He was on an island with her, and now they're at the Pacific Club, and I've got to go there.
I understand, dear.
No, you don't understand. Now listen carefully. She was at the hotel when we arrived from our honeymoon, and that's why I was so upset, so distant, and oh my goodness, isn't it clear to you? Do I have to draw you a diagram?
You need a long rest, darling, doesn't he, Doctor?
Yes, a long rest.
Listen, what's the matter with you two?
Phillips, the door.
I think you're both crazy. That's what's the trouble.
Mr. Arden here?
I'll explain it once more.
Excuse me. You Mr. Nicholas Arden?
Yeah, not now. Now, look, my wife, the mother of my children, Ellen Wagstaff.
Mr. Arden.
What is this? What do you want?
Mr. Arden, I'm from police headquarters. Got a warrant for your arrest.
Arrest? You can't arrest me. What's the charge?
Bigamy.
Huh?
Bigamy?
You mind coming with us, Mr. Arden?
Bigamy. I'm arrested.
Oh, Nick!
Now do you believe me?
And so ends Act Two of My Favorite Wife, starring Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick. Before Mr. DeMille brings us Act Three, let's see what the Browning family is up to. Tonight, Midge and Dot are having dinner with their good friend and neighbor, Janie Hammond. They're just finishing now.
That upside-down cake was marvelous, Mrs. Hammond. Do you suppose you could give Mother the recipe so we could have it all the time?
I'm so glad you like it, Midge. Now, you get my recipe file, Janie, so Midge and Dot can copy it off, while you and I do the dishes.
Oh, Mom, do I have to do the dishes even when we have company? Oh, we'll help Mrs. Hammond. Dot and I always do the dishes at home. I'll wash if you like. No, Dot, I want to wash. You see, Mrs. Hammond, Dot and I always take turns washing and drying when we're home because, well, we both think washing's more fun. Imagine anyone thinking it's fun to wash dishes and get red, rough hands.
Oh, but Midge and I use Lux Flakes, so our hands stay nice. See?
Your hands do look lots nicer than mine.
They certainly do, girls. Janie and I have been using our regular wash day soap for dishes, but it is hard on hands. Maybe we better change to Lux Flakes. How about it, Janie?
You know, that's what a great many women are doing nowadays. Changing from wash day soaps to gentle, new, quick Lux for their dishes. And no wonder, because they've been reading about the hundreds of dramatic one-hand tests that have been made. These tests of 5 leading soaps were made under conditions similar to home dishwashing. For 20 minutes, 3 times a day, each woman, and there were hundreds in all, dipped one hand in a dishpan of Lux suds, the other hand in suds from another soap. After weeks of doing this, the Lux hands were still soft, smooth, and attractive. The others were red, rough, and coarse-looking. Why, the difference was amazing. Now, why not make your own dishpan test? If you've been using a harsh soap for dishes, change to gentle, new, quick Lux Flakes tomorrow. It's fast, it's thrifty, and so kind to your hands. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of My Favorite Wife. Bigamy. The act of marrying one person when already legally married to another. There's a second definition, too. Bigamy. An excruciating headache for all parties concerned. In a court of law, the parties concerned now seek relief before the same judge who declared Ellen dead.
Well, it's easily understandable.
Quiet! Quiet!
If Your Honor pleases, I was only
Quiet! I don't know what you're doing here in the first place, Mr. Arden. Bigamy's a criminal offense.
Yes, I know, Your Honor, but I'm out on bail.
I don't care anything about the bail. This is a civil court. What kind of a lawyer are you? Where did you go to school?
Harvard.
Harvard. Mm-hmm. I'm a Yale man myself. You the bride?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kissless?
Yes, Your Honor.
Harvard man. I see nothing wrong with my decision, Mr. Arden. You presented your brief. The evidence is all here. Yes, all here, teething, so forth. What do you want me to do, reverse myself?
Your Honor, please, I have a precedent for this case. I cite the case of Mulligan versus Mulligan-Benson in the city of Fresno in 1879.
Your Honor, how long do I have to stay here and listen to this worm?
Now, just a moment, Bianca.
Go on, Nick. Tell us what happened in the Mulligan versus Mulligan-Benson, whatever it was.
Well, Mrs. Mulligan returned after an absence of considerable length to find that Mr. Mulligan, her husband, had remarried. Now, Mrs. Mulligan-Benson, or rather Mrs. Benson-Mulligan, the second wife...
It was sort of a mulligan stew.
Now, that'll cost you $25.
Oh, Your Honor.
You heard me, $25.
But you can't do that, Your Honor. I'm legally dead. Do you think it's nice to take money off a corpse?
That'll cost you $25 more. That's $50 you owe me. Clerk, you keeping track of this?
Oh, yes.
I'll see that you do.
But she is legally dead, Your Honor. You declared her legally dead in this very courtroom. Your decision is on file.
Clerk, did I do that?
Yes, you did, Your Honor.
I did?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to declare her legally alive. And she can pay me that $50. Will someone swear she's a live woman?
Sure, I will.
You'll swear she's a live woman.
I'll say she is.
You shut up. Your Honor, you can do this. If she's legally alive, I'm guilty of bigamy.
Clerk, can you make anything out of this case?
Your Honor, it's all there in
I know it's there. I know. The brief. What's the matter with you, young man?
Mulligan stew. Boy, that was a good one.
Who are you?
Well, you see, Your Honor,
He was on the island with her, Your Honor. He's not important to this case.
I'll decide what's important to the case. What island?
Well, the island where my wife stayed for 7 years, Your Honor.
They were on an island together for 7 years?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not alone?
Yeah.
Same island?
Yeah.
Is that in the brief?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, that should be in the brief.
Your Honor, please, this is not important to this
I would like
case.
to get out of here before I explode.
I want to go home myself. I'd like to tell my wife about this case. She thinks all my cases are dull. Well, it seems to me the only thing I can do is annul the second marriage so you can marry your first wife. I don't know what you're going to do about that other fellow, though.
Well, I haven't had time to think that out, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I just want to tell you
Now, keep calm.
Well, and come outside.
If you'd only come to me and told me...
Bianca, I did come to you and tell you.
You didn't say a word about it, you...
Ellen, I wanted to speak to you alone. So your husband hasn't had time to think it over, huh?
Poor Nick.
Sit down, Ellen. Ellen, I'm the kind of a man who finishes what he starts. I'm going back to that island, and I want you to come with me.
Back to the island?
What do you say?
Thanks, Steve, but I haven't waited 7 years just to give up in 3 days.
Oh, I think you're just being loyal. Oh, but I respect you for it.
Steve.
Yeah?
Will you do something for me?
Anything.
I know I shouldn't ask you, but...
What is it?
I've got to get him back. Will you help me?
How?
come back into the courtroom and just repeat that invitation in front of Nick about going back to the island.
All right. Why not? Come on.
Your Honor, there's just one other thing. I've taken all I can stand from this worm, and I won't take any more.
Bianca, I feel terrible about it. This hurts me more than it does you.
Yes, well, so will this.
Oh, my nose. It's bleeding.
Order. Quiet or I'll clear the court. Young lady, I'll have no violence in my courtroom. That action will cost you exactly...
I know, $25, and it was worth it. And as for you, Mr. Nicholas Arden, as far as I'm concerned, you are legally dead.
Order.
Well, Eve, I guess I'm not needed here. See you at the boat at 9 o'clock.
All right, Adam.
What is this?
You see, Your Honor, we're not interested in civilization, if this is civilization. When a man finds his mate, he knows he doesn't have to think it out. And there's an island that can be paradise. Goodbye, Eve. Till tomorrow.
Goodbye, Adam.
Come back here.
And it's all right with me if you bring the kiddies.
Kiddies? Well, in all my experience on the bench, I have never... I'll have to study the brief, then I'll render my decision.
Yes, Your Honor.
Quiet!
I don't care what happens or what your decision is. I'm going to get a divorce.
Quiet! Court's adjourned till 10 o'clock tomorrow. Harvard man.
Ellen, come back here. If you think you can take those kids to a fever-ridden pest hole with that idiot, you're making a big mistake.
Well, what's your offer?
Well, I thought you could go up to the mountain house for a while with the kids until the gossip dies down.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And what are you going to do?
Well, I thought I might go off on one of those 6-day cruises where I could think this thing out calmly, rationally.
Oh. And when you come back, you might forgive me for not drowning, is that it?
No, it isn't that, Ellen. It's
Well,
just
I'll
that
think about it, too. Calmly and rationally. Only it won't take me 60 days. I can do it in 6 minutes.
Oh, now, Ellen,
I'll take the children to the mountain house tonight.
I'll drive you there.
No, Nicholas, that's sweet of you. But aren't you afraid of the gossip?
All right, kids.
Come on, Chinch.
Be careful, children. It's dark in the house.
We'll be careful. Well, come on, Dad. Aren't you coming in?
No, Timmy, your father's going to drive right back.
Oh. Are you going on another vacation, Dad?
That's right.
Going to Yosemite again?
No.
You don't have to get sore. I just asked you a question.
Well, thanks very much, Nick.
Oh, that's all right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. It's going to be pretty dark going down the mountains on those hairpin turns.
Oh, but you're such a good driver.
No, I'm not worried about it. I don't think there's much fog.
There isn't any fog. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Ellen, I forgot. Look, when are you going to tell the children that you're their mother?
I don't know. It may be a little difficult. I don't know how they'll take it from me.
Well, would it help if I wrote them a letter?
Oh, that would be nice, yes. Enclosed, please find your mother. No, this is my problem. I'll see how I get along with it, and if the right time comes, I'll know it. And if it doesn't, I'll know that, too. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You wrote this, Eddie? Yeah. But, Timmy, if she's our mother, then what's Daddy? Our father. Are you sure? Sure. What else could he be? I don't know. Nobody ever tells me anything.
Well, what are you two little monkeys talking about?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, I love this place. I used to come up here all the time.
With our mother?
Uh-huh. And your daddy. We used to have a lot of fun.
The three of you?
Well, uh-huh.
By the way, was our mother good looking?
Well, most people thought well, some people... Oh, I don't know, really.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. You see, we don't know very much about her.
Listen, suppose your mother didn't drown. Suppose she came back.
You mean like a miracle?
Yes. Suppose she were right here in this... What would you... Look here. You know, don't you?
Sure.
Well?
How do you do, Mother?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Well, don't you think it's about time somebody started kissing somebody?
Okay, Mother.
Oh, you darlings.
You adorable, sweet.
Hello.
Nick.
I had a flat.
Hello, Dad.
I was going along and...
Come on, children, upstairs.
Why?
You've got to mind me now, you know.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Why don't you stay for dinner, Dad? Yeah, then we can all try out Mother's cooking.
Oh, you told them, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's great. You know, I was
What
wondering...
about the spare tires?
Huh? Oh, no air in them.
Do you want to phone the garage?
Can't. The wires are down. You see, there's been a landslide. The road's blocked. Probably won't be able to use the phone till morning. It's fixed.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Ellen. Ellen, I've some good news for you.
What?
There was a call from Judge Bryson's office. They said that Nicky's annulment has been granted and that you've been declared legally alive and you owe him $50.
I see.
So you and Nick are husband and wife again, and you could just pick up where you left off.
Oh, that's fine. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Who was that?
They just phoned to say the road is open.
Oh. Well, it's no use. I'm out of gas.
You seem to be out of everything but ideas.
May I stay?
Yes, you can stay for dinner.
Oh, thanks. I always sleep well up here.
Let's see. I wonder where. The children have their room, and our room becomes my room. It looks like you draw the attic.
Attic?
It's perfect for thinking things out. Who is it?
Hello. You asleep?
Yes. What do you want? What time is it?
1 o'clock.
Well, what's the matter?
Well, I just wanted to tell you were right about the attic. It's perfect for thinking. No good for sleeping, though. Mattress is lumpy.
Oh. Well, why don't you take that one over there?
That bed over there?
That mattress. Take it upstairs with you.
Oh, thanks. Very nice of you. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Are you comfortable?
Very.
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh, look, Ellen, what's the use? You know how I feel. I can go on thinking about it till doomsday. I'm stuck. I don't care what happened. I don't care what people say. I was always mad about you, and I always will be. Does that help any?
Yes. Well. But I still think you'd better go on your cruise.
Well, I'm not going. I'm not going to stay away from you for 60 days.
Oh, now, that's not so long. Let's see. This is the last of October, November, December. Be just about Christmas time.
Christmas time?
Yes, you come back and talk to me about it then. We'll have a lovely Christmas. After all, what's 59 days more?
Well, I think you're being very unreasonable. And furthermore, I won't trouble you any more tonight. Good night.
Oh. Oh, Nick.
Jimmy, wake up, Jimmy. Huh? Wake up, Jimmy. It's Christmas. What do you mean, Christmas? This is October. It's Christmas, I tell you. Santa Claus is here. I just saw him coming down out of the attic. Santa Claus? With a long white beard and red pants and everything. Santa Claus in October? Say, when's Thanksgiving this year?
Oh, Blitzen! Oh, Dancer! Oh, Prancer!
What is it? What's the matter?
Hello to one and all.
Oh, Nick, you great.
It's here again, that merry time, that happy time.
Oh, Nick, you fool, come over here.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, darling.
The curtain falls on Act 3 of My Favorite Wife. Before Mr. DeMille returns with our stars, Sally has a new version of an old story to tell you. It's called Goldilocks and the Three Pairs of Stockings.
Once upon a time, there was a lovely blonde named Goldilocks. She worked in a great big office in the city. There was a very nice man who worked in the same office. And one day he asked Goldilocks to go out to dinner with him. Well, she was very excited. But when she jumped up to put on her hat and coat, pop went a run in her stocking. That made her just boiling mad. Because a girl just can't go out on a date with a new man when she has a run in her stocking. There wasn't anything to do but scamper home quick as a flash and put on another pair. So she did. But my goodness, when she leaned over to fasten her shoe, pop went a run in the second pair of stockings. Now, that was the very last pair of stockings Goldilocks had. I don't know what she would have done. But fortunately, her roommate came home that very minute.
Now what'll I do? Why, Goldilocks, whatever's the matter? Oh, it's my stockings. Runs, runs, runs. No wonder you get runs the way you rub that cake soap on your stockings instead of luxing them. I suppose you want to borrow a pair of mine. Oh, Angel, if you'll only lend me a pair, I'll... You what? I'll always use Lux Flakes, and my stockings will live happily ever after the way yours do.
And that's where the moral of the story comes in, because new Quick Lux really does cut down on stocking runs. When you lux your stockings, they keep their natural elasticity. So when you stoop down or run upstairs or put any kind of strain on the delicate threads, they stretch and then spring back into shape without popping into runs so often. Give your stockings this thrifty Lux Flakes care, and you'll find they wear much longer. Now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars to the microphone.
We've had a brilliant evening in the Lux Radio Theater, and here are the three stars who made it brilliant. Rosalind Russell, Laurence Olivier, and Gail Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. That play gave us quite a workout.
Let's hope the audience had as much fun out of it as we did. Doesn't Larry make a wonderful Santa Claus, Mr. DeMille?
Ideal, Rosalind. A credit to the profession.
Some department store is going to get a hold of him, and we won't find him until after Christmas.
He's a little thin, perhaps, but...
Oh, that's easy to fix. I always use a pillow.
Now, remember that. At any rate, Rosalind and I have solved that no time for comedy puzzle at last.
What puzzle is that?
Well, you see, Larry did the play No Time for Comedy on the stage with Catherine Cornell.
Then Rosalind made the picture with Jimmy Stewart.
But tonight, you both found time for comedy, and I'll play my favorite wife.
Yes, at last. But what about next Monday night, Mr. DeMille?
Yes, who's going to be here?
Next Monday night, Gail, we go places. With Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry. And our play is the popular RKO screen success, Fifth Avenue Girl. It's the story of a typical American girl whose good sense and good sense of humor keep a family from falling apart. There's romance for her and entertainment for us. So I hope you'll all make a date next Monday night with our Fifth Avenue Girl, starring Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry.
Anybody who saw the picture won't want to miss it, Mr. DeMille. It's a grand play. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And 4 stars to the 3 of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry in Fifth Avenue Girl. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as Judge, Warren Ash as Burkett, Verna Felton as Ma, Dix Davis as Timmy, Mary Lou Harrington as Chinch, Lou Merrill as Hotel Clerk, Charles Seal as Court Clerk, Hal K. Dawson as Johnson, Ferdinand Munier as Doctor, Bud McAllister as Page Boy, Edwin Max as Truck Driver, and Ralph Sedan as Desk Clerk. The original story and screenplay of My Favorite Wife was written by Samuel and Bella Spivak. Rosalind Russell appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and will soon be seen in the Columbia picture, This Thing Called Love. Laurence Olivier's forthcoming picture is Lord Nelson and Lady Hamilton, an Alexander Korda production. Gail Patrick will be seen in the MGM picture, Fighting Sons. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. Our Lux Radio Theater production of My Favorite Wife has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of new, quick Lux Flakes, the tissue-thin soap flakes used by smart housewives everywhere and by the great motion picture studios here in Hollywood to protect the million-dollar wardrobes you see on the screen. This is your announcer, Melville Roig, bidding you good night on behalf of our cast and the Lux Radio Theater. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Cary Grant and Claudette Colbert in The Awful Truth with Phyllis Brooks. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's a feeling of gaiety and excitement along Hollywood Boulevard tonight. Lights are ablaze and crowds are gathering in front of our theater. All the visible signs of a Hollywood opening are here to welcome the Lux Radio Theater back to the air after our summer vacation. But there's another scene that interests us more than the bright lights on Hollywood Boulevard. A scene repeated some millions of times throughout the country. It's the scene in your living room, where you and your family once more occupy the reserved seats, which are yours tonight and every Monday night. You are the ones who've made this theater possible by your purchases of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap. We owe you an obligation to make this new year in the Lux Radio Theater the most entertaining in our history. And tonight we pay you the first installment on this obligation by presenting The Awful Truth, starring Claudette Colbert and Cary Grant. Which reminds me that we still owe an obligation to Miss Colbert. Whenever she's done a comedy for us in the past, Claudette has always said that next time she'd like to do a serious drama, and we've solemnly promised that she could. And we'd keep that promise if she'd give us the chance. But we're continually finding comedies that she insists on doing. And I'm not a man with either the courage or the inclination to refuse Claudette anything. At lunch not long ago, we talked about plans for the coming season in the Lux Radio Theater. The moment I mentioned The Awful Truth, I noticed a hungry gleam in Claudette's eye. But quickly explained, of course, that wouldn't interest you. It's a comedy. I was wrong again. Before we came to dessert, Claudette was asking for the script. The memorable performance of Cary Grant as Jerry in the film produced by Columbia Pictures Corporation instantly suggested him for the same role in our radio adaptation, but he was easier to cast than to find. In fact, Cary Grant is probably one of the hardest men in Hollywood to find. Our intelligence service, however, tracked him to the beach, where he'd gone swimming with Phyllis Brooks. That gave us another idea, and we signed them both right there, dripping wet. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the very pleasant truth is that we're ready to give you the awful truth as we raise the curtain on a new season in the Lux Radio Theater, and Act One of our play, starring Cary Grant as Jerry and Claudette Colbert as Lucy, with Phyllis Brooks as Barbara. The sun lamp room of a midtown Manhattan athletic club. Hank, the attendant, is piling towels on a shelf as a young man in gym trunks makes a hurried entrance. He's Jerry Warrener, a tall young man, well-built and healthy. But just now, there's a sharp contrast between his decided pallor and the two dark, magnificent circles under his eyes. With a quick movement, he bounces up on the table and stretches out luxuriously.
All right, Hank, my man, turn on that sun lamp, give her all she's got.
Well, about 15 minutes on each side is all I'd recommend, Mr. Warner.
No, 15 minutes, nothing. I've got to get a deep Florida tan if it takes all afternoon. Give it the juice.
Well, okay.
Attaboy. All aboard from Miami, Palm Beach, and Point South.
Hi, Jerry.
Oh, hello, Frank.
I heard you were in here. Thought maybe you'd like to play a little squash.
Sorry, Frank, no time.
Say, you're awfully white-skinned for a guy who just spent 2 weeks in Florida.
No, that's just what I thought.
What did you do down there? Carry a parasol? Or didn't you go?
Don't let any idea like that get around.
Uh-huh. I get it. Pulling a fast one on the little wife, huh?
Oh, now look, Frank, I'm surprised at you. I'm supposed to have been in Florida. Now, suppose one of Lucy's friends says, why isn't he tanned? Well, Lucy's going to be embarrassed. Well, I'm going to be tanned. Lucy's not going to be embarrassed. And what wives don't know won't hurt them.
What was it? A poker trip?
Sure, a fellow's got to bust out once in a while, assert his independence. Boy, did I assert it.
Yeah, you certainly look it. But I'll bet you wouldn't like Lucy to pull a stunt like that on you.
Why not? After all, a person doesn't have to stop being an individual just because she gets married.
Maybe. Anyhow, how about coming over to my house for breakfast? We were all out late last night, and some of the gang are stopping by.
I got a better idea. Everybody come to my place. Lucy will fix up breakfast for us, and maybe later we can sneak away and play some golf. What do you say?
I'm convinced. I'll see you later.
Okay, ladies and gents, come on in. The joint is yours.
Jerry, that sunburn. You're positively vermilion.
Yeah?
Wait till Lucy sees what Florida did for you.
Yeah, where is she? Hey, Lucy! Lucy! Surprise! Well, hello, dog of mine. How you been? Hey, where's Mama? Where is she?
Welcome back, Mr. Warner.
Oh, hello, Celeste. Will you tell Mrs. Warner I'm here?
I'm sorry, sir. Mrs. Warner's not at home.
Not home. Where'd she go?
I don't know, sir.
Oh, well, when did she leave?
I'm not sure, sir. I think last night.
You mean she hasn't been... Oh, well, okay, never mind.
What's the matter, Jerry? No welcoming arms to greet you this trip?
Mind your own business, will you? Come to think of it, she probably ran up to her Aunt Patsy's cabin in the mountains. She always does if she gets lonely.
Suppose her Aunt Patsy wasn't home?
Oh, I get it. I'm up to my neck in funny people, huh? No, seriously, I wish Lucy would go out and get some fun for herself now and then. Do her good. That's the trouble with marriage. People are always imagining things, and the next thing you know, they end up in a divorce court.
The broad-minded man from Miami.
Yeah, well, if you think you're going to get a chance to prove my broad-mindedness, you're crazy. She's up at Aunt Patsy's cabin, and I'll bet on it. Saying, is that a spot, Frank? Why, the fish just...
Up at Aunt Patsy's cabin, eh? Well, there's Patsy now. Some fun, eh?
Oh, shut up. Hey, turn that radio off, will you? Well, hello, Patsy. How did you get here?
By invitation. Lucy invited me yesterday on the phone. Say, what is this? Lucy invites me, no Lucy. Where is she?
I don't know.
Hello.
Lucy! Hey, Lucy!
Hello, Jerry, darling.
Oh, darling, gee, it's good to see you.
Oh, it's grand. You're looking marvelous, Jerry.
Yeah?
Oh, I nearly forgot Armand. Armand, come on in and meet everybody. Armand's the best music teacher a woman ever had, aren't you, Armand?
Thank you, my dear.
You know Armand Duval, Jerry, of course.
Oh, yeah, sure. How are you?
How do you do?
Everybody else, this is Armand.
How you do? How are you?
Oh, well, now that we're all introduced, I can relax. Oh, Armand and I have had the most terrible time.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, well, I imagine you must have. Where was the recital?
Oh, now, silly, what do you mean?
Well, I didn't know they had recitals in the morning and the people went to them in evening clothes. So formal, isn't it?
Well, Armand does look silly and tails at this time of the day, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, it was such an awful time.
Oh, why? Somebody sing off pitch?
Oh, now stop it, darling. You don't know what happened. Armand's car broke down 1,000,000 miles from nowhere. He had to park me at a farmhouse and hike to the nearest town to get them to tow the car. And then he had to stay there, hang around garages and things to pick me up in the morning and bring me home. It was dreadful. We were coming home from a party.
You were the loveliest human being there.
Oh, thank you, Armand. You say the nicest things. Well, Jerry, you understand, don't you?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Mr. Warner, you have the continental mind.
Oh, sure, that's it. I've got a continental mind now.
Oh, Lucy, dear. So sorry, but I have to run. That horrible dressmaker of mine.
Oh, of course, darling.
You know
too, Lucy. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. What's the idea? The party hasn't even started yet.
Oh, sure, we know, but you probably want to talk to Lucy.
Oh, come on, people. I'll give you all a hit.
Okay,
Frank, over here. Goodbye, Jerry. Well, Mr. Louvel, why didn't you let Frank give you a hitch?
I wanted to explain. You see, Mr. Warner, the next time I take your wife out, I hope that...
I hope you buy a new car, else I'll loan you mine. Are you hungry?
Huh? Oh, thanks. Why, yes, I am.
Now, why don't you run out and get a bite? Big, strong fellow like you should take care of himself, sitting in drafty garages all night.
Mr. Warner, what have I done?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Oh, now, Jerry.
We'll discuss this in private, please. That is, if Mr. Louvel can remember where we keep our door.
Very well. Perhaps it's best this way, Lucy. Will I see you soon?
Well, of course,
Oh, it's all been so perfect, Lucy. Thank you for everything. And Mr. Warner, I think you must be out of your continental mind.
You know, that was pretty funny at that. I mean, what he just said.
Oh, very funny. Brush me off, will you?
Well, he's gone. You can speak freely, darling.
Well, Lucy, what have you got to say for
yourself?
Oh, that's so smart.
Well, I knew you'd say that, and I'm prepared to answer. Armand was invited to the party by a young man whose sister is a pupil of Armand. Armand invited me to go along. I went because I could think of nothing better to do. Believe it or not, I was lonely.
Yes, and then the car broke down.
Yes, and then I stayed at the farmhouse. I slept badly because of insufficient blankets. Twice during the night, I coughed. Now, let me see, was there anything else?
Now, look, Lucy, this situation isn't amusing, although you seem to think it is. If you had sense enough to see it, you know that our marriage is teetering on the edge of a cliff. Well, you're trying to be funny. But perhaps marriage doesn't mean anything to you. Perhaps you've no sentiment left for me. Look at this on the table, a letter I wrote you from Florida, and you didn't even open it.
It's enough to destroy one's faith, isn't it?
Oh, I haven't any faith left in anyone.
Not even in that conscientious soul at Miami Beach who followed your directions so nicely and mailed me a letter every day?
Huh? What on earth are you talking about?
Oh, darling, you look so cute and pleased with your little athletic club sunburst. Rather like a small boy who's just had his curls cut off. Well, I don't like to be unpleasant, Jerry, but you were not in Florida.
Now, don't change the subject.
You weren't in Florida, and you weren't in Montreal that time you said you were going there. Once you even had the letters mailed from the wrong place.
Huh?
Dear Lucy, Charleston is such a quaint city. The quaint thing about Charleston is Charleston's postmark is Perth Amboy, New Jersey. Nice trick your friend played on you.
Now, wait a minute. Don't try to justify your behavior by insinuating things about me.
What? But I haven't any behavior to justify. I've just been unlucky, that's all. You came home and caught me in the truth. And it seems there's nothing less logical than the truth.
A philosopher, huh?
You don't believe me?
How can I believe you?
Oh, listen, Jerry. Now, don't you see that there can't be any doubt in marriage? The whole thing is built on faith, and if you've lost that, you've lost everything.
Yes, I suppose when that's gone, the marriage is washed up, isn't it?
Do you mean that?
Sure.
Well, I guess that settles it.
I guess it does. And let me tell you something.
Well, let me tell you something. I wouldn't go on living with you if you were dipped in platinum. So go on. Oh, go on. Divorce me. It'll be a pleasure.
Divorce you? Are you crazy? Do you think I want people to think you preferred that music lover to me?
Huh? Well, then I'll divorce you. It's customary anyway. I think it has something to do with the husband being a gentleman.
Never mind the gentleman stuff. Just get going on it. Go on.
I'll call the lawyer right now. By the way, what's the most convenient day for you to be divorced?
In the case of Warner versus Warner, the court grants an interlocutory decree of divorce to the plaintiff, Lucy Warner. The divorce, if not further contested, will become final in 90 days from this date. That will be all.
One moment, Your Honor. There's one matter still unsettled. According to my client, Mr. Warner, it's a matter of,
Mr. Smith.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Smith.
And who is Mr. Smith?
Mr. Smith is, he's their dog.
No, Mr. Smith is my dog.
He's mine.
Silence.
But Mr. Smith belongs to me, and she's got him.
I told you to keep quiet.
Oh, ignore him, Your Honor. I told you he was impossible to get along with.
Oh, well, let's hear it.
The animal at present is in Mrs. Warner's possession. Mr. Warner wishes to have him because...
Because he's mine.
He is not.
Yes, so.
He is not.
Silence! Silence!
Is not.
This seems to be a custody case. And in custody cases, we frequently permit the final decision to rest with the dog.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. Now let Mr. Smith decide whom he wants to live with.
Silence, please. Oh, bailiff, have the dog brought in. The custody of the dog will depend on his own desires. And let me warn you, neither of you must use any false means of influencing the animal's decision. Unfasten the dog, please. Now, you may each call the dog.
Come on, come on. Hey, come back here.
You know who's good to you, don't you? Mr. Smith came to me, Your Honor.
Custody of the dog is awarded to Mrs. Warner.
Wait a minute. Well, that wasn't fair, Judge.
Silence. The court is adjourned.
Good day, Your Honor.
Hey, you. Wait a minute. Come back here, you.
You mean me?
What's Mr. Smith doing with that rubber bone in his mouth?
Well, it always was his favorite bone.
Where did he get it?
How would I know?
Oh, you. You'd stoop to anything. You hid that bone under your handbag, and Mr. Smith smelled it. You're not going to get him away from me like that.
Get him? I've got him, darling. Goodbye.
Rain, rain, rain. Look at that rain.
Oh, why, Aunt Patsy? Is it doing anything besides falling?
I don't think so. Nothing unusual ever happens around here. If I'd known we were going to be buried side by side, I'd never have considered to take an apartment with you.
Yes, but I needed you, Aunt Patsy. You know the period of readjustment that comes in the wake of a divorce.
Readjustment, my foot. Just another word for moping around.
Oh, don't be silly.
Oh, why, you know dozens of men who turn handsprings at the chance to take you out. But no, you'd rather sit around and readjust yourself.
Now, you're just an old grouch, that's all.
Yeah? Well, this is one old grouch who wants to go somewhere where there's life. And I don't mean plant life.
Well, we can't go out without escorts, so that's that.
Well, I don't need an escort to go down to the lobby. I'm going down to the newsstand and see Joe. He may be funny looking, but he's a man, and maybe he knocks off early.
Oh, Aunt Patsy, you wouldn't.
Oh, I wouldn't, eh? You're talking to a desperate woman.
Thank you, Mr. Wainwright.
Well, I guess I've read pretty nearly everything here, Joe.
Too bad, ma'am.
Isn't it? I'm so bored. It's too bad they stopped printing zippy stories.
Yes, ma'am. That's what my wife says.
Oh, she does. I see.
Oh, pardon me, but did that copy come in of the Tulsa, Oklahoma Bugle?
Sorry, Mr. Leeson. I guess maybe there's something wrong with the mail.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Looks like I won't find out how we did at the rodeo. Oh, how do, ma'am?
Oh, how'd do?
I hope you don't think I'm fresh. My name's Dan Leeson, room 1214. Ma and I see you coming in and going out sometimes.
Oh, we've noticed you, too.
You did? Well, say, who is that beautiful girl who's with you sometimes? She has a dog and, well, she's beautiful.
Oh, that's my niece, Lucy. She's just a little homebody.
No. Say, I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Why, of course I would, Mr. Leeson. What is it?
Well, you see, I'm a stranger in town, and I thought that perhaps I'd get one of those things down there.
Here we are. Go right in, Mr. Leeson.
Oh, thanks.
You know, I think it's just wonderful that we met this way. Oh, Lucy, may I present Mr. Leeson? Mr. Leeson, this is my niece you were so anxious to meet. Her name is Lucy Warner.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do, ma'am?
Mr. Leeson's from Oklahoma, Lucy, and he'd take it as being right neighborly of us if we'd show him some of the bright spots.
Well, it's raining rather hard.
Mr. Leeson lives right across the hall with his mother. Isn't that what you said, with your mother?
Yep, with Ma. We're here on a visit. I'm in oil, you know.
Oh, marinated, so to speak.
Say, that's a good one. I must remember to tell that to Ma.
No, I'm sure she'd adore that.
Yes. Well, tell us all about Oklahoma, Mr. Leeson.
Well, we all think Oklahoma, well, it's pretty darn swell.
Oh, there's the door. I'll get it.
Yes, Mr. Leeson?
Well, like I was saying, ma'am, Oklahoma is pretty darn...
Right, Jerry.
Oh, dear.
Well, how's the old girl?
Well, never better. Won't you come in?
I fully intend to. Well. Hello, Lucy.
Hello. What do you want?
Well, now read this little legal document. I guess that'll explain better than I could.
What? What is this?
It's a writ, that's what it is. A writ. The court just ruled that I'm permitted to see Mr. Smith for 2 hours a week. I am permitted to take Mr. Smith walking, riding, motorboating, or aquaplaning. No, not aquaplaning. That's too dangerous, isn't it? Yeah. Well, the order reads that I can visit with him and entertain him in any form or manner that does not endanger life or limb. And that would rule out aquaplaning.
I suppose you've come to take him bicycling.
What, in this weather? Are you crazy? Why, he'd catch his death of cold. No, I've come to entertain him in any form or manner. Hey, Smitty, where are you?
I'll get him.
Oh, Miss Warner, perhaps I'd better...
I'm sorry, Mr. Leeson. This is my husband.
Oh.
Well, he's only my husband for... How much longer is it? Oh, 60 days.
No. 59. Well, how are you, Mr. Leeson?
Howdy. I'm glad to know you.
Excuse me, what'd you say?
I said I'm glad to know you.
Oh, well. How can you be glad to know me? I know how I'd feel if I was sitting with a girl and her husband walked in.
Yes, I'll bet you do.
What's that supposed to mean, huh?
Nothing. Why don't you go and play with the dog?
Sure, where is he? Hey, Mr. Smith! Where are you, fella? Oh, see, it's Monster's boy. see you, old fella. It's good to see you. Look what I brought you. Your old leather strap. Come on, let's have a tuck away.
You were telling us about Oklahoma, Mr. Leeson.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm really a man of many interests out there, Mrs. Warner. Oil is my main business, of course, and I can't complain about that. It's treated me fine. And I have a big ranch. It's more of a hobby than anything.
The lamp, Jerry, you broke the lamp.
Oh, it's nothing. I'll get you a new one.
Oh, don't bother. It's only a little import.
Like I was saying, Mrs. Warner, this ranch is just outside of Tulsa. I have just about everything.
Good heavens. Jerry, do you have to play that game?
Any other ones?
Yes. Get his rubber bone for him. He loves that bone.
Oh, yes, I remember. Where is it?
In the closet, right there.
Huh? In here?
That's right.
I can't find it.
Oh, but just keep looking.
Hey, what is this? You locked the door on me.
Aunt Patsy, what are you doing?
Hey!
Lucy, dear, why don't you run along with Mr. Leeson?
Patsy, let me out of here. I'm locked in.
Say, is anything wrong?
Oh, no. That's just a game Mr. Warner has with the dog.
Oh.
I want to get out of here.
Oh, Lord. Well, come on, Mr. Leeson. Let's go.
Huh? Oh, swell.
Good night, Aunt Patsy. I hope you know what you're doing. Good night, dear.
Night.
Night.
Ooh, I'll break the door down if you don't let me out of here.
Just a minute. Come on out, Jerry.
Oh, framed. That's what I am, framed. Ha! You're trying to cook up something between my wife and that Buffalo Bill, aren't you?
Your wife?
She's still my wife for 60 days.
59.
All right, 59, but she's still my wife. Do you understand?
And what are you going to do about it?
You'll find out what I'm going to do. Stick around and watch. I've got some rights around here.
To entertain Mr. Smith in any form or manner.
Oh, shut up.
While we are waiting for Jerry to make good on those threats, we take a brief intermission from our play to hear from Mr. Ruick.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our intermission before Act Two of The Awful Truth, starring Claudette Colbert, Cary Grant, with Phyllis Brooks, we bring you a musical interlude. 3 charming young ladies will sing a song suggesting something about our product, Lux Toilet Soap. Well, Sally, and what is your song going to be?
Sweet Sue, Mr. Ruick. Shall we sing it?
Yes, please.
Every star above knows the one I love. Sweet Sue, just you. And the moon on high knows the reason why it's you. No one but you. No one else, it seems, ever shares my dreams. Without you, dear, I don't know what I do. In this heart of mine, you live all the time, sweet Sue, just you.
A sweet song. And you chose it because...
Well, Mr. Ruick, because we think one of the nicest things about Lux toilet soap is the way it leaves you feeling so sweet.
So Sweet Sue reminds you of a Lux girl. That's nice. And it's true that Lux Toilet Soap leaves you feeling sweet and dainty. That's why it's such a delightful bath soap. Really, a fragrant Lux Toilet Soap bath is the most refreshing experience you can have when you're tired and feeling sort of, well, uncharming. Its rich, creamy, active lather just floats away perspiration and dust and dirt, leaves you utterly dainty. And when you consider how little Lux Toilet Soap costs, only a few pennies, why, every member of the family can share the luxury of this kind of bath. You know, it's because so many millions of cakes of Lux Toilet Soap are sold that it can cost so little. So everybody, fathers, mothers, youngsters, babies, can have its gentle care. Remember that it's gentle, it cleanses beautifully, it leaves you dainty and sweet and charming to other people, as you always want to be. Buy 3 cakes at a time so that Lux Toilet Soap will always be at hand. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of The Awful Truth, starring Claudette Colbert as Lucy, Cary Grant as Jerry, with Phyllis Brooks as Barbara. It's morning, a few weeks after Jerry's hectic visit. Across the breakfast table in their lonely apartment, Aunt Patsy is looking at her niece with an expression of growing horror.
What did you say, Lucy? I said, of course I like Dan Leeson. Why shouldn't I? He's sweet and thoughtful. And you should be the last one to object. You introduced him to me.
Only because he was a man who could take us out. I didn't expect you to get silly about him.
Was it silly to like a man who's sane and considerate? I was married to one of those gay romantic types, and one's enough.
Your toast is burning.
Oh.
Lucy, do you know what rebound is? That business of trying to get over one love affair by bouncing into love with somebody else? Well, it's fine. Except the rebound is rarely the real thing. There's the first bounce, the second bounce, and, well, look at me. You wind up like an old tennis ball.
Now, look, I tell you I'm serious about Dan Leeson. He's a fine person. I like him. I like him very much. I'm all through with Jerry. He doesn't mean a thing to me. I don't love him. What's more, I probably never did. I guess that surprises you, doesn't it? I hate Jerry Warner, and I like Dan Leeson very, very much. I can hardly wait to see him tonight. And I hope he's just mad about me because I think he's the finest man I ever met.
Lucy.
I know, my toast is good.
Honest to goodness, Mr. Warner, I think it's simply wonderful of you to come here just to hear me sing.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
Mr. Warner, you're awful sweet and all that, but you always seem to have your mind on something else. Or maybe it's someone else. Am I right, Sugar Pie?
Oh, yeah. I'm in love with love. Uh-huh. In the spring, a young man's fancy likely turns to what he's been thinking about all winter. Say, how long have you been talking like Amos and Andy?
Oh, for a long time. It helps me in my work. Well, shut my mouth. Who's that gorgeous-looking creature just coming in?
Oh, where? Oh, my. Well, you've heard that gag that's flying around town. Who was that lady I saw you with?
You mean that's no lady, that's your wife?
Uh-huh, that's my wife.
I guess this is our table over here, Lucy. Sit down.
Come on over and meet her. Well. Hello, folks.
Oh, hello.
This is Miss Dixie Belle Lee. This is Mrs. Warner, and this is Mr. Leeson, the gentleman Mrs. Warner is going to marry.
That's right.
I'm mighty proud to meet you all.
Now, you're sure we're not intruding?
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
Well, wouldn't you like to buy us a drink?
Why, yes, of course.
Well, sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Well, my, isn't this cozy, huh? So you two are going to be married, huh? Oh, I was glad when I heard that. Yes, I said to myself, that Leeson's just the man for Lucy, and then I said to myself...
He's always talking to himself. Yes. This is a charming place, don't you think, Miss...
Dixie Belle Lee.
Oh.
Do you like it, honey? I'm so glad, because I kind of feel like the place is mine.
Oh, you come here often?
Well, I work here. Didn't you all know that?
No.
Say, you're from the South, aren't you?
Now, isn't he just the cleverest yet? How'd you all ever guess that, Mr. Man?
Oh, I don't know. It was just a shot in the dark.
Shot in the dark. Well, you see, Dixie Belle Lee isn't her real name.
No?
Oh, no. She changed it because her family objected to her going into show business. Isn't that right, Dixie?
That's right. Well, I guess I'd better go now and get ready. You reckon you all can stay to see my act?
Oh, of course we'll stay.
Well, nothing could drag us away.
Well, I'll see you later, honey child.
I'll be here.
Mm-hmm. She seems like a lovely girl.
She is, Lucy. But wait till she sings. A golden throat, that's what. I keep coming here all the time just to listen to her.
How faithful of you.
Does she really sing awful good?
Well, no. I don't think her singing's up to Lucy's, no. Dixie has a sort of an elfin charm, a je ne sais quoi, if you know what I mean. And I don't.
Dan, dear.
I don't.
Don't you think you ought to ask Jerry about it now?
Oh, yeah, sure.
About what?
About our mine, Jerry.
What mine?
Our mine. You know, our coal mine. It's our last tie, Jerry. And, well, I was telling Mr. Leeson how badly it was doing, and he thought maybe he could do better with it.
That's right. I'd like to gamble on it, Mr. Warner. I'm pretty lucky. Do you know what they call me out west?
I can guess.
Well, how about us having a conference at my apartment tomorrow?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I present that great little artist, Miss Dixie Belle Lee.
Here she comes, isn't she pretty?
She sure is.
The costume's a little short, isn't it? I mean, unless she does a tank act.
Shh. Listen to this.
I got an invitation from Mrs. Houghton. All dressed up, don't care for nothing. I'm strutting.
Is that what you mean by elf and charm.
I might be right there speaking.
Say, she'd go great in Oklahoma, wouldn't she? Come on, swing it, miss.
Dan, I don't feel well.
Yippee. Why, well, what's the trouble, Lucy?
Dan, I think you'd better take me home.
But, Lucy, we can't walk out in the middle of Miss Lee singing.
Don't you like her, Lucy?
Oh, I love her, yes. But I can see now it was easier for her to change her name than for her whole family to change theirs. Come on, Dan.
Well, all right, if you want, Lucy. Don't forget tomorrow afternoon at my apartment, Mr. Warner, about that mine.
I'll be there, big boy.
All dressed up, don't care for nothing. I'm strong.
Sit down, Warner. I want to hear all about this mine.
Well, I've got all the records and history with me. Oh, by the way, Lucy, I searched all over for the report McCall made before we bought it, but I couldn't find it. You must have it.
Oh, well, perhaps I have.
Well, when you get a chance, take a look through your stocking drawer, will you? You know, Dan, she always hides important things in the top drawer of her dresser.
She does?
Oh, sure. It's an old habit of hers. Every legal paper we ever had smelled the sachet. Even our marriage certificate.
About the mine, Jerry.
Oh, yes, the mine,
Good afternoon.
Oh, come on in, Ma. Come on in.
hello, Mrs.
Sit down.
Leeson. Good afternoon, Lucy.
I guess you don't know this fella here, Ma. He's Jerry Warner, Ma.
Hello.
Well, it's very funny seeing you here, Mr. Warner.
Is it? Well, it's funny seeing you.
I met some people today, and they spoke about you and about Lucy, too. They knew you both before the divorce.
I imagine you run into dozens of people who did.
They spoke very well of you, Mr. Warner. They said you were a real gentleman.
No kidding. Got any gum?
No. They talked about Lucy, too.
Well, isn't it nice not to be forgotten by your old friends?
You know, Lucy, as many times as I've heard your fine singing, I never realized that you must have had a teacher. They tell me he's been teaching you for some time, and he's a very romantic type. This woman I was talking to told me that, oh, well, no matter.
What's that,
Now,
Ma?
look at this map, Leeson, about this new opening in the northern side of the mine.
Now, Lucy.
Here, now let me show you the prospectus.
Jerry, I think I ought to tell you that nobody's listening to you.
Huh? What do you mean? Now, what could possibly be more interesting than the Warrener mine?
The Warrener divorce. The gal's name needs clearing, partner.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it really?
Certainly, Mrs. Leeson, and so are you. No, Dan, relax. No fisticuffs. I'll explain. Mrs. Leeson, our divorce was one of those tragedies you read about in the newspapers. Yes, a trusting woman and a worthless man. Lucy's above suspicion, Mrs. Leeson, always has been. She's as pure as the driven snow, as faithful as she is fair. I tell you, something wonderful went out of my life when I lost her.
Yep. I know just how you feel, Mr. Warner.
How do you know? How can you know how I feel to have used up the best years of a woman's life?
Huh?
Oh, well, folks, that's the way it goes. Excuse me, Mrs. Leeson, you're sitting on my prospectus.
Sorry.
Well, I'll be going now. Take good care of her, Dan, won't you? I'm sure you'll be happy out where the West begins. All three of you. Maybe you'll succeed, Dan, where I failed. Goodbye now.
Well, Ma, are you convinced about everything?
What about the music teacher?
Oh, now, look, you two. Why don't you go back to your room and settle things for yourselves? And let me know how it all comes out. I'll tell you. Put a light in the window if it's yes, and two if it's no.
But, Lucy,
and if you can't make up your minds, just pull down the shade.
All I want to know is, what has Armand Laval got to do with all this? Why is he coming here?
Because I sent for him.
You said that. I still say, why? You ruined your last happy home. You'll bust the Oklahoma deal wide open.
That's just it. There isn't going to be any Oklahoma deal. I'm not going to marry Dan Leeson.
Why not?
Oh, because I'm still in love with that crazy lunatic. And there's nothing I can do about it. What's the matter with you?
I'm a gibbering idiot. I'm a mad woman.
Oh, now, Patsy, stop this. Here, answer the door, will you?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Laval.
Good evening.
Alma, come in.
How are you, my dear Lucy? I got your call.
Yes. Look, Alma, sit down, will you? It's about Jerry.
Ah, yes, your husband. He's a very funny man, yes?
Yes, he is. But I'm convinced he still cares about me, or he wouldn't do the funny things he does.
Yes, but he doesn't care much about me.
No, he doesn't. No. And that's just what I'm getting at, Alma. You know that everything was all right that night.
I want you to convince him that everything was just as we said it was.
I'd be glad to. Does he carry a gun?
Now, you're not afraid of him.
Oh, of course not, no. But you know husbands.
Then you'll do it as soon as possible, won't you? He mustn't know that I've had anything to do with it.
Very well.
As soon as possible?
Open
up.
Oh.
It's Jerry.
Oh, but this is much too soon.
Oh, of course it is. We'll do something.
What shall I do?
Well, you can't stand there.
I know.
Go in the other room. And hurry and don't come out.
I don't care for this.
Well, neither do I. Let him in, Aunt Patsy.
Oh, Lord. You said it.
Greetings, Patsy.
Oh. Hello.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello.
Hello. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Well, I guess you two want to be alone.
No, Aunt Patsy.
I'll whip up a little omelet in the kitchen.
No.
Smart girl, you Aunt Patsy. Matter of fact, dear, I did want to be alone.
You did?
Yeah. Look, Lucy, let's get right down to it. I've been a sap.
Have you?
Yes. I want to apologize. I know that chump Louvel couldn't have meant anything to you, but, well, guys like him just make me murderous. I just want to... Oh, well, I just want to say I'm sorry for everything, dear.
Jerry. Look, Jerry. Let's meet later and talk it all over, shall we?
Sure.
Yes, that's wonderful. Here's your hat. Goodbye, dear.
Yeah, but...
I'll call you. Goodbye.
Are you trying to get rid of me?
Oh, no, of course not. Why should I try to get rid of you? Here's your hat.
My hat? Well, that isn't my hat.
Oh, no.
No, look at the thing. It comes down over my ears. Look at that.
Oh, isn't that funny? Did you get a haircut, maybe?
Well, not since I came in. Now, look at that thing. Doesn't that look funny to you? Ricarde, look.
Yes, I know. It's just a little roomy, but maybe they're wearing them that way this year.
Well, I don't think so. I'm not.
Oh, Aunt Patsy, the bell.
All right. Why am I always answering doorbells?
Oh, well, look, Lucy, if you've got company...
No, it's nobody. It's just Dan Leeson, probably.
Leeson? Oh, well, I don't want him to see me here. I've caused you enough trouble. I'll just duck in the other room.
No, Jerry.
No, Lucy, I want you to be happy.
No.
I'll wait in there till they've gone.
Yes, but Jerry, you... Oh.
Hello, Miss Adams.
Oh, it's Mr. Leeson and his mother, Lucy.
Hello, Lucy.
Lucy, dear, I've come to tell you something.
Hello.
We've come to tell you, Lucy.
Well, what have you come to tell me?
I want to apologize for those awful things I accused you of this morning, Lucy.
Yes? Well, go on.
What's that? I think somebody's cleaning up in the next room. Lucy, I don't want you to be angry with me for repeating what that awful woman said about your divorce.
No, of course I'm not angry. What nonsense.
What is that?
Oh, it's nothing.
But
Jerry.
I'll tell you. You hide it behind closed doors. Hey, Gangway. I'll break every bone in your body.
Don't forget to touch second, boys. Who was that? Was that Mr. Warrener?
Yes, he just dropped in.
And out. Dan, I think we'd better go. 2 men hiding in the other room.
Well, all I gotta say is, a man's best friend is his mother. Mrs. Warner, I certainly learned about women from you. Come on, Ma.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well?
You can't fire us. We quit.
Oh, Lucy, don't. Don't cry, dear.
He believed it. He thought Elmo was hiding in that room.
Sure. So did his mother.
I'm talking about Jerry.
Oh, Jerry. It's getting hard to keep track. What's the matter with Jerry?
Well, you read this in the newspaper. Oh, I could die.
Let's see. Jerry Warrener is being seen these days with Barbara Vance, the madcap heiress. We wonder if there'll be wedding bells when Jerry's divorce becomes final in 2 weeks.
2 weeks? She's going to steal him from me. It's bigamy.
She's not married to him yet.
No, and she won't be. He said he'd stick to me for better or worse. And if he knows what's good for him, he'd better.
The curtain falls on Act 2 of The Awful Truth. And I assure you, a great surprise is in store for Jerry Warrener in Act 3. But before the curtain goes up, there's a word or two of wisdom, I believe, for the ladies.
In the very brief moment before Cary Grant, Claudette Colbert, and Phyllis Brooks return, I would like to make this observation about our product, Lux Toilet Soap. Everyone knows that 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux Toilet Soap. And we're very proud of this fact, because it certainly is significant that such an overwhelming majority of these charming women, whose very livelihood depends to such an extent upon their appearance, have come to look upon Lux Toilet Soap as such a trusted aid in the task of keeping themselves ever beautiful. But another fact, which is just as important and just as significant, is that lovely girls, young women, and older women in every village and town throughout this broad land also look upon Lux Toilet Soap as a trusted aid in the very important feminine job of keeping beautiful. Screen stars must have lovely skin because they're screen stars, of course, but for another reason also. These famous beauties have close-ups to face off the screen, too. They know that for every woman who wants to win romance and hold it, lovely skin is important. And that's why they are really glad to be able to pass on to other women the happy experience they've had with Lux Toilet Soap. Here's what Betty Davis says. I use Lux Toilet Soap regularly, as other Hollywood screen stars do. Why don't you use this fragrant white soap? So I'm going to ask every woman in our audience if she won't go to the store tomorrow and buy at least 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap and use this fine, white, gentle soap with active lather faithfully. And it is my honest belief that if you do this, when the 3 cakes have gone, you will be just as enthusiastic over Lux Toilet Soap as the screen stars. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Cary Grant, Claudette Colbert, and Phyllis Brooks proceed with Act 3 of The Awful Truth. 2 weeks have gone by, and the divorce is almost final. Determined to block Jerry's impending marriage to the society heiress, Lucy has tricked her way into his apartment. Just inside the door, she stands facing him, smiling coyly.
Hello, Jerry.
Well, now that you're in, what's the nature of this visit?
Well, I just thought you know what today is, don't you?
Certainly. Our divorce becomes final tonight at 12 o'clock, and tomorrow we'll both be back in circulation.
That's right. I just thought I'd drop up to wish you a lot of luck.
Oh, that's very nice of you, but I'm just on my way out.
Where to?
Well, if you must know, I'm on my way out to a pre-engagement dinner for me and Barbara at the Fancies.
Oh, Jerry, you can't.
Who says so?
You can't because you love me. The things you believe me guilty of couldn't cause aggravation and heartache unless you love me.
Of course, I loved you.
I said love, not loved. Oh, you're so stubborn, Jerry. You're throwing away our happiness.
Barbara's a fine girl. We get along swell together.
But that isn't necessarily happiness, Jerry. Look, you and I fight and we disagree on every subject under the sun. But we were happy. It's no fun for me to come here practically crawling to you, Jerry. But our marriage is worth it. I'd do anything to make you understand that you and I belong together. Tomorrow will be too late, dear. Once you're free, the Vances will officially announce your engagement, and you won't be able to jilt a girl whose jilting would be news for every newspaper in the world. You'll be caught by circumstances. And you'll be lost, Jerry.
And very contentedly, too.
Oh, no. You'll be miserable. Oh, you dope. Why can't you understand? I'll take it.
Oh, no, you won't.
I've got it. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Who is this, may I ask?
Give me that phone.
Jerry, I think it's...
Hello?
You have to answer my telephone.
I only said hello.
Hello?
Shut up. Now give it to me.
Tell her to call you back.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello? Oh, hello, darling.
Well, it took you long enough. Have you made up your mind who the woman is?
Oh, that's funny. I knew you were going to ask me that.
Uh-huh. So did I.
Who was she?
Well, it's really very simple, dear. That was my sister.
Oh, really? Your sister. Now, how are you ever going to get out of that?
Quiet.
I didn't know you had a sister.
Oh, sure. She just got back from Paris. Dropped in to see me, you know, and...
Oh, that's lovely.
I'd love to meet your sister, Jerry. Why don't you bring her along tonight?
Oh, no. I don't think she can come over this evening. She has a previous engagement.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, naturally, dear, she's very anxious to meet you, but...
Oh, yes, tell her I'd love to meet her. Tell her to wear boxing gloves.
Quiet. Now, look, Barbara, she said if she possibly could, she'd break her engagement and come over later. Yes, but I doubt that very much.
Yes, I doubt it, too.
Well, if she can, she can't, of course.
That's right, dear, but I'll do my best to fix it up so the two of you will meet very soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. Hurry over.
I will. Oh, well, now I'm in a fine fix. She wants to meet my sister.
Well?
You're a big help.
Well, you know me. Anything I can do?
Oh, to break it up?
I see what you mean.
Well, I'm in a fine mess.
No, I'm sorry, Jerry. Really, I am.
Yeah, sure.
But I wouldn't worry about it, dear. She trusts you, doesn't she?
Of course she does.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I did it again.
Oh, give me that thing.
Oh, listen, you don't have to take that from
Hello?
anybody.
Quiet.
Oh, you don't have to take that from anybody. Put your foot down.
You're bringing your sister tonight.
But, darling, I told you she couldn't make it.
There's no reason for her to call you up every 5 minutes, is there?
Darling.
No, look, dear, there's no reason for you to call me up every 5 minutes, is there?
Jerry.
Goodbye.
Well.
I'll keep quiet.
Sit down, my boy, sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Vance.
It's too bad your sister couldn't come tonight, Jerry.
Oh, yes. Well, she was terribly sorry, Mrs. Vance. You see, she didn't weather the boat trip very well. As a matter of fact, when I left, she was calling the doctor.
You can imagine my surprise when I heard a woman's voice on the phone. You can't blame me for being suspicious, Jerry, darling.
Well, certainly. I mean, of course not.
I was thinking, dear. Mother, don't you think it would be nice if I asked Jerry's sister to be a bridesmaid?
Oh, lovely.
Oh, well, I think she's sailing back to Paris almost immediately. She said she'd do her best to see you before she goes, though. Oh, you'd like my sister, Barbara. She's very much your type.
Where did you go to school?
Excuse me, what did you say?
I said, where did you go to school?
In Switzerland.
Oh.
And you say your father was a Princeton man?
Yes, that's right, sir. Class of 92. He tells some very funny stories about the place in those days.
Yes.
He tells one in particular about a football game. It seems Yale was playing Princeton one day.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Vance.
Yes, Edwards?
Mr. Jerry's sister has arrived.
What?
Miss Lula Warrener.
Hello? Well, I made it, Jerry. A surprise?
Oh, you maniac.
What'd you say, dear?
I just asked how you were feeling.
Well, I'm feeling fine.
Mrs. Vance, may I present my sister, Lola?
How do you do? How'd you do? Oh, it's lovely to know you, Mrs. Vincey. Vance, my dear. Oh, sure. I forgot.
Barbara, this is Lola.
How do you do? How'd you do? Well, you know, it's nice getting a chance to meet you. I see your pictures in the paper, and I wondered what you really look like.
I've wondered about you, too.
Oh, well, thanks.
Oh, Lola.
Yes, dear?
This is Barbara's father, Mr. Vance. Mr. Vance, my sister.
How'd you do?
How do you do?
Well.
Huh? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Only I never would have known you from Jerry's description. I think you look kind of cute. Won't you sit down, Miss Warrener? Thank you. Say, did I interrupt something? Go right on with your story, Jerry, honey.
Oh, well, I was telling a story about about our father.
Oh, you were? Well, go right ahead, dear.
Thanks. You see, Mr. Vance, it was Yale's ball on Princeton's 2-yard line.
Oh, Mrs. Vance, I don't want to appear rude, but I wonder if I could have a little drinky.
Why, certainly.
Well, I had 3 or 4 before I got here, but they're beginning to wear off, and you know how that is. Oh, well, don't look at me like that, Jerry. You like a little drink yourself. You know what we call him, isn't it? We call him Jerry the Nipper. He likes to sneak 'em when nobody's looking. Oh, he's awful cute about it, too, yeah. I've seen him go along all evening, apparently not have a thing to drink, and all of a sudden fall flat on his puss.
Edwards, a glass of sherry for Miss Warrener, please.
What, sherry? Oh, no, I don't like sherry. Oh, Mr. Edwards, come here, will you?
Yes, miss.
You know what I want, don't you? About the 3 fingers?
Yes, miss.
You snap it up, will you? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jerry. What were you saying?
Well, I was just telling them one of Father's stories. You've heard it.
Oh, I have.
You see, there was a minute ago. Dad had the ball and...
Ball? What ball?
What? The football.
Well, what in the world was Dad doing with a football?
Look, I was just telling a story about when Father was at Princeton. You remember that?
Oh, sure. Well, of course I remember.
Oh,
yeah. You know, Pop loved Princeton. Yeah, he was there nearly 20 years. Oh. Yeah. If ever a man loved a place, he did. He just adored it, and he certainly kept it looking beautiful, too. You've seen the grounds, haven't you? The grounds? Of course.
Well, Mrs. Vance, I'm afraid that my sister has a somewhat distorted sense of humor.
So have I.
Your drink, miss.
Oh, gee, thanks.
No, what she really meant to say was that...
Oh, gosh, was that good? Woo, I was so thirsty. It must have been that ham I had for dinner.
Now, listen, you.
Where did you get your liquor, Mr. Vance, if it isn't too personal?
It's imported from Paris.
You don't say. All the way? Oh, gee, well, that's pretty good stuff, though. Yeah, if I ever manage to get to Paris, I'm going to look up the guy who sold it to you.
If you ever get to Paris, didn't you just come back from there?
Who, me? Oh, I only wish I had. Oh, I guess that's just one of Jerry's stories again. You know, when Jerry and I were kids, we were the worst liars in the neighborhood. We always used to pretend we had rich relatives who were going to leave us money. Oh, I guess it was harmless enough, though. Everybody knew we were just sort of kidding ourselves.
Are you sure everybody knew?
Well, sure. Who'd be dope enough to look at Jerry and me and think we had money or a family? Oh, but you have to give Jerry credit. You look at him. We're proud of him, you know. He's worked himself up from nothing to this.
What do you mean by this, Miss Warner?
Well, now, you look at me. I'm different. No, it isn't money that counts with me, your position in life. No, sir. No, it's art. All the time I was working at the Virginia Club, I thought that I...
at the Virginia Club?
Sure. Didn't Jerry tell you?
No, he didn't.
You're a singer, Miss Warner.
That's what I do. I sing.
Well, perhaps you'd sing for us
No,
now.
I debate some other time. You see, my
Oh,
sister...
now that's the trouble with you, Jerry. You've tried to keep me in the background all your life. Well, of course I'll sing for you. Sure I will. Do you own a piano?
Right there.
Well, thanks. Now, you see when... Oh, wait a minute. Don't anybody leave this room. I've lost my purse.
Good gracious.
There's your purse, Miss Warner, on the chair.
Whew. Well, am I relieved? Oh, Mr. Edwards.
Yes, miss.
Well, you kind of keep an eye on my purse, you know, right? Thanks.
Lola, I think we better go now. It's getting late.
Oh, no, now, not before I sing, Jerry. Oh, gosh, who does your tuning?
I'm sure I don't know.
Well, maybe it's just the piano.
What are you going to sing?
Oh, it's a surprise, Mrs. Ed. But the first time I sang this number, oh, I killed him. You know, there was a fellow there, I think he was a critic. He said my voice had a, let me see, what was it? Oh, yeah, elfin charm. Je ne sais quoi, if you know what I mean. Now, quiet, please.
Barbara, I'm afraid
Quiet, Mrs. Vance. I got an invitation from Mrs. Hutton. I'm all dressed up, don't care for nothing.
Stop it. Come on, get up. You're getting out of here.
No, I won't stop. All my life you try to keep me in the background.
I said
stop
it.
Stop now. Oh, my finger.
Only one hand.
I might be right there
Good
speaking to
night,
this
Mr. Vance.
disaster. I'll
Mrs.
tell her
Barbara,
how to make
good
a
night.
whole
I'm sorry. This way, Lola, dear. This way, sweetness.
Jerry, aren't you speaking to me?
No.
That's better. Oh, it's wonderful of you to drive me up to Aunt Patsy's cabin after all the trouble I've caused you.
Shut up. I'm handing you over to your Aunt Patsy, and then I'm leaving for good.
I don't blame you, Jerry. I really don't, honestly. Thank you, Jerry. You can leave now.
Oh, no. I want to see you safely in the door where you can get in your aunt's hair and out of mine.
Mrs. Warner.
Hello, Frank.
I wasn't expecting anybody tonight.
Will you tell Aunt Patsy I'm here?
Why, she ain't here, Mrs. Warner. She ain't been here for weeks.
What?
Oh, I get it. Another one of your little tricks, huh? Well, it won't work. I'm going back to town, and I'm going alone. Good night and goodbye.
Goodbye, Jerry. Be careful driving, dear.
Hey.
What's the matter?
Well, the keys to the car, where are they?
What?
The keys to the car, the ignition key. Where is it?
Well, I don't know. Did you have it when you came?
Well, how do you think I drove here? Now, listen, Lucy, you took that key, and I want it back.
I haven't got it.
You have so got it.
Do you want to search me?
Yeah, no.
Poor Jerry. I'm afraid you're stuck here all night, darling. Isn't it a shame? Sitting here in front of the fireplace. Just the way it was when we came here on our honeymoon, Jerry.
Oh, now, please, Lucy. The less you have to say about it, the better I'll like it.
Well, it won't be long. It's 11:15. 45 minutes, and you'll never have to listen to me again. Just 45 teeny minutes. Funny, isn't it, Jerry?
Well, it wasn't my fault. I only... Oh, I'll keep quiet.
45 little... See, I picked. All this that happened tonight will be forgotten. I'll tell Barbara Vance myself that it was all a joke and that I want you to be very, very happy. It's only 30 minutes now, Jerry.
Lucy, listen,
Oh, what?
Nothing.
Oh. She seems to be a nice girl, Jerry. I'm sure she'll mean more to you. Never think about me. Never let me spoil your happiness, Jerry. I'll get along all right. Just be happy, darling. I'll get along all right. No one will ever know that I... Oh, I shouldn't say these things, should I, Jerry? I'll get along all right.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Yes?
Listen, Lucy.
What?
Listen, it's all off. I'm not going to go through with it. I don't care whether you love me or not. You're married to me, and you're going to stay married. You hear?
Jerry!
Yeah, call the caretaker. No, I'll call him myself. Frank, come in here right away.
Anything wrong, folks?
Now, listen, Frank, you're a witness. See, the divorce is off.
Oh, Jerry!
Exactly 30 seconds before 12 o'clock, we called off the divorce. Remember that and swear to it.
You betcha.
All right, now, get out.
You betcha.
Oh, Jerry.
Lucy.
Oh, Jerry, listen. 12 o'clock. Wedding bells, darling.
Every second that passes, I love you twice as much.
Say it, darling.
I love you, Lucy.
I love you, Jerry.
I love you, Lucy.
I love you.
With peace restored in the Warrener family, Cary Grant and Claudette Colbert are returning now to our microphone. In fact, the whole family is here, with the exception of Mr. Smith, the dog. What happened to him?
Well, I suppose he lived happily ever after, too.
Oh, I envy those dogs. No troubles, no worries.
No worries. You don't know my dog. He worries more than I do.
I don't doubt it. I bet he's home worrying about this program right now.
By the way, CB, who does he worry about next week? What play are you going to have?
Next Monday night, we're going to have Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino. And the play is Wuthering Heights. One of the strangest love stories ever told, and certainly one of the most gripping.
Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino? Say, that sounds great to me. I don't think your dog will have to worry about that show, CB.
No. You know, my dog's a critic, too. Every once in a while, he chews up one of my favorite hats.
Oh, chews up women's hats, huh? Well, I think he'll get his slant on that. But every dog to his taste. You know, I was in a picture once with a dog that weighed 23 pounds when we started shooting, and a week later he was up to 30 pounds.
What was he eating, scenery?
Oh, no, sir. The director was eating that. He had to wait for the mutt to reduce.
Oh, now, Gary, what made the poor dog so fat?
Ice cream? So every time he did a trick right, he got an ice cream cone, and that dog never missed.
That was killing him with kindness. Couldn't you find a better way of rewarding him?
Well, when we were shooting The Awful Truth, Mr. Smith's trainer used a mouse, a rubber mouse named Oslo that squeaked. If Mr. Smith performed well in a scene, he could play with Oslo. Worked fine, too, until he spotted a still camera on the set with one of those rubber bulbs dangling alongside.
Mr. Smith thought it was the mouse, I suppose.
Well, it squeaked just as well. But you know, after that dog took his first picture, he wanted a dark room put right in his doghouse.
A very tall tale, Mr.
Well,
Grant.
it was a tall doghouse, Claudette.
Yes.
Really, he could have managed it.
Now, Carrie, just relax. But before I go, I want to say something about the product behind this program. I've used Lux soap now for a good many years, and from my own experience, I can recommend it wholeheartedly. Good night, CB. Good night, Carrie.
So long.
Good night. And thanks for teaching an old dog fancier some new tricks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino in Wuthering Heights. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Roig, asking you to be sure to listen to the Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. This human and gripping story of a young, attractive woman doctor is brought to you every afternoon, Monday through Friday. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as Dan Leeson, Gail Gordon as Frank, Inez Seabury as Aunt Patsy, Ralph Sedan as Armand Louvat, John Fee as Judge, Verna Felton as Mrs. Leeson, Forrest Taylor as a lawyer, Mary McDonald as Dixie Belle Lee, Ted Bliss as Joe, Lee Millar as Edwards, Molly Jo Duncan as Gladys, Annalisa as Celeste, and Ross Forrester as Hank. Claudette Colbert has just completed the picture Drums Along the Mohawk for 20th Century Fox. Cary Grant appears through courtesy of Columbia Pictures and Harry Cohn, and will soon be seen in His Girl Friday. His current picture is the RKO production In Name Only. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for The Rains Came. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert in It Happened One Night with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Clark Gable, Claudette Colbert, Walter Connolly, and Roscoe Carnes. Our play, It Happened One Night. Told to the tune of a roaring bus motor, it's a fast-moving story of a runaway society girl and the reporter who helped her run. Our guest is a real-life cross-country bus driver, Mr. Harold Burnham. The music of the Lux Radio Theater is under the direction of Louis Silvers. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the world's largest-selling package soap for fine fabrics. Lux is safe in everything safe in water alone, and it's thrifty. About a penny's worth of Lux, unless the water's hard, does under things 3 times, or stockings 4 times, or both a sweater and a dress. In hard water, a little extra Lux gives you wonderful, rich suds. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Keep the generous large-size box of Lux Flakes in the bathroom, laundry, and kitchen, too. Give your things the care they deserve, and help your hands stay nice-looking, too. You'll do that, won't you? And now, ladies and gentlemen, our host and producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It happened one night that a husky son was born to Mr. and Mrs. William Gable of Cadiz, Ohio. When the boy grew older, it happened one night that a friend who was an actor invited him backstage to witness a performance of the local stock company. The young man was allowed to peer through a peephole in the curtain, saw a vast bank of upturned, expectant faces, and discovered that it thrilled him, lured him as irresistibly as fate itself. Then came a swift, amazing series of ups and downs, until at last it happened one night in Hollywood that Clark Gable tossed a coin to decide whether he should continue to fight for a chance in the movies or head for home. The coin fell heads up, and he remained to become one of the most popular stars the screen has ever known. Clark is now working in Gone with the Wind and appears tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. It happened one noon that a pretty young girl was crossing the Paramount lot on her way to lunch when a producer stopped her and asked her how she'd like to play the part of the wickedest woman in the world. Without a second's hesitation, she answered, "I'd love it." I was the producer, Claudette Colbert was the girl, and the picture was the sign of the cross, in which Miss Colbert appeared as Papier, the queen who invented the milk bath for beauty. Soon afterward, Frank Capra borrowed Claudette for the leading role in a film that became one of the great classic romantic comedies of the screen, and which we have adapted for radio. And that, roughly, is how it happens tonight that we're presenting It Happened One Night. Our stars repeat their Academy Award-winning parts in the Academy Award-winning film when Clark Gable plays Peter Warren and Claudette Colbert plays Ellie Andrews. Claudette will be seen shortly in the Paramount film Midnight, and is currently working in It's a Wonderful World for a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production. Other excellent artists who grace our stage tonight, playing the same parts they filled so ably on the screen, are Walter Connolly as Mr. Andrews and Roscoe Carn as Shapley. And now in the Lux Radio Theater, the cross-country bus stands waiting. The oil is checked, the tank is full.
And we're ready to start with Clark Gable, Claudette Colbert, Walter Connolly, and Roscoe Carnes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it happened one night. A bus terminal in Miami, Florida. Passengers are milling about the ticket office, crowding around the newsstand, fighting for places at the lunch counter. In a telephone booth at the far end of the station, Peter Warren, a news reporter, has just put through a long-distance call to his paper.
Hello. Is this the New York Globe?
Yes, sir?
Well, this is Peter Warren talking. I want to speak to Harry Gordon right away.
Who?
Gordon, the managing editor.
Oh, one moment, please.
Fire me, huh? I'll show him the big baboon.
Hello?
Hello, Gordon?
Yeah?
This is Peter Warren.
Well, what of it?
Say, what's all this about my being fired?
You got my wire, didn't you?
Sure, but...
Well, it goes. You're through.
What for?
You know what for. Go on home and sleep it off.
What? Hey, listen here, monkey face. I'm the best news hound your filthy scandal sheet ever had.
Don't make me laugh. What were you doing last night?
None of your... I sent you my copy.
Sure. All about the bathing beauties of Miami Beach. It was lovely. But did you know that Ellie Andrews disappeared last night from her father's yacht?
What?
Ellie Andrews. She disappeared. Do you know that?
No.
Well, that's why you're fired.
Hey, wait. Hello.
No.
It's waiting for Palm Beach, Savannah, Jacksonville, Philadelphia, and New York.
Hey-o, get your newspapers. Read all about it. Funky Harris runs away. Hey-o, read all about it.
Hey, boy.
Yes, sir. Want a paper?
What's the headline?
Oh, that's about a society girl. Her name's Ellie Andrews. She just run away from her old man's yacht.
Ellie Andrews, the banker's daughter, huh?
Yeah. Want a paper, mister?
Hey, what'd you run away for?
Oh, I don't know. She wants to marry some aviator guy, and her old man don't want her to, see? So she runs away. And then the old man... Hey, look, why don't you buy a paper? You can read the whole thing for 3 cents.
Who, me? I never read newspapers.
Well, for crying out...
Here's a dime. Buy yourself an automobile.
Okay, thanks, mister.
Hey, wait a minute. Where do I get the bus to New York?
Right outside the terminal.
Thanks.
Hey, get your paper here. Read all about it.
Hey, driver, does this bus go to New York?
There's a sign on the front. Can't you read?
Sorry, but I never got past the 4th grade. Where do I sit?
That don't worry me any.
Okay. If you'll be good enough to move this pile of newspapers, I'll take the seat here.
Move them yourself.
Fine.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you think you're doing?
Huh?
The papers. What's the idea of throwing them out?
Oh, the papers. You know, it's a long story, my friend. I never did like the idea of sitting on newspapers. I did it once, and all the headlines came off of my white trousers.
You...
No, on the level. It actually happened. Nobody bought a newspaper that day. They just followed me around, read the news off the seat of my pants.
Ah, fresh guy, huh? What you need's a good sock on the nose.
Now, listen, partner. You may not like my nose, but I do. I always wear it out in the open, where if anybody wants to take a sock at it, they can do it.
Oh, yeah?
Now, that's a brilliant answer. Why didn't I think of it? Our conversation could have been over long ago.
Oh, yeah?
If you keep that up, we're not going to get anywhere.
Oh, yeah?
You got me.
Pardon me, I want to get by.
Yeah, come on through. This is liable to last all night.
Don't mind me. Thank you.
Hey, wait, you can't sit there. That's my seat.
I beg your pardon?
Listen, I'm putting up a stiff battle for that seat, so if it's just the same to you, scram.
Driver, are these seats reserved?
Nah, first come, first served.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, driver. These seats accommodate 2 people, don't they?
Well, maybe they do, and maybe they don't.
Thanks. Move over, sister.
Ow.
This is a maybe they do.
Well.
There. Comfortable?
Oh, very.
That's good. There's nothing like being comfortable when you have 2,000 miles to... Say, haven't I seen you someplace before?
I'm afraid not.
Funny, but I think I have. You ever had your picture in a newspaper?
Never.
Not even on the society page? Oh, well, my mistake. I could have almost sworn I've seen you before.
Really? Well, perhaps it was the livestock show in Chattanooga. I often go there with my old maid aunt from the country. We're simply mad about the merry-go-round.
Ford!
Take it away.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. You have a good sleep?
Oh, fine, thank you. Well, everybody's gone. Where are we?
Jacksonville. We just got in. We change buses here and pull out in half an hour.
Oh, it was so foolish of me to fall asleep on your shoulder like that. Why didn't you push me away?
Oh, I hated to wake you up. You look kind of pretty asleep. How about some breakfast?
Oh, no, thank you. I never eat on a bus.
You mean you've never traveled on a bus?
I beg your pardon?
Let it go. But you ought to eat something. You got to watch out for your health, you know.
Thank you. I can take care of myself. Excuse me, please. I'm getting out.
Sit down. I want to talk to you.
Oh, do you?
You'll never get away with it, Miss Andrews.
What are you talking about?
I said you'd never get away with it. Your father will stop you before you get halfway to New York.
You must have me confused with someone else.
Quit kidding. It's all over the front page. You know, I've always been curious to know what kind of a girl would want to marry a front-page aviator like King Wesley. Take my advice and grab the next bus back to Miami. That guy's a phony.
I didn't ask for your advice.
No, that's right. You didn't. Well, I guess I'll step out and send a telegram.
No, wait. You're not going to notify my father, are you?
What for?
You could probably get some money out of him.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Now, listen. If you'll promise not to do it, I'll pay you. I'll pay you as much as he will. You won't gain anything by giving me away as long as I'm willing to make it worth your while. And I will. Just as soon as I get to New York, I'll pay you.
Cut it.
What?
I said cut it. You know, I had you pegged right from the start. You're the spoiled brat of a rich father. The only way you can get anything is to buy it. Now you're in a jam, and all you think of is your money. It never fails, does it?
But,
Ever hear of the word humility? No, you wouldn't. I guess it never occurred to you to just say, please, mister, I'm in trouble. Will you help me? No, that'd bring you down off your high horse for a minute. Well, let me tell you something. Maybe it'll take a load off your mind. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not interested in your money or your problems. You, King Wesley, your father, you're all a lot of hooey to me. So long, Miss Andrews.
Hiya, sister. All alone, I'll keep you company.
I'm sorry, you can't sit here. This
My
thing
name's
is
Shapley. Might as well get acquainted. It's going to be a long trip. Gets tiresome later on, especially for somebody like you. You look like you've got class. Yes, sir, with a capital K. Well, I'm the guy that knows class when he sees it. Believe you me. Ask any of the boys, they'll tell you. Shapley sure knows how to pick 'em. Yes, sir, Shapley's the name, and Shapley's the way I like 'em. Say, what's the matter, sister? You ain't saying much.
Seems to me you're doing excellently without my assistance.
That's pretty good. It seems to me you're doing excellently without my assistance. Well, shut my big, nasty mouth. Looks like you're one up on me. You know, there's nothing I like better than to meet a high-class mama that can snap 'em back at you. Yes, sir. You're just my type. Believe you me, sister, I could go for you in a big way. Fun on the side, Shapley, they call me. And the accent's on the fun. Believe you me.
Believe you me. You bore me to distraction.
Looks like you're two up on me now.
Hey, you.
Huh?
There's a seat over there for you.
What's the idea?
I'd like to sit next to my wife, if you don't mind.
Your wife?
Yeah. Come on.
Oh, yeah, sure, Doc. I was just trying to make things pleasant for her. I didn't know it was your wife. You understand what I mean, don't you?
If you'll promise not to snap my head off, I'd like to thank you.
Yeah, forget it. I didn't do it for you. His voice was getting on my nerves. Say, your clothes are soaking wet. Did you get caught in that shower back at the last stop?
Yeah, it was a cool shower, too.
Here, take my coat and put it around you.
No.
Sure, go ahead. You're as helpless as a baby.
Thank you.
How'd you happen to get caught in it anyhow?
Well, those things do happen, don't they? I just ran into the terminal to buy a box of candy and...
Candy? Are you crazy?
What do you mean?
Let me see your purse.
Now, please, give me my purse.
Just as I thought. $1.60. Say, how do you expect to get to New York if you waste your money on candy?
That's none of your business.
You're on a budget from now on. Here's your purse. I'll keep your money.
Now, just a minute.
Shut up. From now on, I'm the boss. Hey, driver, what's the matter?
There's a sign there that says the bridge at Dawson's been washed out. We might as well put up here for the night.
But where are we?
Dyke's Auto Camp. They got cabins here.
No chance of getting through, huh?
Not tonight.
That's enough for me. Come on, Brad.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. We're stopping here for the night. Let's go.
Here's your cabin, Mr. Warren.
This one here?
Yes, sir.
Come on, kid. This is it.
Oh, I'm dripping.
Well, good night. I hope you and your husband rest comfortably, Mrs. Warren.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Well, go on in. What are you going to do? Stay out here in the rain all night?
Oh, darn clever, these Armenians.
Yeah, it's a gift.
I just had the unpleasant sensation of hearing you referred to as my husband.
Oh, yeah. I forgot to tell you about that. I registered as Mr. and Mrs.
Oh, you did?
You know, compared to you, my friend Shapley's an amateur. Now, just whatever gave you the idea I'd stand for this?
Hey, now, wait a minute. Let's get this straightened out right now. If you're nursing any silly notion that I'm interested in you, forget it. You're just a headline to me.
A headline? You're not a newspaper man, are you?
Chalk one up for your side. Now, listen. You want to get to your fiancé, King Wesley, in New York, don't you? All right. I'm here to help you. What I want is your story. Exclusive. A day-to-day account, all about your mad flight to happiness. I need that story. Just between you and me, I've got to have it.
Isn't that just too cute? There's a brain behind that face of yours, isn't there? You've got everything nicely figured out for yourself, even including this.
This? Oh, you mean the Mr. and Mrs. business. Oh, that's a matter of simple mathematics. These cabins cost $2 a night, and I'm sorry to inform you, wifey dear, that the family purse won't stand for our having separate establishments. You understand?
Yes, I guess so.
Smart girl. And now we come to the problem of retiring for the night. Which of these beds do you prefer? That one? Take it.
Thanks. Now that the popularity contest is over, what happens next?
Oh, simple. Give me the clothesline over there. Thank you. Now, we tie up one end of it here on the wall, like this. Pretty knot, don't you think?
About average.
The other end goes over this nail, and we tie it up on the opposite wall. So, that makes a clothesline extending from wall A to wall B, and passing exactly between beds X and Y. Then we take the blanket, G, and place it over the clothesline, A, B, so that you in bed X will not be troubled with the disturbing sight of me in bed Y. Do you follow me?
I suppose that makes everything all right.
I hope it does. I like privacy when I retire. Hence, the walls of Jericho. Maybe not as thick as the ones that Joshua blew down with his trumpet, but it's a lot safer. You see, I have no trumpet.
Well, now that is a relief.
And to show you my heart's in the right place, I'll give you my best pair of pajamas. Here.
Thanks.
Now, do you mind joining the Israelites on the other side of the wall?
I think it might be better. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's the stuff, Brett. Don't be worried. The walls of Jericho will protect you.
Would you mind putting out the light?
Oh, not at all. Turning in?
Mm-hmm.
Say, would you mind taking those things of yours off the walls of Jericho?
Oh, I'm sorry. How's that?
Better. It's nice, isn't it? Lying here and listening to the rain.
By the way, what's your name?
What's that?
Who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm the whippoorwill that cries in the night. I'm the soft morning breeze that caresses your lovely face.
You've got a name, haven't you?
Yeah, I got a name. Peter Warren.
Peter Warren? I don't like it.
Don't let it bother you. You're giving it back to me in the morning.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Warren.
Pleasure's all mine, Mrs. Warren.
Good night.
Good night.
In a moment, you'll hear Act Two of It Happened One Night, starring Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert. During our brief intermission, we bring you our favorite family, the Brownings. It's late at night, and the girls have come in from a date. They're getting ready for bed, I hope.
Gee, it was fun tonight, wasn't it, Midge?
I'll say. You know, Dot, I always sort of envy you when I see you with a crowd of people.
Why? What do you mean, Midgie?
Oh, it's just that you always look so pretty and fresh, and people sort of flock toward you like you were a magnet or something. They never do that with me.
Oh, now, Midge, you just imagine it.
Well, I'm too sleepy to think about it now. You about ready for bed?
No, not quite. I've got to Lux my undies first.
At this hour? Goodness, why don't you skip it?
Oh, not on your life. Aren't you going to do yours?
No, I'm too tired.
Oh, but Midge, you must.
Oh, what difference does it make?
Oh, it's so much nicer putting on fresh things in the morning.
Well, just this once won't matter.
Oh, but Midge, dear, you're always saying that. Now, see here, honey. You say you want heaps of friends and parties and fun.
Oh, yes, I do.
Well, believe me, daintiness has a lot to do with that. Here, give me your undies now, and I'll lux them with mine.
You angel. I'll do yours and mine both tomorrow night. Honest, I will.
Oh, girls, it takes only a few minutes to lux your things after every wearing. A quick dip in Lux suds removes every trace of perspiration and leaves things fresh and lovely looking. There's no harmful alkali, absolutely nothing in Lux to fade colors or hurt fabrics. You can use it safely for anything safe in water alone. So keep the generous large-size box of Lux Flakes in the house all the time. And Lux underthings after every wearing. Your dresses often. This dainty habit means so much to your happiness, helps you stay sweet and lovable, a woman everyone admires. And now, here's Mr. DeMille.
It Happened One Night, starring Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable, with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. It's early the following morning. In the tourist cabin, Peter is setting the table for breakfast as Ellie returns from the showers.
Hello.
Morning, wifey. About time you got back.
Oh, I met some very interesting women at the showers. We got to chatting about this and that. You know how time flies.
Mm-hmm. Come on, sit down. Breakfast all ready.
How nice. Scrambled egg.
Egg. 1 egg, 1 donut, black coffee. That's your ration until lunch. Any complaints?
Nope, no complaints.
That's nice for a change. Donut?
Thanks. You think this whole business is silly, don't you? I mean running away and everything.
No, it's too good a story.
Yes, you do. You think I'm a fool and a spoiled brat. Perhaps I am, although I don't see how I can be. People who are spoiled are accustomed to having their own way. I never have. I've always been told what to do and how to do it and where and with whom. Nurses, governesses, chaperones, even bodyguards. Oh, it's been a lot of fun.
One consolation, you can never be lonesome.
It had its moments. It got to be a sort of a game to try and outwit Father's detectives. I did once. Actually went shopping without a bodyguard. It was swell. I felt absolutely immoral, but it didn't last long. They caught up with me in a department store. I was so mad, I ran out the back way and jumped into the first car I saw. Guess who was in it?
Santa Claus.
King Westley was in it.
No, is that how you met him?
Mm-hmm. We rode around all afternoon. Father was frantic. By 6 o'clock, he was having all the rivers dragged.
I can see it. Say, where did you learn to dunk? In finishing school?
Oh, now don't you start telling me I shouldn't dunk.
Of course you shouldn't. You don't know how to do it. Dunking's an art. Don't let it soak so long. A dip and plop into your mouth. If you let it soak so long, it'll get soft and fall off. It's all a matter of timing. I ought to write a book on it.
Thanks, Professor.
This goes to show you. 20 millions and you don't know how to dunk.
I change places with a plumber's daughter any day. What's the matter?
Shut up. Somebody's outside. Now, how do I know who you are? I never saw you before. You can't go around bothering my tenants. Besides, how do I know you're a detective?
Oh, show him your credentials, Mac.
Detective?
Oh, that's Father at work. Peter, what'll I do? Maybe I can jump out of the window. They wouldn't see me.
Come here and get yourself all mussed up. Push your hair down over your eyes. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I got a letter from Aunt Bella last week. She says if we don't stop over at Wilkes-Barre, she'll never forgive us.
What are you talking about?
What's the difference? Say something.
I guess I'll write to Aunt Bella today.
Yes, I would if I was you. Letters are always cheering to invalids.
Yeah, she says she's got the hay fever again.
You don't say.
Excuse me.
Oh, look, a man, darling.
I want to see you, miss. What's your name?
Are you addressing me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Hey, wait a minute. That's my wife you're talking to. What do you want, anyway?
We're looking for somebody.
Yeah? Well, look your head off. Only don't come busting in here. This ain't a public park. I got a notion to take a sock at you.
Take it easy, son. Take it easy.
They're detectives, Mr. Warren.
I don't care if they're the whole police department. They can't come busting in here and shooting questions at my wife.
Now, don't get so excited, Peter. They just asked a civil question.
Oh, is that so? Say, how many times do I have to tell you to stop butting in when I'm having an argument?
Oh, you don't have to lose your temper.
Just a minute.
You don't have to lose your temper. That's what you said the other time, too. Every time I try to protect you.
Oh, keep quiet.
I won't keep quiet. You're just like your old man. Once a plumber's daughter, always a plumber's daughter. Ready to announce the brains in your whole family.
Oh, Peter, why you've gone far enough. I won't stand here and be insulted like this.
Oh, shut up. Shut up.
Oh, now you see what you've done. You've disturbed my guest.
Yeah, what do you mean by it anyway?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Warren, but you see, we got to check up on everyone. We're looking for a girl by the name Ellen Andrews, daughter of the Wall Street King.
Yeah, well, it's too bad you're not looking for the daughter of a plumber. Quit bawling. Quit bawling.
I'm sorry, folks. My mistake.
There, now, didn't I tell you there was a perfectly nice married couple?
Are they gone?
Yeah, they're gone.
Peter.
Yeah?
Peter, wake up.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm trying to get some sleep?
Shapley's back with us. Did you know that?
Sure, what about it?
Look at him. He's got one of those newspapers with my picture in it. Oh, Peter, I'm afraid.
What are you afraid of? Have you still got me with you? Hey, where did Shapley get that paper?
We stopped a few miles back while you were sleeping. He must have got it there.
Well, it's too late to do anything now.
Oh, he's looking at me again. Do you think he recognizes me, Peter?
We'll find out soon enough. He couldn't keep a thing like that quiet if he cut his tongue out. Just sit tight and let things happen.
But what will we do?
Wait till the next stop. I'll get him into a conversation outside, and if he suspects anything, well, we'll see. Hello, Mrs. Shapley.
Hello. Nice to get out and stretch your legs, ain't it?
Yeah, it sure is. I see you got a paper there.
That's right. Maybe you'd like to take a look at it.
Yeah, I don't mind if I do.
Well, hold it here in the headlights, and you can read while you're waiting. Traveling like this, you sort of lose track of what's going on in the world. Take that story there, for instance, about Ellen Andrews. If I was to see that dame, you know what I'd do?
No. What?
I'd go 50-50 with you.
Why?
Because I don't believe in hogging at all, see? A bird that figures that way always ends up behind the 8-ball, is what I always say.
What's in your mind?
5 G's or I'd crab the works.
5 G's, huh?
You heard me.
Yeah. You know, it's a lucky thing my running into you. You're just the man I need.
You made no mistake, believe you me.
You pack a gat?
Huh?
A gat, a rod. Got any fireworks on you?
Why, no.
Well, it's all right anyway. I got a couple of machine guns in my suitcase. I'll let you have one of them. May have a little trouble up north. May have to shoot it out with the cops.
Huh?
If you come through all right, these 5 G's are as good as in the bag.
Yeah, but...
Of course, I'll have to talk with the killer, see that he takes care of you.
The killer?
Yeah, the big boy, the boss of the outfit.
You're not kidnapping her, are you?
What else, stupid? Say, you don't think we're after that penny ante reward, do you? $10,000? Chicken feed.
Well, pardon me, mister. I guess I don't want that dough after all.
Say, listen, you're in on this thing and you're staying in, get me? You know too much.
Yeah, but I won't say anything. Honest, I won't.
How do I know that? Say, I got a good nurse to plug you right now.
No, you can trust me, mister. I'll keep my mouth shut. My wife and my kids.
What's your name?
Oscar Shapley.
Where do you live?
Orange, New Jersey.
Got a couple of kids, huh?
Yes, sir. They're just babies. A little golden-haired girl.
You ever hear of Bugs Dooley?
Bugs Dooley?
He was a nice guy, just like you. But he made a mistake one day, got a little too talkative. You know what happened to his kids?
No.
Well, I can't tell you. But when Bugs heard about it, he blew his brains out.
Oh, gee, that was terrible.
Yeah. Now beat it.
Yeah, thanks, mister, thanks. Can I go back now?
To the bus? Say, what do you think I am? Crazy? You're walking, see?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Come on, scram.
Sure. Anything you say, mister. You ain't going to shoot me in the back, are you?
If you don't beat it...
I'll go.
All right, come on, get going.
All right, folks, all aboard.
Hey, wait a minute, driver.
Come on, get in.
Never mind, we're getting off here, me and the young lady.
What's that?
Come on, Brad.
What's the matter?
Come on, don't ask so many questions. Here, give me your hand.
Got your suitcase?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, now that we're stranded in the middle of a country road in the dead of night, maybe you'd let me in on the big secret. What's the idea?
The idea? We're going to take a little walk, Brat. Mr. Shapley may shoot off his mouth after all.
Where are we going to walk to?
Next town, wherever that is. Come on. Pick 'em up and lay 'em down. We've got a long way to go.
How long does this cross-country hike keep up? My feet are killing me.
Stop here if you want.
Here? Where are we?
Virginia?
Oh, I know, but where?
I can't say for sure right now, but from the looks of that hayrick, I guess we're on somebody's farm.
Where's the farmhouse?
What difference does that make?
You don't mean we're going to sleep out here in the open, do you?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to give a fairly good imitation of it.
Peter.
What?
I'm awfully hungry.
Oh, that's just your imagination.
No, it isn't. I'm hungry and scared.
You can't be hungry and scared both at the same time.
Well, I am.
If you're scared, it scares the hunger out of you.
Not if you're more hungry than scared.
Yeah, all right. You win. Now, let's forget about it.
I can't. I'm hungry.
Holy smokes. Why did I ever get mixed up with you? I had any sense, I'd be in New York by this time.
What about your big story?
Taking a dame back to her fiancé. I turned out to be a prize sucker, all right. Here, your bed's all ready. Come on.
You mean I'm supposed to sleep on that hay?
That's the idea.
Oh, it's all crackly.
Oh, shut up and go to sleep. I'm sick and tired of listening to a lot of complaints.
You know, you're becoming awfully disagreeable lately. You just snap my head off every time I open my mouth. If being with me is so distasteful to you, you can leave. You can leave any time you see fit. Nobody's holding you here. I can get along. I can get along very nicely without you. Peter, are you listening? I said I can get along very Oh, Peter? Peter? Where are you? Oh, Peter! Peter!
What's the matter? Hey, what are you yelling about?
Oh, Peter, I was so worried.
What got into you? I was only gone a minute. I went to try to find you something to eat.
I know, but...
Well, here's a watermelon. I swiped it in the next field.
I don't want it now.
Well, I thought you said you were hungry.
I was, but...
But what?
But I was so scared it scared the hunger right out of me.
Holy jumping catfish. You'd drive a guy crazy.
I guess...
Shut up.
I was only going to say, I guess you're right.
You're darn tootin' I'm right. Now go to sleep and forget about everything.
Yes, Peter. Peter?
What?
What are you thinking about?
By a strange coincidence, I was thinking of you.
Really?
Yeah. I was wondering what makes dames like you so dizzy. What a morning. Look at the sun. Look at those fields.
Yes, look at my shoes. This dirt road is certainly hard on leather. By the way, what did you say we were supposed to be doing?
Hitchhiking.
Oh. You've given me a very good example of the hiking. Where does the hitching come in?
A little early yet. No cars out.
If it's all the same to you, I'm going to sit right down here and wait until they come.
Suit yourself.
I intend to. Peter, suppose nobody stops for us.
Oh, they'll stop all right. It's all a matter of knowing how to hail them.
You're an expert, I suppose.
I'm going to write a book about it. Call it The Hitchhiker's Hail.
There's no end to your accomplishments, is there?
Oh, you think it's simple, huh?
No.
Well, it is. It's all in the old thumb, see? Now, here, some people do it like this. Kind of a half wave and half point with a thumb, drooping across the palm. It's all wrong. Too indefinite. Never get any place.
Oh, the poor thing.
Yeah, but this old thumb never fails. Now, take number one, for instance. Elbow close to the side, thumb rigid, and parallel to the right shoulder. Then a short, jerky movement, just the hand and wrist. Like this. Shows you independence. You don't care whether they stop or not. You got money in your pocket, see?
Clever.
Yeah, but number two, that's a little wider movement from the elbow. The thumb describing a graceful arc from shoulder to waistline. A smile goes with it, like this. See? That means you got a brand new story about...
Uh-huh. You figured that all out by yourself, huh?
Ah, that's nothing. Number three, that's a pit. Yeah, that's the pitiful one, you know, when you're broke and hungry and everything looks black.
Is that so?
Yeah, shoulders saggy, mouth down, chin drooping. It's a long, sweeping movement of the whole arm, like this. You got to follow through, though.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, but it's no good if you haven't got a long face to go with it.
Oh, Peter, here comes the car.
Yeah, okay, now watch me. I'm going to use number one. Keep your eye on that thumb, baby, and watch what happens.
Mm-hmm. I've still got my eye on the thumb.
Something must have gone wrong. I'll try number two this time. Hey, you!
Maybe he doesn't appreciate genius.
Let's try this, baby. Maybe number two won't work in us out. Going up, mister? I'll try number three the next time.
When you get to 100, wake me up, will you?
I don't think I'll write that book after all.
Oh, think of all the fun you had. Do you mind if I try the next one?
You? Oh, don't make me laugh.
Oh, you're such a smart aleck. Nobody knows anything but you. I'll stop this car, and I won't use my thumb.
What are you going to do?
It's a system all my own. Left hand gracefully on left hip, head back and incline gently in the direction of travel, eyes twinkling. It's the twinkle that does it. Step aside, please. Oh, yoo-hoo!
Oh, Hello, sister. You going my way?
Yes, thank you very much.
Well, hop right in. My name is Baker.
Oh, it's so sweet of you, Mr. Baker. Would you mind if this gentleman rode with us, too?
Oh, him?
Yeah, me.
Well, I don't like his looks any too much, sister.
Oh, that's all right. He's my uncle. He can't help looking like that. He used to be a newspaper man.
Oh, well, all right. Get in the back.
Thanks.
As I was saying, it's a system, all my own.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I think I'll write a book called The Feminine Touch or Go Thither with a Come Hither.
Oh, shut up.
So you want a cabin for a week, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
For you and your wife?
That's right.
That'll be $8.75.
Sold. Which one?
Take number 4 and pay in advance.
Now, listen, mister, I don't want to talk business right now. We're tired. I'll settle up with you in the morning.
Well, all right. Night.
Good night. Come on, Brett.
What will you tell him in the morning?
I'll think of that then.
Oh, I'm glad I can lie down for a change.
Yeah, me too. Well, we're on our last lap. Tomorrow morning, if all goes well, you'll be in the arms of your fiancé, the dope.
Mm-hmm. You'll have a great story, won't you?
Yeah. Swell.
Thanks.
Well, you certainly outsmarted your father. And I guess you ought to be happy.
Am I going to see you in New York?
Nope.
Why not?
I don't make it a policy to run around with married women.
There's no harm in your coming to see us.
Not interested.
Won't I ever see you again?
What do you want to see me for? I've served my purpose. I brought you back to King Wesley, didn't I? That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Peter, have you ever been in love?
Me?
Yes. Have you ever thought about it at all? It seems to me you could make some girl wonderfully happy.
Sure, I've thought about it. Yeah, who hasn't? If I could ever meet the right sort of girl. Yeah, but where are you going to find her? Somebody that's real. Somebody that's alive. They don't come that way anymore. You know, I saw an island in the Pacific once. Never been able to forget it. That's where I'd like to take her. She'd have to be the sort of a girl who'd jump in the surf with me and love it as much as I did. You know, nights when you and the moon and the water all become one. And you feel you're part of something big and marvelous. Those are the only places to live. Where the stars are so close over your head that you feel you can reach up and stir them around. Sure, I've been thinking of it. Boy, if I could only find the girl who was hungry for those things.
Take me with you, Peter. Oh, please take me to your island. I want to do all those things you talked about.
You? You're crazy.
No, I'm not. I love you, Peter. Nothing else matters. We can run away. Everything will take care of itself. Please, I cannot let you out of my life now. I couldn't live without you.
Ellie, you'd better go over there. Go to sleep.
Oh, you... I'm sorry.
Hey, wait a minute.
Good night, Mr. Warren.
Ellie, did you really mean that? About the island? Would you really go?
Certainly not. You think I'm crazy?
Yeah, I guess I did. Just for a minute.
Peter? Peter? Where are you? Peter! Peter!
Good morning, Miss Warren.
Oh, good morning. Did you see Mr. Did you see my husband?
Husband? Oh, he's gone.
Gone?
Yes, ma'am. Left about an hour ago.
He didn't say where?
Not a word. But I heard him calling long distance. He spoke to a Mr. Gordon at the New York Globe office. Said he had a great story and was going right into New York to see him.
I see. Where's the telephone, please?
I don't think your husband will be there yet, Mrs. Warren.
Oh, stop calling me Mrs. Warren. I'm not Mrs. Warren. I never will be Mrs. Warren. My name is Andrews.
Yes.
Ellie Andrews.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
No, where's that phone?
Over there, ma'am. Right over there.
Thank you.
Think it was my fault or something. My name ain't Mrs. Warren. My name is Andrews. Andrews? Ellie Andrews. Ellie! Oh, Ma! Ma! Ma, come here quick. Ma!
I want to call New York, please. Yes, person to person. Mr. King Wesley. Wesley. W-E-S-T-L-E-Y.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain falls on Act Two of It Happened One Night, starring Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. Mr. DeMille introduces our guest for the evening in a moment. But first, a word about our product. You want to cut down on stocking runs, don't you? Then Lux your stockings after every wearing. With these gentle flakes, there's no cake soap rubbing, no harmful alkali to damage the delicate silk threads. Lux saves elasticity and cuts down on runs. Helps your stockings wear longer and fit better. And remember this, one large-size box of Lux Flakes, unless the water's hard, will do your stockings for nearly 3 months. And in hard water, a little extra Lux makes wonderful rich suds. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And now, here's Mr. DeMille with our bus-driving guest.
For a cross-section of America, take a cross-country bus. On board, you'll find people whose personalities and purposes are as varied as their destinations. And the man who observes them best is the man behind the wheel, the bus driver. Since a cross-country bus carries so much of the action of tonight's play, we're bringing you a typical pilot of these streamlined stagecoaches. He's Harold Burnham of the Pacific Greyhound Lines. After driving buses for 13 years and over 1.5 million miles without an accident, he's learned that he's required to do more than just get him there on time. He must be a diplomat, information bureau, nursemaid, counselor and guardian, and at times, even a motion picture actor.
Yes, they used one of our buses in the picture It Happened One Night, and they happened to pick me to drive in a few of the scenes. But I guess I'd sooner be a bus driver than an actor. You meet so many interesting people.
As interesting and romantic as the Ellie Andrews and Peter Warren of our play?
I should say so. There's something about a bus that encourages romance. It even affects the hack hands themselves.
Hack hands?
Well, that's our name for a driver. I'm one of the very few hack hands who didn't first meet his wife as a passenger. There's a romantic angle about my favorite passengers. 5 years ago, on my regular run to Fresno from Los Angeles, a young couple met on my bus, and just a year later, they were back again. This time as husband and wife. They've been coming back every year on May the 15th to take the trip over again. Sentimental, but nice. I feel sort of responsible.
So from a hack hand's point of view, Mr. Burnham, what constitutes an ideal bus trip?
A solid load with plenty of chinners. By chinners, I mean talkers. That is, we like a bus full of people who like to talk. That makes the trip go quicker, and the passengers enjoy themselves more.
Well, while you're in a translating mood, will you explain what those headlight signals are that you often exchange on the highways with other buses and trucks?
Well, we want to warn a bus or truck coming the other way that they're about to run into a bad piece of road. We flash them 3 times with a spotlight. If there's a cop ahead who doesn't like us, we give 2 flashes. But I'm glad to say that most cops and hack hands get along swell. And the same goes for reefers. Reefers are big trucks. It's the road hog and fruit haulers or small trucks that keep our nerves on edge and our feet on the corks. Corks being our name for brakes.
What turned you into a bus driver, Mr. Burnham, and what's keeping you at it?
Well, it's pretty exciting, Mr. DeMille. I really mean that, because I quit the Army Air Corps to take my present job. There's something about it that gets you. You're out in the open all the time, and more or less on your own, always on the move. And I guess I like people, little kids traveling alone, strangers who need help, and even the lady who once came aboard with the stork and had a fine baby boy right on the bus. Yes, sir, you've got to be prepared for any emergency. But I guess I better put the corks on myself and let the people hear some more from 2 swell people. Mr. Gable and Miss Colbert, thanks a lot.
Thanks. Drive on, Mr. Burnham, and good luck to you. Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert in It Happened One Night with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. The thread of an accidental meeting, which bound the lives of Ellie and Peter, has become a tangled knot. Ellie is convinced that Peter walked out on her and has given him no chance to explain. It's a week later, the morning of Ellie's marriage to King Wesley. The bride-to-be sits alone in her room, staring mournfully at her reflection in the glass. Her father knocks at the door.
Ellie. Ellie.
Yes, Dad.
May I come in?
Come in. Hello, Dad.
I knocked several times.
I'm sorry. I must have been daydreaming.
Yes. Well, everything's set for the wedding. Great stunt King is going to pull, creating quite a furor.
Stunt?
Yes, landing on the lawn in an auto gyro.
Oh, yes, I heard.
Yes. Personally, I think it's silly, too. You look lovely, child. Are you pleased with the gown? Ellie.
Hmm? Oh, the gown. Yes, it's nice, isn't it?
What's the matter, child? What's wrong?
Nothing.
You haven't changed your mind about King Wesley, have you?
Nope.
Because if you have, it isn't too late. You know how I feel about him. If you gave me such a scare when I couldn't find you, you know the old pump isn't what it used to be.
I'm sorry, Father. I wouldn't hurt you for the world.
What's the matter, child? Aren't you happy?
Oh, Dad.
I thought so. I knew there was something on your mind. Oh, there now. What's the matter? You haven't fallen in love with someone else, have you? Have you? I haven't seen you cry since you were a baby. This must be serious. Where did you meet him?
On the road.
Now, don't tell me you've fallen in love with the bus driver.
No.
Who is he?
I don't know very much about him. Except that I love him.
Well, if it's as serious as all that, we'll move heaven and earth to...
No, it's no use. He despises me.
Oh, come now.
Yes, he does. He despises everything about me. He thinks I'm spoiled and selfish and pampered and thoroughly insincere.
Ridiculous.
He doesn't think much of you either.
Oh? No?
No. He blames you for everything that's wrong with me. He says you raised me stupidly. Oh, he's marvelous.
Eh? Well, what are we going to do about it?
I don't know.
I'd like to have a talk with him.
No, it wouldn't do any good. I practically threw myself at him.
Well, under the circumstances, don't you think we ought to call off this wedding off?
No, I'll go through with it. What difference does it make? I'll never see Peter again.
Is that his name?
Yes, Peter.
Peter Warren?
Yes. Do you know him?
No, not exactly.
Oh, Father, you haven't heard from him, have you?
Well, this letter came this morning addressed to me.
From Peter?
Yes. Here you are.
Well, dear sir, as your daughter has probably forgotten to tell you that there's a little financial matter connected with her safe return to your indulgent arms that I would appreciate your settling with me at your earliest convenience. Yours truly, Peter Warren. Oh. Well, I guess that was his only interest in me, wasn't it? The reward, $10,000.
I'm sorry you read it.
Are you going to see him?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I sent word to him to come out here this afternoon. I suppose he'll show up soon.
Of course he will. Well, pay him off. He's entitled to it. He did an excellent job. He kept me thoroughly entertained. It's worth every penny he gets.
Sit down, Mr. Warren.
Thanks.
I was surprised to get your note. My daughter hadn't told me anything about you, about your helping her.
That's typical of your daughter. Takes all those things for granted.
I've discussed the matter with her since hearing from you, and she thinks you're entitled to anything you can get.
Oh, she does, huh? Now, isn't that sweet of her? Well, I've got it all itemized.
May I see the statement, please? Thank you. Cash outlay, $8.60. Top coat, $15. Suitcase, $7.50. Hat, $4. 3 shirts, $4.50. Total, $39.60. All the above items had to be hocked to provide food and shelter.
And I sold some shorts and socks, too. But I'm throwing them in.
Yes, I know, but...
Say, what's the matter? Isn't it cheap enough? A trip like that would cost you $1,000, maybe more.
Now, let me get this straight. You want $39.60 in addition to the $10,000.
What $10,000?
Why, the reward.
Who said anything about a reward? All I want is $39.60. If you give me a check for it, I'll get out of this joint. Gives me the jitters.
You're a peculiar chap.
We'll go into that some other time.
The average man would go after the reward. All you seem to
Listen, did anyone ever make a sucker out of you? This is a matter of principle. Something you probably wouldn't understand. But when anybody takes me for a buggy ride, I don't like the idea of having to pay for the privilege.
Were you taken for a buggy ride?
With all the trimming.
Well, my daughter seems to think she was on that ride, too. She thinks you walked out on her.
Listen, your daughter can think anything she wants. I went to New York to raise a little dough for your daughter so she could get out on that tropical island. And what do I get?
What tropical island?
Oh, none of your... When I come back to get her, she skipped. That's great, that is.
Now, wait a minute.
What about my dough? Do I get it or don't I?
Certainly.
Thank you.
But I'd like to ask you one question. Do you love my daughter?
Any guy that'd fall in love with your daughter ought to have his head examined.
That's an evasion. Do you love her?
A normal human being couldn't live under the same roof with her without going nutty. She's my idea of
I
nothing.
asked you a simple question. Do you love her?
Yes! Don't hold that against me. I'm a little screwy myself.
Well, well, well. Look who's here.
Hello. I was hoping I wouldn't have to bump into you.
Really? I hope you got your money.
You bet I did.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Same to you.
Ellie, dear.
Stay around and watch the fun. King's going to drop down out of the skies any minute now on his favorite gyro. You'll enjoy it immensely.
I would, but I've got a weak stomach. Goodbye, Miss Andrews.
Pleasant fellow, isn't he?
Ellie, dear, you shouldn't have talked to him like you did. He's a really fine boy. We had quite a conversation.
I'm not interested.
Now, see here, Ellie.
I tell you, I'm not interested. I don't want to hear another word about him.
What on earth is that?
King, I guess. Landing on the lawn in his gyro.
He seems to be creating quite a lot of excitement among the guests. Well, Ellie?
Come on, Dad. Let's go down and get it over with.
King is waiting at the altar. All right. Take my arm. Let's go. You know, Ellie, you're a sucker to go through with this. That guy Warren is okay.
Please, Dad.
He is. He didn't want the reward. All he asked for was $39.60 that he spent on you.
What?
Sure. He loves you, Ellie.
How do you know?
He told me so.
Oh, Daddy. Oh. Well, it's too late now.
Is it? You don't want to be married to a mug like Wesley. I can buy him off for a pot of gold. And you can make an old man happy. Pete Warren is a swell guy.
Oh, please don't.
If you should change your mind, your car's waiting at the back gate. What do you say, Ellie? You still got a few seconds.
Oh, Dad.
Is it Pete? Or is it this dumb cluck of an aviator?
It's Pete.
Hooray!
Daddy, quick, kiss me.
Goodbye, Ellie.
Goodbye.
Run, Ellie! Run! Go on, Ellie! Go on! They'll never catch you! Go on! Go on!
Peter.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do with the marriage certificate? I can't find it anyplace.
Don't worry, Brad. It's safe and sound in my inside pocket.
Oh, I was getting scared again.
You afraid I was going to back out?
It's too late now, Mr. Warren. Oh, Peter, I'm so happy. Where are we going for our honeymoon?
I got the place all picked out. A tourist cabin near Philadelphia.
A tourist cabin? Oh, Peter, that's grand.
Yeah. See that big bundle of stuff I bought in the last town?
Yes, what's in it?
Oh, lots of things. A rope.
A rope?
Yeah. And a green blanket.
The Walt of Jericho.
Right.
Oh, is there anything else?
Hand me that little package.
This one?
That's it.
What's in it?
You'll see. There.
A trumpet. A toy trumpet.
Yeah. I never took a lesson, but I guess I can manage it. Listen to this.
Oh, Peter, that's beautiful.
The curtain falls on Act 3 of It Happened One Night, starring Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable. In a moment, you'll hear from our stars personally. But first, let's indulge in a little fancy. Suppose your hands could talk. What would they say? Well, let's imagine Jane's hands are talking to each other while she's playing cards with her friends at the bridge table.
Isn't it fun? We fooled these women again.
Haven't we, though? They think Jane has a maid.
It's a great joke, isn't it? Why, we've been washing dishes for years.
Yes, and no one would guess it. Lux Flakes helps us to stay so lovely looking.
Yes, I'm sure that's the way your hands would talk, if you use Lux for your dishes. Lux Flakes are kind to your hands. There's no harmful alkali to dry out the natural oils in your skin. No, indeed. Lux helps your hands stay soft and young-looking, the kind of hands every woman wants. Just try Lux Flakes for your dishes. You'll like them. They're fast, they're gentle, and they're thrifty. Yes, unless the water is hard, the large-sized box of Lux will do dishes about 60 times. In hard water, a little more Lux gives you wonderful, rich suds. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Buy the generous large-sized box, won't you? And now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The happy journey from Miami to New York is ended, but our stars make a return trip to the microphone. We present Ellie Andrews as Claudette Colbert and Peter Warren as Clark Gable.
As Claudette Andrews or Ellie Colbert, or whoever I'm supposed to be, I'd like to say that it's been great to do another play in the Lux Radio Theater.
As Pete Gable, I'd like to say that I can't imagine a better place to take a busman's holiday.
Well, assuming my most difficult characterization, that of Cecil B. DeMille, I'd like to compliment you both on a great performance.
Thank you, C.B. And I'm glad to learn from your introduction to the play that you're a fatalist.
Yeah, what?
Seems to me I heard the word fatalist. You know, C.B., one of those people who think that, one of those people who think that everything happens for the best, if it doesn't happen for the worst.
But I never said I belonged to such a cult.
Claudette probably assumes, from the way you talked about everything happening one night, that you're a believer in uncontrollable destiny.
Well, it's really nothing to be ashamed of, you know. Some very nice people are fatalists. You simply believe that everything happens for a purpose. And if you don't believe that way, you've nothing left but suppositions. For example, suppose Columbus had sailed east instead of west, or Paul Revere's horse had tripped over a cobblestone. That's you.
Oh, it's Mr. Gable. Suppose Claudette hadn't...
We have it here for you, sir.
Down to Mr. Gable for me. It's Mr. Gable, I think.
Suppose Claudette Colbert hadn't taken seriously when a playwright she met at a party in New York said you ought to be an actress. Or suppose she hadn't starred on Broadway in The Barker. Would she be in Hollywood now?
I suppose that coin Clark tossed to see whether or not he'd remain in Hollywood hadn't fallen tails. Where would he be now?
Well, children, I'll give up. Where would you be now?
You mean seriously?
Sure, why not?
Well, let's see. I've gone back east. Not all the way east. Maybe I've stopped off in Texas again. I'd probably have gotten my old job back in the oil fields, and, well, I'd probably be fairly happy.
That's right. Pollyanna Gable, his friends would be calling him. Well, come along, Clark. It's time to blow. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Zeke.
Good night, fatalists.
Mr. DeMille will be back shortly with news of next Monday night's play and cast. Our cast in It Happened One Night included John Gibson as bus driver, Chester Clute as Mr. Dyke, Eddie Waller as Mr. Dobbs, Lou Merrill as Harry Gordon, Walter Tetley as a newsboy, Marion A. as telephone operator, and Frank Nelson as a detective. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for the new film Alexander Graham Bell. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Hollywood recently observed its most important event in many months, the presentation of the Academy Awards, the highest tribute that the screen can give its personalities. For the second consecutive year, top acting honors among men went to the star whom you'll hear on this stage next Monday night, Spencer Tracy. And with him, we present one of the screen's loveliest ladies, Loretta Young. They'll bring Lux listeners the sharply realistic and romantic play for which they're so well remembered on the screen, A Man's Castle. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young in A Man's Castle. And, ladies and gentlemen, before I say good night, I want you to make a